Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Unlike his original body, Neza had been in the chosen team for 300 years. He knew very well who Bai Ranran was and who Tian Hong was. Han Fei didn't know much about this. Therefore, when their information was combined, it was equivalent to Han Fei having spent 300 years in places like the graveyard battlefield. At this moment, Han Fei fished out Tian Hong just to muddy the water. There were people from the city of wanderers and the city of origin, so how could there be no one from the city of scavengers? As soon as Tian Hong appeared, he killed a powerhouse from the city of origin. Although that powerhouse was almost killed, Butcherin had gone to save him. Even so, Butcherin couldn't save him. Butcherin roared, "Tian Hong, Bai Ranran is not here. How dare you be impudent in front of me?" Tian Hong said indifferently, "I just want to help him die faster." *shoal. Butcherin was furious. His heavenly cicada wings burst out, and his fat body was as fast as a beam of light. The big fodder chopper crossed thousands of kilometers and hacked at Tian Hong. As for being stabbed by Neza, he didn't care. At this level, if he could be stabbed to death by a spear, how could he be called a strong master? The ground under Tian Hong's feet trembled, and the 100-meter sea area collapsed. Waves swept in all directions. On the huge Vajra pillar, a dragon turtle rushed out. After all, they came to the number 9 revived place today, just to search for resources. Originally, everyone just took it as a good revived place to explore. However, the leaders began to fight each other. Neza fought Butcher because he was ambushed. But when Tian Hong was involved, except for Neza, everyone else felt strange. Logically speaking, everyone should be familiar with each other. I've taken the world origin here, so who the F***ck will really come up to fight to the death? Isn't this a waste of effort? Therefore, Butcherin felt that Tian Hong was deliberately targeting him. At this moment, Han Fei's original body contacted Neza. Han Fei immediately understood Neza's thoughts. As his name suggested, Butcherin was a fierce fighter, but he was easily hot-headed. For example, Neza was still watching him, but he had begun to fight Tian Hong. Wasn't he afraid of Neza attacking him together with Tian Hong? This person could be kept because this kind of personality could be made use of. In addition, as the leader of the team of the City of Wanderers, Neza shared another piece of information, which was that what the three parties really wanted to compete for was not the 9th revived place at all, but the 3rd. Neza was here purely to snatch the world origin. Because 9 Tails and the licking dog were both with him, even if his world origin was enough, 9 Tails and the licking dog still needed it. Besides, the function of world origin far exceeded Han Fei's understanding. It had a deeper function, which was to improve the bloodline. In addition, Han Fei also got an answer to a question from Neza, which was: when a sea establisher completely explored his origin sea, it required a period of time to fully tap his potential. It didn't mean that if the world origin was swallowed and his potential was tapped, his combat power would soar. This also needed a large number of battles. However, because there were countless people at the peak of the sea establishment realm, these people's strength was close to each other. How could their strength be distinguished? According to the information obtained from Neza, a peak-level sea establishment cultivator with a strength of 500,000 had almost reached an upper limit. However, this 500,000 was relative, measured by different bloodlines and talents. For example, Neza's current strength was about 460,000 waves. If he completely digested the potential tapped with the world origin, he might be able to approach the 500,000 mark. But it was difficult to break through this level. And before Han Fei opened the sky, his strength limit reached 560,000. What caused this gap? According to Neza's understanding, the fundamental reason for such a gap was the level of bloodline. However, the gap caused by bloodline levels was limited and could be made up for. Otherwise, when countless strong masters of the same level were together, how could their strength be distinguished? And the distinguishing standard was the Great Tao. The City of Wanderers was an open country where one could obtain a lot of information about the outside world. After all, many people came from the outside world. According to the news from the outside world, there were various great Taos. In the East Sea Divine Realm, there were the 10,000 Tao ranking, the bloodline ranking, the race ranking, the battle technique ranking, the great technique ranking, and the Dharma body ranking. There was every ranking you could think of. All of this, combined, was the key to determining a person's strength. Therefore, there was the saying of ranking climbing. In order to become stronger, many people kept climbing up in the rankings, looking for higher level combat skills, cultivation techniques, and so on. Even bloodlines could be improved. Han Fei had always thought that the bloodline swallowing was a special benefit given to him by the demon purification pot. Only he had it. However, from Neza's soul information, he could clearly know that world origin could strengthen the bloodline. As for how to strengthen it, it was to fuse the direction he needed to evolve with world origin. This fusion could be done in any order. For example, if he swallowed too much of the world origin, he could swallow other bloodlines in the future. As long as he activated the world origin and slowly swallowed this bloodline, his bloodline could change. In other words, at the peak of the sea establishment realm, the bloodline was no longer fixed and could be artificially interfered with. And the difference in the bloodline meant the difference in potential. As for the difference in bloodline level, the further one cultivated, the greater the gap in combat power between them. Therefore, Neza was fighting for the world origin to improve his bloodline. After all, there was still a gap between Neza and the original body. When Neza first swallowed the world origin, he dug out 30% of his potential, but his original body only released 20% of his potential after eating 4 or 5. Of course, this was also because Han Fei's original body was already in the sky-opening realm. After all, there was a big gap of an entire realm. After synchronizing a lot of information, Neza thought that he should put Butcherin and the others aside for now. At least, he shouldn't kill them now. This was because there was really nothing in the 9th revived place that could cause a battle between powerhouses of this level. If people at the level of Tianhong and Butcher and died here, it was very likely to affect the exploration of the semi-origin ground later. And the so-called semi-origin ground was also called the 3rd revived place. This was because it had been revived for a long time but hadn't been explored. Because the strong masters didn't want to open it too early. The reason why they didn't want to open it too early was that the 3rd revived place would decide the list of people going to the divine capital dynasty this time. At the same time, it was to give some strong masters a chance to make last-minute preparations. Therefore, the battle in the 9th revived place was a pure competition. There were not many big shots who came here. For example, by Ran and the other. 2 came, but they brought 7 trial personnel with them. It was the same case for the city of wanderers and the city of origin. Han Fei understood what Neza meant. While Han Fei and Neza were exchanging information, Tianhong and Butcherin fought head-on. Tianhong, who was probably weaker than Butcherin, was blown away by the furious Butcherin. But Neza turned around and said, "Everyone from the city of wanderers, follow me." After Neza left, Butcherin's heart stirred and he knew that it was time for him to leave. Although one of his men had died, he couldn't stay here for long. Because by Ran and Ghost Blade might come. He could block Tianhong and even Ghost Blade, but by Ran was not easy to deal with. But if he just left like this, Butcherin felt that he might lose face, so he said, "Tianhong, tell by Ran that I'm waiting for her in the 3rd revived place." However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded, "I'm here. You don't have to wait anymore." Butcherin's heart skipped a beat as he looked into the distance. Who else could it be but by Ran? F***ck. Butcherin wanted to escape with the remaining people from the city of origin. But in fact, the person was already running. However, by Ran's figure flashed, and she grabbed the person out of the void and crushed him with a hand seal. Butcherin wanted to save that man, but he didn't dare to move because by Ran had arrived. Ghost Blade must be beside her. He definitely couldn't defeat the 3 of them alone. He had to run. He had no choice. The 2 of his men could only die for nothing this time. Chirp. The heavenly cicada flapped its wings, and Butcherin ran very fast. By Ran naturally didn't chase him. When Butcherin disappeared, by Ran's appearance and figure began to change. This time, her sexy long legs became thick, and her muscles bulged. Yes, who else could this person be if not Han Fei? He had become a woman again, but nobody knew, Billions of kilometers away, by Ran and the other 2 were looking for the life origin fruit. However, even by Ran was very surprised. She ran to a few places in a row and found that the world origins had all been dug up. Just as by Ran was wondering who was so fast, Tianhong suddenly twisted his head and shivered. By Ran asked, "What's wrong?" Tianhong said gloomily, "I don't know. I suddenly feel a little tired as if I've fought a battle." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Now, after only a few days Han Fei entered, for world origin fruits had been picked by him. In theory, he might have been able to meet Neza earlier. However, Neza was not alone. He was the leader of the team of the City of Wanderers this time. Otherwise, with the vast ocean navigator, Neza would have been able to get at least 2 world origin fruits. At this moment, after Neza and the others retreated, Long Yu asked, "Why did Tianhong and the others appear at this time? If they knew that we were fighting Butcherin, why didn't they appear later?" Neza said, "Maybe they have other purposes. By Ran and Ghost Blade haven't appeared, so it's hard to say if they had an ambush or not. But in any case, let's ignore them and continue to patrol." Half a day later, by Ran and the others were still 1 step slower than Han Fei. When they came here, they found that a big battle had happened here. Besides, a king had died here not long ago. No matter who it was, they needed to come and investigate. As soon as they arrived, they immediately saw a wall of ghouls attacking them. Tianhong immediately attacked with his Vajra rod, and a dull voice came from his armor. Butcherin? Ha ha ha. Butcherin appeared hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, holding Yang Wan's body in his hand. Butcherin roared, "Damn scavengers, how dare you eat my world origin? I don't know who gave you the courage. By Ran, you little b****, I heard that you're the team leader, so I'm waiting for you here." After that, before Tian Hong could penetrate the wall of ghouls, Yang Wan's body was crushed. Since Han Fei had obtained the relevant information from Neza and knew that the third revived place was the real purpose of this trip, Han Fei naturally wouldn't attack by Ran and the others now. However, just because he wouldn't attack by Ran and the others didn't mean that Han Fei wouldn't do anything. Although he wouldn't touch the leaders, he could do whatever he wanted to the other heavenly talents. Anyway, intensifying the conflict between the city of scavengers and the city of origin would only bring benefits. When Bai Ran saw Butcherin, who was actually Han Fei, kill a strong master on her side, how could she bear it? Their purpose of this trip was mainly to select strong masters. This time, except for the 3 of them, there were 7 people left. Although their strength was not as strong as theirs, they could still be considered in the top 100 of the law enforcement camp. At least, there were definitely strong masters in the top 200. It wasn't easy to nurture such a strong master. How could she tolerate Butcher and killing her people in front of her? Bai Ran flashed, and an invisible seal suddenly hit the wall of ghouls. The strange wall that was originally difficult to deal with was full of cracks in the blink of an eye, and a large number of ghosts and demons on the wall instantly collapsed. Seeing this, Han Fei laughed and flashed away, leaving only cursing in the void. Bai Ran, I'll let you off today, but sooner or later, I'll *CK you. Han Fei didn't care anyway. In the past, when he was fighting, he could say anything he wanted. Now that he had become an emperor, he certainly wouldn't restrain his personality. Bai Ran was so angry that she clenched her fists, determined to kill this fatty when she had got a chance. Achoo! The real Butcher and had already gone elsewhere to search. On the way, he rubbed his nose and mumbled, "2 of my men are gone this time. Damn it, Bai Ran is to blame. It's over. I'll be scolded when I go back. The 2 who died must be cursing me." As a troublemaker, Han Fei had swallowed 3 world origins anyway. Logically speaking, even if there was still a world origin in the 9th revived place, there should be at most 1 more. He had already swallowed 3. Although one of them had been forcibly taken away by the demon purification pot, he had obtained enough. Han Fei wondered if he should leave the last world origin fruit to his Neza avatar. Han Fei was sure that Neza could get it because he had the vast ocean navigator. This kind of human sacred weapon was far more effective than some so-called godly weapons. If it weren't for Butcherin, Neza would have already taken a world origin. When Han Fei fished the vast ocean navigator again and used it to lead the way, most of the people who came in this time were still looking for the world origin. Someone was lost for words. That's not right. We've searched everywhere, but nothing. Is it not in my area? Someone was puzzled. It seems that someone had fought here. Am I too slow? How unlucky. I'm already *king fast enough. Someone cursed, "Humph, it seems that we can only search elsewhere." Some of these people found traces of battle, and some thought that there was no world origin in their area at all. Some people didn't get the treasures, but met their enemies, and a big battle was inevitable. La la la. Han Fei hummed a little tune. It felt really good to be in a place where no one was suppressing him. For him, the trip to the 9th revived place was like a walk in the park. In less than half a day, Han Fei followed the vast ocean navigator to the last world origin. When Han Fei arrived, there was already a sandstorm here. This situation meant that there were people in the sandstorm. Unfortunately, under such circumstances, perception couldn't penetrate the sandstorm, so Han Fei didn't know who was inside. Out of caution, Han Fei used his living dead puppet, Yunnan. Considering that Yunnan might not be able to defeat the guy in the sandstorm, Han Fei immediately used the twin divine technique and turned his white mist body into Jiao Mo. This time, there were 4 people from the city of origin who died in Han Fei's hands. These were not 4 cabbages. These were 4 top kings who could enter the top 200 of the law enforcement camp and might even be able to open the sky. With a thought, the 2 of them rushed into the sandstorm. When the 2 of them finally opened the sandstorm gap, they saw that a 10,000 scale race man was also breaking through the sandstorm. Han Fei remembered this person. At the city gate, when this person looked at him, his eyes were filled with disdain. He was also the only 10,000 scale race member who openly showed hostility to Han Fei. Heh. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Now let me send you to hell. When Wu Hai saw 2 people emerge from the sandstorm, his heart sank. Why was it so coincidental? He had thought that he was fast enough, but it only took him a few days to confirm the location and find the world origin. He didn't expect to encounter an enemy. He thought that the sandstorm must have attracted their attention, so he was exposed. However, what he didn't understand was why the 2 of them came together. Although this was a competition for world origin, this was also a trial. As a peak-level C establishment powerhouse, the probability of encountering each other in a certain area was actually not small. After all, they both had a perception range of millions of kilometers, and the probability of them colliding was not small. In the past few days since he came in, he had already defeated 2 people in a row. One was from the city of origin, and the other was from the city of wanderers. Although he failed to kill them, both of them were seriously injured by him. How could there still be anyone here? Wu Hai immediately crushed a jade slip. It must be a communication jade slip. Han Fei thought to himself, is there such a thing? Why don't I have it? However, water from afar couldn't quench thirst. Even if by Ranran's speed was raised to the extreme, it would take at least several hours for her to come over. While they were fighting, Han Fei had already run away. With the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei could directly find the world origin fruit. He was not in a hurry to pick the world origin fruit. If he picked it, the sandstorm would be gone. Anyway, Wu Hai was outnumbered. When someone came, he would let them witness the feeling of watching their own people dying in front of their eyes. After a full hour, suddenly, from the vision of his white mist body, Han Fei found that the guy from the 10,000 scale race took out a jade token, and a sword shadow burst out of the token, instantly killing Yunnan. Huh? Rumble. Rumble. The King Death crack appeared in the sky, and Han Fei was speechless. Yunnan was not weak, but was killed in 1 second. Obviously, that guy cheated and carried a strong master's strike with him. In fact, even a sky-opening realm cultivator wouldn't dare to say that he Could kill a peak-level sea establishment realm cultivator in one blow, but the sword light did. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. This sky-opening realm cultivator was probably at least in the top 50 of the lords. Otherwise, how could a king be killed so easily? Although he could do it too, his real combat power might be able to enter the top 10 lords. There was nothing to be proud of to kill a king. Wu Hai roared at the white mist body, "Do you want to die too? Don't push me too far, or I'll make you follow in his footsteps." However, would Han Fei listen to him? If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to buy time, Han Fei could kill him instantly. Not only did Han Fei not leave, but he also ignited his blood and slashed at Wu Hai. Bang! 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 A layer of blue-black armor appeared on Wu Hai's body. After being hit by the saber, the entire armor almost shattered, and Wu Hai vomited blood. Huh! Han Fei's heart did a flip. He had personally attacked, but the guy wasn't even seriously injured and only lost a set of armor? This guy was not weak. Ha ha ha. Wu Hai laughed. Let's see what else you can do. I'm a member of the Wu family, one of the 10 lords. How can you break all my treasure so easily? At this moment, Han Fei sensed that Neza had arrived. He thought to himself, this show won't last long. Neza had arrived, so Butcher and should be arriving soon. They left almost at the same time just now. Besides, when he came here, Bai Ran Ran and the other two were not far away. As Han Fei expected, when he guessed that these people were not far away, Neza encountered Bai Ran Ran and the others. Translator * Henyi Translations Editor * Henyi Translations. Had Neza met Bai Ran Ran? Han Fei thought to himself, I haven't seen Bai Ran Ran's strength, but I know the strength of Tianhong and Ghost Blade. In terms of pure strength, Neza shouldn't be as strong as Tianhong. However, if the potential of Neza had been fully tapped, neither Tianhong nor Ghost Blade would be a match for him. Han Fei had never seen Bai Ran Ran fight in person. This should be the strongest in the city of scavengers. He didn't know the difference between the strongest, second strongest, and the top 7 or 8. However, with his understanding of the peak of the sea establishment realm, she shouldn't be stronger than him back then, even if Bai Ran Ran had used World Origin to fully tap her potential when she was in the sea establishment realm. After all, whether it was bloodline, spiritual heritage, talent, combat skills, or cultivation techniques, Bai Ran Ran shouldn't be able to compare to him in any of them. Another reason why Han Fei felt that Bai Ran Ran wasn't as strong as he was back then was that from the memories of Neza, he learned that Bai Ran Ran once fought Butcher and one-on-one. Although Butcherin was beaten up, he didn't die. And Neza had also fought Butcher and one-on-one. Their strength was about the same, and neither of them was stronger than the other. From this, it could be seen that the combat power at the peak of the sea establishment realm became comprehensive combat power in the end, although Han Fei felt that after reaching a certain realm, comprehensive combat power was simply impossible to measure. Roar. Han Fei was considering whether to kill Wu Hai first, before Bai Ran Ran came in, but then a roar came. It was none other than Butcherin. Damn it, another one. I'd like to see who can kill my people again. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Wow, all the strong masters of the 3 parties are here. With the arrival of the strong masters from the 3 parties, Zhao Mo, who was actually Han Fei, completely erupted. The fake triangular divine seal appeared between his eyebrows, and his body was covered in blood. He didn't hesitate to burn his life force. One of his arms was cut off and turned into a cold knife light. Seeing this, Wu Hai's expression changed drastically. Are you crazy? This is just a trial. Why should we fight to the death? However, Han Fei didn't listen at all. He pretended to attack with all his strength, but Wu Hai could only bite the bullet and block it. He took out another token. It seemed that he was going to continue to kill Han Fei with his plug-in. Han Fei's lips curled. If you want to die, I can help you. At this moment, a soul mark burst out between Han Fei's eyebrows, unleashing the combat power of the sky-opening realm. When the sword light in the token slashed down, it wasn't unstoppable as just now. However, it was an attack of the top 10 lords level after all. Han Fei pretended that he could only barely resist it, but after holding on for 5 or 6 seconds, his defense was finally broken. Puff. Han Fei's body was minced into pieces, and Wu Hai was not much better. He was secretly seriously injured by Han Fei, and half of his soul was destroyed. For a moment, he was stunned and couldn't even distinguish north, south, east, and west. The battle in the sandstorm naturally attracted the attention of Bai Ran Ran. And Butcher and Bai Ran Ran didn't tangle with Neza and directly rushed into the sandstorm. Butcher and also rushed in without stopping. Yunnan had already died, so he didn't want another one to die. Otherwise, almost all the people he led this time would die. More importantly, this was only the number 9 revived place. In their opinion, this was just an ordinary trial that wasn't very dangerous. It was just to nurture newcomers. Controlling Zhao Mo, Han Fei roared, the 10,000 scale race doesn't care about morals. They used the combat power of the sky-opening realm. Bang! After Zhao Mo shouted this, he exploded. However, no one knew that he had controlled time to construct a great Dao crack in the sky. At the moment when Butcherin rushed over, Zhao Mo was gone. The heavenly Dao crack appeared, and thunder rumbled non-stop. F***CKU. Chirp. This time, Butcherin was furious. He had almost arrived, but in less than a second, Zhao Mo was gone. Ghostblade arrived at the battlefield almost at the same time as Butcherin. Seeing that Wu Hai's token was still there were still remnants of the power of the sky-opening realm here. At this moment, half of Wu Hai's mind and soul had been destroyed and he had lost his combat power. Butcher and immediately rushed at this person angrily. Buzz. Chirp. 2 lights collided in the void. Butcherin roared, get lost. The big fodder chopper slashed out horizontally for 3,000 kilometers. Ghostblade blocked with his 2 knives, but failed to snatch Wu Hai away. After all, he was fast, but the talent of the heavenly cicada family was speed. At this moment, Butcherin was trembling with anger. Good, what a city of scavengers, what a great sky-opening realm combat. Power. You don't follow the rules. F***CK, do you still want to play? If you have balls, wait in the number 3 revived place. I'll kill you all. Bai Ran Ran and Tian Hong arrived one after another. Bai Ran Ran frowned slightly. She didn't expect this either. She knew Wu Hai. He was a member of the Wu family who ranked 7th in the top 10 lords and one of the strongest seedlings among the top 10 lord families in the past 100 years. He was Ranked 67th in the inner camp. Wu Hai was one of the people in Bai Ranran's heart who was most unlikely to die this time, but at this moment, he was held in the hand of Butcherin. It seemed that he was doomed. As for Butcherin, he was full of killing intent. The dragon on the fodder chopper seemed to be half alive. It bit Wu Hai and tore him in half. Bai Ranran saw hundreds of ghost shadows tearing Wu Hai's body and swallowing him alive. Rumble. Rumble. The great Dao crack appeared again, but this couldn't appease Butcheran's anger. He gnashed his teeth and said, "It's just the number 9 revived place. Can't you play fair and square? Bai Ranran, this is the second time. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Bai Ranran didn't care about Butcheran's words at all. Instead, she glanced at Ghost Blade. The world origin. Buzz. Ghost Blade disappeared and came to find world origin. However, Neza arrived before Ghost Blade. Neza arrived with Long Yu and another young man. Long Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Neza, isn't your navigator too useful? If others knew this, they would definitely chase you like crazy." Neza said, "Shoo. Shut up. Only the 3 of us know this. If you keep shouting, the whole world will know." Long Yu didn't think much of it. Heh. Bai Ranran and Butcherin are probably fighting now. To be honest, I didn't expect it to be such a chaos this time. It's only the number 9 revived place, but they're already fighting like this. Wouldn't they go crazy when they reach the number 3 revived place? Neza thought to himself, what do you know? If it weren't for my original body causing trouble, do you think a lot of people on both sides would have died? And this is only what we could see. There must be several people who were killed, which we didn't know. Suddenly, Neza's heart stirred. He waved his chaotic sky silk and flew out. "Ghost Blade, now that the thing is in my hands, you think you can snatch it?" With that, Neza rushed out, and Long Yu harvested the world origin with her sickle. Beside Long Yu, a strange-looking tree man, demonic plant, with 6 spears on his back was spinning the 2 short spears in his hand. "Should we keep Ghost Blade here forever?" Long Yu said, "You're thinking too much. Ghost Blade is too fast, and he has a death replacement art. Neza has killed him 3 times, but still hasn't really killed him. How can you keep him here forever?" Boom. The world origin fruit was picked, the power of the devouring worm disappeared, and the entire sandstorm suddenly stopped in the void and scattered. Bai Ranran and Butcherin were fighting. However, no matter how much Butcherin clamored to kill Bai Ranran, at this moment, he was sent flying in the sky by a series of seals, and the wall of ghouls was useless. Butcherin was also a little puzzled. King ambushed and killed 2 of my people first. Now, someone on your side actually used the power of the sky opening realm to kill 2 more of my people. Shouldn't I be the angry one? Why do I feel that you are even angrier than me? Butcherin didn't know that a certain someone had already used his image to provoke Bai Ranran and blatantly shouted that he wanted to bed her. How could Bai Ranran tolerate it? She didn't speak much in the first place. Since they were enemies, she certainly wouldn't show any mercy. However, this rude Butcherin was full of obscene words and provoked her to her face. Besides, Wu Hai, whom she valued the most, had been killed. How could she not be angry? While the battle was going on, a fiery light flashed across the sky, and Ghost Blade returned to the battlefield where Bai Ranran and the others were. Tianhong and Ghost Blade blocked Neza. Neza said indifferently, the city of scavengers recklessly used the power of the sky-opening realm. Do you have any explanation? Butcherin also roared, by Ran, you be *tch, when we go back this time, I will definitely not let you off. Neza, do you dare to join forces with me to kill these three? Neza pretended to think for a moment. Okay. By Ran naturally disdained to explain. Wu Hai's identity was not ordinary. And it was normal for him to have the means of the sky-opening realm. Even the City of Wanderers and the City of Origin demanded explanations. She would have plenty of excuses. The Neza avatar charged at Ghost Blade and Tian Hong alone. Outside the chaotic battle, Long Yu and the strange tree man were watching the battle. Long Yu asked, Li Canli, are you going to help him? The two of them estimated that if they attacked with all their strength, they might really have a chance to kill one of them. Suddenly, the two of them looked back at the same time. 1,000,000 kilometers away, they saw a man covered in red scales and with a long knife floating behind him appear in their vision. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When everyone saw Han Fei appear, the first to be stunned was by Ran. By Ran calculated in her heart. If she remembered correctly, the area where Yi Fenglu was in was 3 areas away from here. Why was he here? However, at this moment, the 3-party battle was about to break out and by Ran and the others didn't have time to think about it too much. Han Fei, on the other hand, had already slashed out from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. With his hands behind his back, Han Fei stood on his saber. Wherever he went, saber chi grew and saber waves rolled. To be honest, everyone was stunned by the way he appeared. Butcher N's heart sank. He didn't know this guy at all. And this person was clearly attacking Long Yu and Li Canli. So he was from the city of scavengers? However, the way he appeared was too ridiculous. Was this guy pretending to be something? Beside Long Yu, Li Canli's eyes turned cold. Let me. A lot of branches suddenly grew out of the tree man's body. Then, these branches began to spread out, and small leaves that looked like silver needles grew out of them. Swish. 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 After countless small leaves shot out of the void, they turned into spears that were also absorbing the power in the void. However, when the 2 endless spears collided with Han Fei's knife waves, they were almost crushed. Not good. Long Yu's expression changed slightly. Let me help you. Clatter. Like the sickle of the death god, when the dragon moon sickle rose, darkness covered Han Fei, and a sickle domain tried to harvest Han Fei. Clank, clank, clank. Clang. 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 By Ran frowned and cursed in her heart. Idiot, do you really think this is an arena battle? In actual combat, if your trump card can kill, just use it. Besides, you haven't fought these people before. However, in the darkness, a sword mark suddenly flashed, and the dazzling knife light was like a scorching sun rising to the sky. Everyone's pupils were constricted. This knife light actually carried a soul attack, making them lose their vision for a moment. Puff. In the blink of an eye, there were sounds of bodies exploding. Long Yu exclaimed, not good. The world origin. The characteristic of the world origin fruit was that it couldn't be placed in the origin sea after it was obtained. Once it was placed in the origin sea, it had to be refined on the spot. In such a chaotic situation, how could Long Yu have the time to refine it? Besides, she didn't snatch the world origin. Long Yu just took it. Who would have known that the moment her domain was broken, the world origin was snatched away? Bang! One of Long Yu's arms exploded into powder, and Han Fei had already appeared. Thousands of kilometers away, holding the world origin with one hand. What a fast guy. As the heir of the heavenly cicada family, Butcher and felt that the person just now was too fast. However, he also saw it clearly. Although this person was just snatching something, at that moment, he borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao and turned himself into a part of the knife light. The moment he touched Long Yu's arm, he used the great Tao of space and ran away before Long Yu and Li Canli could react. Clang! Clang! Neza used the universe ring to push off Ghost Blade, and the chaotic sky silk wrapped around the giant Vajra pillar of Tianhong, and instantly left the battlefield. The fire-pointed spear in his hand burst out, stabbing out a heavenly mark, and he charged at his original body. In any case, the world origin had been snatched away. As the leader of his team, he had to do something. However, Neza only had time to stab out his spear. Clank! At that moment, Han Fei casually took the long knife in his hand and flicked his thumb. The long knife was drawn out, and the world lost its color. Clang! The two attacks collided, and Han Fei took the opportunity to retreat tens of thousands of kilometers, dodging an extremely fast spear. He stomped and the blade inferno covered the space. Bai Ranran was surprised. What a beautiful movement technique. She thought to herself that the power displayed by Yi Feng was not strong enough to crush Long Yu and Li Canli, but his movement technique just now was really beautiful. Besides, she didn't know that Han Fei knew the great Tao of space. Seeing Neza's attack fail, Long Yu pointed her sickle at Han Fei. How dare you, thief? How dare you steal my world origin? I won't let you off. Han Fei said indifferently, it's mine now. Long Yu said, shameless. Do you really think I can't beat you? Han Fei waved his long knife and put his hand on his waist. A kitchen knife appeared there at some point. Huh. Ghost Blade couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone knew that Han Fei used a knife, but they only knew that Han Fei's knife couldn't be easily unsheathed. However, no one knew that Han Fei had another knife. Butcher and slashed crazily and held Bai Ranran back. At the same time, he shouted, Neza, can your people do it? Can't the two of your people even kill a small fry? However, Neza retreated and said indifferently, let's go. Long Yu and Li Canli were surprised. Why? Long Yu said anxiously, he snatched our world origin. Neza looked at Long Yu and said unquestionably, it's just a world origin. Long Yu had worked with Neza for 300 years, but she had never seen him retreat in battle. This could only mean that she had underestimated this knife cultivator. Long Yu immediately shut up, but she still asked Han Fei hatefully, what's your name? I'll definitely teach you a lesson in the future. Han Fei said indifferently, Yi Feng Lu, City of Scavengers. Humph. Neza wanted to leave, so there was no need for Ghost Blade and Tianhong to chase him. They couldn't kill him anyway, but could only narrowly suppress him. Now that he had retreated, there was no need for them to chase him. However, Butcherin was furious. Neza, you coward, aren't you very arrogant? Why, do you not dare to fight a nobody from the City of Scavengers today? Neza looked at Butcherin, idiot, one more word and I'll join forces with them to kill you first. Butcherin. Butcher and was shocked. If Neza retreated, it would be 1 against 4 on his side. If Neza attacked, how could they fight 1 against 7? Immediately, Butcher cursed, flapped his heavenly cicada wings, turned into a glazed shadow, and retreated. Anyway, this kind of person could be very arrogant or timid and would run faster than anyone else if necessary. Ran didn't chase him because she knew that Butcherin hadn't unleashed his true strength yet. After everyone left, Ran looked at Han Fei. "Why are you here?" Han Fei said indifferently, "There is nothing in the map you gave me. I searched all the way here." Ran, "So fast?" Han Fei ignored him and removed the saber domain. He looked at the world origin in his hand. "This one is mine, right?" Thinking of the great Tao of space that Han Fei had just unleashed, Ran couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you tell me that you walked the great Tao of space?" Han Fei looked up at Ran. "I used to only fight in the arena and didn't use it. Besides, no one can force me to use it, just like no one can easily force me to draw my saber." Ran was speechless. After all, she was the strongest in the sea establishment realm in the city of scavengers. Although Han Fei was very rude, as the leader, she couldn't scold him. Besides, this time, she was selecting personnel for her team. It was a good thing that Han Fei was strong. Ran guessed and suspected just because she didn't know Han Fei well. Ghost Blade said coldly, "Brat, speak politely." Han Fei said indifferently, "I'll beat you up sooner or later." Ghost Blade. Ran narrowed her eyes. "Since you've encountered it and obtained world origin, absorb it quickly and then follow us." Han Fei said in an emotionless voice, "Help yourself. I guess there is no more world origin here." Ran asked, "Why do you say that?" Han Fei said, "I've already eaten one, and the other one was eaten by a person from the city of origin. This is the third one. Since I came in, I've met 3. Even if there are more, no one is able to pick them." Ran was surprised. "You've already eaten one?" Han Fei, "Can't I?" It turned out that in the next few days, Ran and the others didn't get a single world origin fruit. This time, the one who gained the most was Yi Fenglu. This trial lasted for a total of 17 days. Later, when they left the battlefield, Ran and the others learned that in this operation, 5 people from the city of origin died, 3 from the city of scavengers, and only 1 from the Wanderer city died. After Butcherin returned, he was furious and crazily condemned the city of scavengers for not taking morality seriously and repeatedly using the combat power of the sky-opening realm. However, his condemnation didn't work. Apart from causing another round of battle on the graveyard battlefield, there were no benefits. In the following period of time, Han Fei went to the battlefield every day to watch the battles for fun. Because on the graveyard battlefield, in addition to exploring the primitive graveyards, there was also a fighting place. Because of the number 9 revived place, the 2 sides had been fighting for a month here. Every day, they clamored and challenged. Han Fei had fought such a battle once. After killing a king of the city of origin, he never had a chance to fight again. This was because the participants of the battles here were usually evenly matched. As they fought, it was not easy for them to die. Han Fei's killing of a king had really impressed many kings in the city of origin. Besides, according to Butcher N's description, Han Fei had fought Neza and snatched the world origin from Long Yu and Li Canli. Good Lord, who were these people? They were from the chosen team. This level was equivalent to the top 100 of the law enforcement camp and the elite members of the In family. Who dared to provoke them? Therefore, Han Fei could only watch the show every day. Everyone thought that Han Fei was just here to watch the battle. In fact, Han Fei was just calculating how many real strong masters there were in the scavenger camp and how to kill them as many as possible. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei watched the show for more than 3 months. During this period, he had also carried out 2 ordinary missions about primitive graveyards. After all, the relationship between the city of scavengers and the primitive city had been tense recently, and there were many disputes between them. Therefore, coincidentally, Han Fei was dealing with the primitive graveyard of the dispute with the city of origin. Bai Ranran and the others had witnessed him killing 4 kings in 2 trips. As for Han Fei, he seemed to have only completed an insignificant task. Every day, apart from going to the battlefield to watch the show, he used his authority to read the history of the graveyard battlefield. Until one day 3 months later, Han Fei was about to watch the show when Ghost Blade suddenly appeared in front of him. Ghost Blade, we've got a new mission. A big mission. Gather immediately. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Ghost Blade specifically mentioned a big mission, which made Han Fei interested. Was the number 3 revived place about to open? When Han Fei and Ghost Blade came to a camp, they found that more than 200 people had gathered there. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. He knew that more people would go to the number 3 revived place, but he didn't expect so many. There were only 7 people left in the team led by Bai Ranran. This time, there was a male powerhouse of the 10,000 scale race standing beside Bai Ranran, and behind him stood 9 members. It seemed to be a 10-person team. After Han Fei came in, the man glanced at Han Fei casually and didn't say much, but Han Fei could feel that the man didn't seem to take him seriously. After a while, when everyone was here, Bai Ranran said, "Everyone, listen up. This time, you will participate in an ultimate mission that's hard to come by. In 10,000 years. In the chaotic wasteland, billions of primitive graveyards are constantly recovering. This time, we found a primitive graveyard that is about to revive to the point where it can be called an origin ground." Hiss. An origin ground? How many opportunities are there? Many people were excited. An origin ground. An origin ground equaled to 100 or even 1,000 primitive graveyards. Even the primitive graveyards that were reviving couldn't compare to an origin ground. These people's hearts were pounding. Could it be that they had a chance to participate in the exploration of an origin ground this time? Bai Ranran said, "Don't celebrate too early. You only know that an origin ground has a lot of opportunities, but you don't know that an origin ground is also an extremely dangerous place. In history, every time an origin ground appears, a huge sacrifice is needed. The only thing you can be glad about is that this is an origin ground evolved from a revived primitive graveyard, which is much less dangerous than a real origin ground. But even so, you can't underestimate it." After Bai Ranran finished talking to these people, she gathered Han Fei and the other members of the team. Bai Ranran said, "You should have heard it. This is our real mission. We were just letting you see what a revived place is like and get some resources at the same time. And the city of scavengers, the city of wanderers, and the city of origin will definitely fight for this origin ground. For this place, dozens of strong masters have died, including one in the sky-opening realm. Therefore, you should know how rare this opportunity is. Beside Han Fei, the people chosen by Bai Ranran all looked solemn. Han Fei frowned slightly. So many people? Bai Ranran said, this is an exploration, but it's also a trial. However, the people selected for this trial are relatively special. The chosen ones will get a great opportunity that you will almost never encounter in your life. Han Fei understood that the so-called great opportunities referred to the chance to take part in the great competition in the divine capital dynasty. In this 100,000-year competition, anyone who could survive had a high chance of opening the sky. And for sea establishers, opening the sky was the greatest opportunity. Many people had worked hard for tens of thousands of years to no avail, but as long as they could survive this trip to the divine capital dynasty, their chance of opening the sky was more than 50%. Who wouldn't want to go? At this moment, the man leading the team on the other side walked over and said, Ran, because our relationship with the city of origin has worsened, Master Hong Huang arranged for our second team to come over to assist you. We have to communicate well and take care of each other. Bai Ranran looked at this person coldly. Yi Qingzhou, no one can help anyone in the melee. Just take care of yourself. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Don't worry. If there's a chance, I'll take care of your first team. With that, he brushed past Bai Ranran and the others. When he passed Han Fei, he was still smiling. Han Fei was very familiar with the inner camp now. Yi Qingzhou was a strong master second only to Bai Ranran in strength in the inner camp, so he led the second team alone. However, Yi Qingzhou and Bai Ranran didn't have a good relationship. Among the 10 strong masters in the inner camp, 4 of them were in Yi Qingzhou's team. This person's combat style was valiant and he was very murderous. Furthermore, he seemed to have always been in first place before Bai Ranran rose, so what he said on the surface couldn't be taken seriously. He said he would take care of the first team, but in fact, he might even secretly kill the strong masters of the first team in combat. However, Han Fei liked this kind of person. Anyway, they were all from the city of scavengers. It would be better if they killed each other and all died. Han Fei even felt that if Yi Qingzhou was capable, he could help him. After the mobilization meeting, under the lead of a sky-opening realm powerhouse, a total of 201 people rushed to the so-called number 3 revived place. Han Fei also wanted to see what the so-called revived place was. Half a month later, when the kings entered a primitive mist and came outside the so-called number 3 revived place, they saw that the city of wanderers and the city of scavengers teams had already arrived. When the sky-opening realm powerhouses from the city of wastelands saw the team of the city of wanderers, they saw at least 50 or 60 people, all of whom were from the chosen team. The emperor said in surprise, Xingyu, your city of wanderers has gathered all the members of the chosen team. Why, is there no one in the city of wanderers? Xingyu sneered. So many people from the chosen team have come. Shouldn't you be trembling? If the real strong masters of your law enforcement camp don't come, half of you will die. Humph. Shameless. Do you really think the chosen team is the strongest in the chaotic wasteland? On the other side, someone from the city of origin was looking at them coldly. Behind that person, Butcherin and the 2 female cultivators of the Yin family were also looking at the other 2 teams coldly. They hadn't entered the field yet, but it felt like a fight was about to break. Out. Han Fei established a connection with Neza again. However, this time, Han Fei learned something from Neza. This time, all the strongest powerhouses in the City of Wanderers had come. That was because Gu Tingnan knew that Han Fei's original body was among the agents of the City of Scavengers. As early as 300 years ago, Han Fei could already evenly match Pan Lydian, the leader of the top 10 lords. Now that he was in such a team, it would be strange if nothing happened to the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin. With Han Fei's murderous nature, at least half of the kings of the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin would be killed. Therefore, Gu Tingnan simply pushed all the strongest people in the City of Wanderers over. This was the tacit understanding between Gu Tingnan and Han Fei. After Han Fei received this news, he was speechless. Interesting. Could he kill all these people? He was still hoping to stand out from here and be selected to attend the 10,000-year competition. However, Han Fei couldn't really let the City of Wanderers suffer a loss. Therefore, he had no choice but to let more people from the City of Origin die. From the beginning to the end, Han Fei and Neza never looked at each other. A sky-opening realm powerhouse from the City of Scavengers threw out a jade slip and said, "Everyone, listen up. I will also enter the Origin ground this time. However, I will only be at the entrance. Once you feel that you are going to die, you can crush the jade slip. Once the jade slip is broken, you will be automatically teleported back to the entrance. Of course, once you return to the entrance, you will lose the qualification to explore the number 3 revived place this time." Huh? Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Even an emperor could enter? A message sent from Neza. Although it's an exploration, it's actually a trial. Everyone doesn't want too many people on their side to die. Therefore, they made a compromise that emperors can enter, but they can't walk around and can only stay at the exit. Han Fei got it. So although these people all said ferociously, but in fact, the real situation was that the 3 party sky openers would all enter the battlefield to protect their juniors and ensure everyone's safety. But Han Fei smiled in disdain. If the monarchs didn't come, what was the use of mere sky openers? If he really wanted to attack, who here could escape? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was temporarily assigned to the first team, which was by Ranran's team. However, when they entered the number 3 revived place, Bai Ranran said to them, "On this trip, there are too many enemies, so let's split up. Remember, there are no devouring worms in the number 3 revived place, so you will encounter many native creatures in the origin ground. Besides, these creatures were directly produced by World Origin. They are extremely strong and can't be underestimated. As long as you can survive, you will get opportunities." Bai Ranran's words puzzled everyone. Without the devouring worm, who would absorb the power of the World Origin? And where would the World Origin fruit come from? As if knowing everyone's doubts, Bai Ranran continued, "The World Origin is hidden in the bodies of these primitive creatures. Perhaps there are special places of dissipation inside. You need to search for it yourself. However, wherever there is a large amount of World Origin, there will definitely be danger." Han Fei didn't care. This was a training ground for Sea Establishment Realm cultivators. As a sky-opening realm cultivator, how could he be afraid of those dangers? A moment later, the 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses shouted, "Follow me." Into the passage. Buzz. When Han Fei appeared in the number 3 revived place, he found that there were many creatures here. With the sudden arrival of a large group of people, countless creatures fled. Among these creatures, Han Fei saw many familiar marine creatures, such as conchs, crabs, jellyfish, fish, barnacles, algae, starfish, squid, etc. Anyway, there were many kinds of creatures, which amazed many people. For most people, they had never really seen such pollution-free creatures. Someone sighed. Are these the true forms of ominous creatures? Someone was surprised. Although they are a little weak, there are too many kinds of creatures. I can perceive as many as 10,000. Hearing this, Han Fei sneered in his heart. Weak? The strongest of these creatures had already reached the venerable realm, and they were all advanced venerables. This was just the first time they had entered this place. If they really explored deeper, who knew what kind of creatures they would encounter? How could they feel these creatures were weak? Besides, Han Fei looked around. There were abundant, demonic plants here. Although they hadn't formed undersea jungles here, it wasn't far from it. This meant that this world was full of vitality. Any place had such rich vitality. It could be seen that most places were the same. However, Han Fei wondered what would happen if such a place full of vitality lost the support of the world origin. It could be expected that most creatures would lose the chance to grow. The vitality here would even be exhausted, and countless creatures would die. Han Fei couldn't imagine how many creatures had died in the countless primitive graveyards in the chaotic wasteland. At this moment, all the emperors shouted, "Everyone, listen up. This exploration will take 2 years at most. Let's go." Swish. 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 Streams of light flew in different directions. Those who could come to the number 3 revived place today were not weak at all. They were all powerhouses who had completely established their origin sea. These people naturally knew that it was meaningless to fight endlessly from the beginning. Therefore, in the early stages, no one would fight. Resources like world origin were extremely scarce even for Han Fei. If he wanted to completely dig out the current potential of his origin sea, he needed at least a dozen or 20 world origin fruits. Besides, Little Black, Little White, and the Emperor Sparrow also needed world origin. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to hunt. He should grab resources first. After rushing billions of kilometers away, Han Fei took out his fishing pole and hooked out the vast ocean navigator. Originally, Han Fei wanted to find the world origin, but the vast ocean navigator was spinning very fast. It seemed that there was world origin everywhere. The vast ocean navigator failed to point in a direction. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Point to the place where the world origin of this revived place gathers. This time, the vast ocean navigator aimed in a direction. Han Fei smiled and quickly rushed out. Since it was a revived place that had never been explored before, as for resources, it was naturally first come, first served. Han Fei began to rush as fast as he could. However, after traveling for less than 1 billion kilometers, he encountered a primitive creature in the sea. Establishment realm. A weird-looking scorpion. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Holy Crystal Scorpion King, primitive creature. Introduction: a primitive life form that has absorbed a large amount of world origin. It can directly mobilize the power of the world origin. Its great Tao has fused with the heavenly Tao here, so its combat power is enhanced. The Holy Crystal Scorpion King has extremely strong defense and is good at soul-attracting techniques. Deal with it with care. Level greater than 95. Quality Ancient Mutant. Realm Sea Establishment. Contained chaotic chi greater than 9,568 wisps. Battle Technique Life Barrier, Holy Crystal Body, Soul-Attracting Tail. Collectible Life Source, World Source Crystal, Soul-Hooking Tail Spike. Absorbable. Remarks: the Holy Crystal Scorpion King can mobilize the power of world. Origin. Its strength exceeds that of ordinary kings. When Han Fei saw the information about the Holy Crystal Scorpion King, he was a little surprised. It could directly mobilize the power of the world. Origin. What did it mean? The devouring worm also had the power to directly mobilize world. Origin. Ordinary kings were no match for the devouring worm unless they had a special technique. Han Fei immediately stopped and attacked without hesitation. Whether he was an invader or not, even if he didn't kill the Holy Crystal Scorpion King, others would definitely attack it. The strong preyed on the weak. If they could use others to improve themselves, many people wouldn't care if they killed other lives. The Holy Crystal Scorpion King also saw Han Fei. It lifted its pincers high into the sky, and Han Fei immediately felt a mysterious power of the Great Tao fuse into the pincers of the Holy Crystal Scorpion King. Han Fei slapped backhand, trying to test the power of the Holy Crystal Scorpion King. Bang! When the two powers collided, Han Fei felt the terrifying power of nearly 400,000 waves. How is that possible? Han Fei was shocked. The Holy Crystal Scorpion King was only level 95 and was still a long way from the peak of the Sea Establishment realm, but it had as much as 400,000 waves of power? No. Some of the power must not belong to it. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous. Han Fei thought to himself, I came from an origin ground too. Isn't the raging sea also an origin ground? But I can't borrow the power of the heavenly Tao in the raging sea, but the creatures here can. What's the reason? Bang! The Holy Crystal Scorpion King was slapped dozens of kilometers away by Han Fei, but the latter seemed to be fine and continued to charge at Han Fei. Besides, this time its speed was extremely fast, and the carapace on its body gradually became crystal clear as if it was erupting with some power. Bang! Han Fei continued to slap, but this time, his strength was 50,000 waves higher than before, but he only knocked the Holy Crystal Scorpion King back a 1,000 meters. The Holy Crystal Scorpion King's body glittered as if it had turned into a crystal body. Huh? Is this the Holy Crystal Body? Its original technique? Seeing that its strength was no match for Han Fei's, the Holy Crystal Scorpion King's stinger began to sway. This time, Han Fei clearly felt that the weather was changing, and there was a certain power of the Great Tao that secretly fused into the Holy Crystal Scorpion King's stinger. Swish! The soul-hooking stinger broke out of the void. Han Fei didn't fight back, letting the Holy Crystal Scorpion King try to hook his soul. Clang! An invisible soul barrier blocked it. Han Fei had roughly guessed the limits of this Saint Crystal Scorpion King's strength. Under the influence of the Great Tao here, its soul power had almost reached the peak of the Sea Establishment realm. It seems that this is the power enhancement after borrowing the world. Origin. Han Fei turned his hand and condensed a knife at the tip of his finger. This knife had the power of a normal peak-level sea establisher. With a swish, a shallow mark appeared on the crystal armor of the Holy Crystal Scorpion King. But his crystal armor was not directly broken. Its defense is indeed powerful, and it has a special power to replenish its defense at any time. Can world origin be used like this? Han Fei suspected that these so-called primitive creatures could use the power of world origin to greatly increase their attributes. However, outsiders like him could only fuse the world origin into their origin seas and dig out their own potential. Was this really the real use of world origin? Puff. Then, Han Fei didn't hold back anymore and killed the Holy Crystal Scorpion King with a single slash. However, when Han Fei killed the Holy Crystal Scorpion King, no great Dao cracks appeared in the sky, but he could feel that some invisible power instantly dissipated. From the dissipating power, Han Fei felt complicated Dao runes flashing beside him. After the Holy Crystal Scorpion King died, it left behind two things, a milky white energy body and an emerald green crystal. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes again. Name: Life Origin. Introduction: the life energy born from the primitive creatures of the world. After consuming it, it can increase your lifespan to different degrees, according to your strength. When you consume life energy to a certain limit, the increase in your lifespan will decrease. Level: none. Quality: ordinary. Vitality: a small amount. Effect: after swallowing it, it can increase lifespan. After seeing this thing, Han Fei knew that this was another way to increase his lifespan. He had used a lot of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique over the years, and his vitality had been consumed by 30,000 years in total. If this thing could replenish his lifespan, it would be great. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei reached out, grabbed the life origin, and sucked it into his body without hesitation. Immediately, he felt a large amount of vitality replenishing. This vitality replenishment, according to the consumption of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, was about 300 years. Han Fei sighed slightly in his heart. The reason why he replenished his vitality for more than 300 years should be related to his real realm. If he was really in the sea establishment realm, then this life origin shouldn't only replenish more than 300 years of vitality. It had to be known that a king had a lifespan of 100,000 years. It would be strange if it could only replenish more than 300 years of vitality. However, Han Fei wasn't discouraged. After all, this was the first sea establishment realm creature he had encountered. Besides, it had not only provided a portion of life origin, but also a portion of world origin. When Han Fei's eyes fell on the emerald crystal, information popped up again. Name: World Origin Crystal. Introduction: this is the world origin crystal born by the primitive creatures after they absorb the world origin. With the world origin crystal, they can connect with the heavenly Tao here and fuse with the heavenly Tao to form the body of man and nature. Anyone who produces the world origin crystal can borrow the power of the heavenly Tao to erupt with powerful power. Level: C establishment. Quality: average. Contained world origin: a small amount. Effect: after taking it, it can stimulate one's potential and transform one's Tao into the heavenly Tao. Twin divine technique. Han Fei didn't know if he needed to refine the world origin crystal immediately, so he used the twin divine technique to ensure his safety. After Han Fei threw the world origin crystal into the origin sea, he found that it was fundamentally different from the world origin fruit. This thing wouldn't spontaneously fuse into the origin sea, but could be stored in the origin sea. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. If that was the case, would there be a high chance that he would get a large number of world origin crystals from others in this battle in the number 3 revived place? Han Fei felt that it was very likely. Refining the world origin required time. No one could guarantee that no one would discover him while he was refining the world origin crystal. If he was discovered, he would be in a passive position. With this in mind, Han Fei smiled. It seemed that he had something to do in the next 2 years. However, Han Fei still chose to try refining it. After time was accelerated in his origin sea, the refining speed was extremely fast. After only dozens of seconds in the outside world, the world origin crystal had been refined by Han Fei. However, Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. This level of world origin was far inferior to the world origin fruit condensed by the devouring worm. Han Fei estimated that its effect was at most 1% of the world origin fruits. This also meant that he had to kill at least 100 primitive creatures of this realm to obtain a world origin fruit. Seeing this, Han Fei's interest was greatly reduced. If it weren't for the fact that these primitive creatures could bring him some vitality, he probably wouldn't have been willing to hunt these sea establishment realm primitive creatures. Therefore, after refining this world origin crystal, Han Fei accelerated again. Hunting the primitive creatures of this world was not his goal. What he wanted to find was the place where the world origin was born. One day later, because Han Fei was too fast, he encountered some sea establishment creatures on the way, but he didn't stop. The vast ocean navigator pointed at the place where the world origin gathered. From the beginning, Han Fei's goal was very clear. He was going there for the greatest opportunity in this world. If he guessed right, Neza would also go to this place. And these sea establishment creatures along the way were like sesame seeds compared to the greatest opportunity. He had no reason to pick up these sesame seeds without taking the watermelon. 3 days later. Although he would be disturbed, it only took Han Fei 3 days to cross tens of billions of kilometers and come to a strange place where it was full of strong masters. Han Fei had to stop because he perceived at least 3 sea establishment creatures, 1 spider, 1 crab, and 1 starfish. Besides, the strength of the sea establishment creatures here was not as simple as the holy crystal Scorpion King he had encountered before. These 3 sea establishment creatures, in terms of size and threat, far exceeded the holy crystal Scorpion King. Buzz. Han Fei stepped out of the void, but he didn't stop. Logically speaking, sea establishment creatures should at least have some territorial awareness. It was already strange that these 3 could get along in such 1,000,000 kilometers of sea. When Han Fei stepped into the perception range of the 3 creatures, they all looked at Han Fei with hostility. Seeing this starfish, Han Fei couldn't help but think of the hexagon starfish that refused to come out with him. Han Fei thought that it was indeed dangerous outside and everything was unknown. With the hexagon starfish as a burden, he might mess up, so he just let him stay in the raging sea. Now, a starfish king had appeared here, and he looked extremely strong. The moment Han Fei appeared, the 3 strong masters burst out and charged at him. Han Fei didn't want to test the strength of these creatures. With a glance, he knew that they were peak-level sea establishment creatures. Han Fei drew his knife from the void and swept it across with the power of the sky-opening realm. Puff. How could the sea establishers easily resist the combat power of a sky-opener? Even if these creatures could borrow the power of world origin, they hadn't crossed the threshold of the sky-opening realm. It had to be known that not everyone could cross realms to fight. To cross realms, the world origin might have to provide them with several times the power. Unfortunately, this ridiculous improvement wasn't so easy, so Han Fei killed the spider with one slash. Seeing how terrifying Han Fei was, the crab and the starfish immediately ran away. Unfortunately, how could their speed compare to Han Fei's? With a yin-yang reincarnation saber and a knock on the heavenly gate, both of them died. Han Fei absorbed the life origin left behind by the three of them in a row. Then threw the world origin crystals into the origin sea and continued forward. The further Han Fei went, the more powerful creatures he found. At first, Han Fei killed about a dozen creatures at the peak of the sea establishment realm along the way, replenishing thousands of years of vitality, and also stored a lot of world origin crystals. Han Fei estimated that according to these creatures at the peak of the sea establishment realm, these dozen or so should be comparable to half a world origin fruit. However, after a while, Han Fei found that something was wrong, because he sensed a large number of creatures surrounding him from all directions. Besides, what surrounded him were 4 creatures in the sky-opening realm. Hiss. Han Fei took a slight breath. Is this the so-called semi-origin ground? Isn't the level of this world a little too high? There aren't many sky-opening realm powerhouses in the raging sea, but 4 sky-opening realm creatures came from this half-revived place. Han Fei didn't mind if they were just ordinary sky-opening realm creatures. But the creatures here could borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. This meant that even if these creatures were only initial sky-opening realm creatures, their theoretical strength was at least 30 to 50% stronger than ordinary sky-opening realm creatures. Outsider, why did you invade our home? Han Fei's heart did a flip, and he immediately replied, I'm here to take the world origin here. As far as I know, after the world origin dries up, this world is just silent, and there is no more vitality to give birth to more creatures. At least, you can still live. Therefore, I hope you don't stop me. Because you can't. A 3-headed python stood up. Outsider, you invaded our world and killed countless strong masters in our world, and now you even want to cut off the foundation of our world. Why, do we have to be grateful to you? Han Fei said indifferently, since you know that someone is coming, you should know that I'm not the only outsider. The strong prey on the weak. This is the law of survival in this world. As long as no one stops me, I can spare your lives. However, if I don't attack you, do you think whether others will attack you or not? Don't be arrogant. Our world is inviolable. A crocodile man holding a beheading knife slashed at Han Fei. The terrifying power carried a mighty heavenly might, wrapped in 9 layers of thunderclouds, as if a super powerhouse who had been in the sky-opening realm for a long time was attacking. However, in the eyes of the other creatures in the sky-opening realm, Han Fei didn't dodge, but just raised his hand. Clang! The surging waves rose one after another, shaking more than 100 times. But when the wave dissipated, Han Fei was still standing where he was, grabbing the long knife with one hand without even breaking the skin on his hand. Hiss. The 4 sky-opening powerhouses were all shocked. This person was actually so strong? If he could shake the sky-openers with his bare hands, wouldn't his strength be much stronger than theirs? Han Fei said again, as I said, I only take the world origin and don't want to kill too many people. At the same time, let me tell you something. Your world is not hidden from the outside world. Many people know and monitor your world. Even if I don't come to take your world origin today, someone else will in the future. I can spare your lives, and even take you to the outside world. But the other races won't reason with you. As he spoke, Han Fei stomped and a 10,000-foot-tall Dharma idol appeared. The 100,000-foot-tall Dharma idol glowed with golden light and said in a deep voice, I only reason with you once. If I can communicate with you, I can continue to discuss with you. If I can't, you can try to see who can block my blow. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The native creatures in the number 3 revived place were also confused. They knew that there would be people coveting this world, but judging from the comprehensive strength of the people who came in before, they were usually only in the sea establishment realm. Most of the people who came in were captured by them. But this time, Han Fei's arrival made them scared of the outside world. The power Han Fei showed was too strong. A full-strength attack of the sky opening realm was blocked by him with his bare hands, and he even threatened to take the world origin. At first, these powerhouses were certainly unwilling. A big jellyfish among them secretly asked all the sea establishers to retreat. Han Fei didn't care about that. Instead, he smiled and said, well, or, I can give you a chance. If you beat me, I won't attack you again. The 4 sea beasts seemed to see hope. In fact, even if Han Fei didn't say it, some of them still wanted to take action. Especially the jellyfish. It suddenly sealed the void within 100,000 kilometers and created a corrosive cage. Han Fei could feel that the cage seemed to have the power to corrode flesh and soul. Unfortunately, they didn't know the limits of Han Fei's current body and soul. Han Fei said, anything else? If this is what you've got, even if I don't do anything, none of you will survive. With that, a big squid turned into a spiral in the void, like a drill. Han Fei could feel a metal sharpness aura. With the power of world origin and the heavenly Tao, it tried to pierce Han Fei. There was also a crab. Its huge pincers opened and closed, pinching the void to burn, and the wind and waves produced knives. The only one who didn't attack was a clam demon. Han Fei raised his hand and all great Daos in one sword appeared. Now, Han Fei activated the great Tao again. Its power was so terrifying that it easily exceeded 10 million waves. Many great Daos fused, and all great Daos in one sword almost crushed the sky-opening realm cultivators who hadn't turned their origin seas into stars. Clang! 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 Ka ka ka. The huge octopus body exploded inch by inch under the attack of all great Daos. In one sword, minced into blood foam from head to toe. If Han Fei hadn't planned to kill these people, he would have killed the squid first. The squid was pierced through. Han Fei's Dharma idol grabbed the crab's two huge pincers with both hands and pulled with great force, and Tao runes burst out. With a crack, a rumbling sound echoed in the sky. The crab's giant pincers were broken by Han Fei, and it couldn't resist at all. As for the cage, Han Fei raised his knife and slashed out with the draw technique. Billions of knife lights swept across the sea and attacked indiscriminately. The cage shattered like paper. Han Fei said casually, surrender or not? At this moment, Han Fei didn't restrain himself. The overwhelming blood qi seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to swallow them alive. At this moment, the big clam said in a crisp voice, okay, no need to fight. The big clam transformed into a clam girl with an enchanting posture. As the clam girl spoke, the others also restrained themselves and stopped attacking. They all turned into human forms. Obviously, they had already mastered the method of transformation. Han Fei thought it made sense. How could they, all sky openers, not be able to do such a small thing? At this moment, the squid had just regathered its body and looked at Han Fei in shock. Looking around, it found that the crab was no better than it. It couldn't help but smile bitterly. They really couldn't resist this person. The clam girl said, "Do you want to destroy the creatures in this domain, just to obtain the world origin? Aren't you afraid that your body will be burnt by negative karma and you won't be able to advance anymore?" Han Fei sneered. "Are you kidding me? Although world origin can revive this world, it won't cause this world to be completely destroyed. The power of world origin can be regenerated. At most, the ordinary creatures here will lose the space for advancement for a period of time. Besides, I'm not the one who wants to destroy this world. There are 3 sky openers guarding the exit of this world, and no one is weaker than me. They treat this place as a hunting ground. Even if I don't take the world origin, they will take it. In the outside world, there are countless small worlds like yours. Most of them are already dormant now, and there is not a single living being inside. Although I will absorb the world origin of this world, I can help you survive in the outside world, but the others might not be as kind as me." Han Fei paused and said, "You should know that it's easy for me to kill you. I don't have to reason with you. I also know that your bodies contain a lot of life origin and world origin crystals, but I don't care. However, this doesn't mean that I'm a merciful person." The 4 of them smiled bitterly in their hearts. In fact, they already believed Han Fei. Indeed, with Han Fei's strength, it was not difficult to kill them. Besides, at the moment this world was broken through, they did know that this world had been invaded. They had also learned from some way that the 3 sky openers Han Fei mentioned were guarding here indeed. In fact, someone had investigated this world before. However, at that time, they were lying low and didn't dare to show up. Now they had appeared because they were forced to do so. After all, the other party had completely broken in. This time, they had thought that the number of the sky openers on their side was no less than these invaders. But they never expected that in addition to the 3 sky openers, there was also a strong master like Han Fei. Han Fei even said that none of the 3 were weaker than him. Didn't this mean that any of the 3 could easily beat the 4 of them? If that was the case, there was no way to fight this battle. No matter how many people came, they couldn't withstand the blow of such a strong master. Alas! The clam girl sighed slightly. Actually, we learned about the so-called world origin from the former invaders. In our world, it's not called the world origin, but this power is called the origin substance. And most of us were born and awakened under the nourishment of the origin substance. However, we obtained the origin substance because the origin substance itself created us. However, no matter how we want to absorb the origin substance, we can only cultivate and absorb it in the place where the origin substance dissipates. If we want to take out all the origin substance at once, we can't do it. If I guess right, you probably can't do it either. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Indeed, without the devouring worm, he didn't know how to obtain the world origin. However, since a large number of strong masters from the 3 major powers had entered this world, there was only one way for them to obtain world origin, which was to kill. Han Fei was stunned. He didn't want to destroy the sea area directly, but he knew how strong the people who came this time were. They were equivalent to the top 200 super powerhouses in the law enforcement camp. Even if the creatures in the number 3 revived place could borrow the power of the world origin, their combat experience was generally lower than the strong masters of the 3 major forces. Besides, from the previous battles, no matter how strong these native creatures were, in theory, it was not easy for them to defeat the invading sea establishers one-on-one. And how many creatures had the invaders who came with him killed to obtain enough world origin? Han Fei seemed to understand why the 3 major forces did this, because the amount of the world origin of an origin ground was limited. With so many people attacking together, it was impossible for everyone to have one. Instead, it was calculated by the number of kills. As long as everyone killed the primitive creatures here, they could obtain a small amount of world origin and gain experience. Why not? However, the price was the death of a large number of primitive creatures in the origin ground. But in the eyes of those strong masters, this was nothing. Countless origin grounds had been destroyed. Who would care about such a semi-origin ground? Han Fei said, "It's my business whether or not I can get the so-called origin substance. I don't think you want to see countless creatures here being killed by the invaders, right? Why don't we cooperate? I'll help you kill a large number of invaders. At the same time, I guarantee that you can leave this world and find a safe place for you in the outside world." 5 days later. This was already the fastest speed of Neza. He couldn't move as fast as his original body. Therefore, his speed was relatively slower than his original body. When Neza was about to come to this sea area, the information was synchronized. In an instant, the original body and the clone communicated, so Neza knew what his original body was going to do. When Neza came here, he saw that Han Fei was with a few sky-opening realm powerhouses. He immediately said, "The outside world doesn't know that there are sky-opening realm powerhouses here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a large number of sea establishment realm powerhouses coming in this time." The clam girl and the others were puzzled. "What's this?" Han Fei said, "My avatar. At present, nearly 600 peak-level sea establishers will hunt the creatures here. These people are very strong. You should know what this means, right?" The 4 emperors were shocked. They were measuring the invaders by the strength of Neza. However, they were all in the sky-opening realm, so they could tell how strong Neza was. The clam girl asked, "Brother Ren, you said that you could find a safe place for us to live. But what about the creatures here?" Han Fei said, "It depends on how you cooperate with me." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. 7 days later. In a certain sea area in the number 3 revived place, there was an undersea jungle full of vitality. In this place where demonic plants were rampant, many sea establishment realm primitive creatures had gathered. This was the treasure land of number 3 revived place closest to the exit. In the city of origin and the city of scavengers, more than a dozen sea establishers found this place one after another, and a great battle broke out. Rumble! Rumble! In a violent explosion, a powerhouse of the 10,000 scale race died. His flesh and blood were swallowed by the demonic plants here. The other 2 Powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race were fleeing out. One of them shouted, "Something is wrong with this place." 6c. Establishment realm demonic plants have gathered here at once. It must be a real treasure trove. Unfortunately, we don't have enough manpower. While fleeing, the other person took out a jade slip. I'll call some people. Over. It's difficult for the two of us to seize the opportunities here alone. If the people from the city of origin and the city of wanderers come, we can. Forget about obtaining the opportunities here. The man nodded. Okay. However, we'd better retreat first. Be careful of the right side. These demonic plants are not slow. We can't be surrounded by them. Otherwise, it will be too late for us to escape. The two of them were like two streams of light, flashing in the sea. They were being chased by 3 demonic plants. After 100 seconds, just as they were about to escape from the undersea jungle, they sensed that people from the city of origin had appeared, and there were as many as 4 people from the city of origin. Not good. The people from the city of origin have arrived. How can it be so fast? Isn't this direction the exploration direction of our city of scavengers? Why are they here? I don't know. If we rush out, we can survive. Otherwise, once we are entangled by these primitive demonic plants, how can the people of the city of origin give up this opportunity to reap the benefits? At that time, we won't be able to escape and can only retreat. However, the people from the city of origin on the opposite side also discovered these 2 people. The woman in the lead shouted, "The 2 guys from the 10,000 scale race are being hunted by the natives. Block them." Swish. 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 The triangular divine seal flashed between the eyebrows of the 4C establishers at the same time. There were only 2 of them. If they blocked their way, they could capture these 2 people, and the demonic plants behind would naturally be theirs too. It was 4 against 2. Logically speaking, they might not be able to keep the other party here. However, with a swish, a pair of heavenly cicada wings appeared on the back of the woman from the city of origin. The 2 kings of the 10,000 scale race were shocked. Not good, it's someone from the heavenly cicada family. Come on, run separately. Whoever can escape will get reinforcements. If you feel you're going to die, crush the jade slip and give up this trial. The appearance of the disciple of the heavenly cicada family meant that one of them will have to die. This was because the heavenly cicada family members were too fast. Fortunately, there was only one disciple of the heavenly cicada family. Otherwise, neither of them could escape. Chirp. Like a glazed phantom, the woman flew nearly 1,000,000 kilometers, reached out, and grabbed a longbow. Her figure almost disappeared. The 10,000 scale race powerhouse who was targeted by the woman was shocked. Was his luck so *king bad? He knew that if he broke out of the encirclement at this time, he would definitely die. Therefore, he turned around and rushed towards the encirclement of the 3 demonic plants. If he turned back, he might have a chance of survival, but if he was to break through, he would definitely die. As for giving up this trial, he didn't want to. He still had a trace of hope in his heart. The woman from the Yin family was also very decisive and shouted, "Keep an eye on this one, and let the other one go. When he gets reinforcements here, we have already swept this area." The strong always had great confidence. These 4 people didn't know what was in the depths of the undersea forest. They had sensed 3C establishment. Realm demonic plants here. The 10,000 scale race powerhouse ignited his blood and activated all his secret techniques, and his strength suddenly increased greatly. He rushed at a vortex flower, thinking that as long as he broke through this, he could use the power of these 3 demonic plants to stop the people of the infamily. Dragon Soul Slaying Spear. The 10,000 scale race powerhouse unleashed his strongest blow in his life. This blow consumed at least 5,000 years of his vitality, but he didn't care. Puff. Bang. The red flower in the vortex was stopped by this blow. The suction force paused and the flower was penetrated. A shadow flashed past the body of the red flower. Ha ha ha. So what if you're from the infamily? I don't believe you can deal with 5 or 6 demonic plants at once. Damn it, I was so scared that I almost gave up this trial. The woman from the infamily frowned slightly. The 3 demonic plants can't even keep one person here. How can they stop me? Swish. The woman from the infamily shot an arrow through the air. The arrow turned into a spiral arrow shadow that shot thousands of kilometers into the sky. Bang! With just one blow, half of the big red flower was blown up, and the suction force of the void was destroyed by the blow. Just as the woman from the infamily was about to kill the big red flower, a huge vortex suddenly appeared. In the vortex sea, a tree man threw a spear at the woman from the infamily. Humph. Mere tricks. Die. The triangular divine seal between the eyebrows of the woman from the infamily was activated, and another arrow burst out. However, this time, the void was broken, and the void within 100,000 kilometers was filled with irregular suction forces. This arrow was triggered by the suction force and failed to do anything. At the bottom of the sea, countless vines shot into the sky, sealing this place, turning it into a forbidden place. Humph. 3 demonic plants dare to stop me? Just as the woman was about to erupt, she saw the seabed break open and hundreds of tentacles extend out. It was a 5-colored clam that looked like anemones. As soon as the clam opened, a sickle cut through the sky and charged at the people from the infamily. When the woman from the infamily took a closer look, wasn't that long you from the city of wanderers? Not good. We've been tricked. Retreat. However, behind them, another person was standing on a tree vine. The woman from the infamily's face changed slightly. Lee Canley? The powerhouse of the 10,000 scale race, who had just run away, saw that the place where he broke through was covered by a vortex, and his perception couldn't penetrate it, so he knew that the people of the heavenly cicada family were blocked. He grinned. Heh. When you enter the depths of the undersea jungle, you will experience what despair is. Who? Roar. The 10,000 scale race powerhouse's soul trembled. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the coral bushes on the colorful seabed suddenly rose, and a bloody mouth was about to bite his head. Puff. Before this person could escape, he was chewed into pieces, and a colorful snake slowly swam out of the sand. On the other side, a 10,000 scale race powerhouse who thought he could escape suddenly saw a sea of fire descend. In the next second, a flame cover covered him. 9 Dragon Divine Fire Cover? Neza? Hey! Smart, it's your grandfather, me. Buzz. Amidst the flames, the universe ring rolled, and this person was crushed by Neza. In the blink of an eye, 2 sea establishment realm powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race died. The remaining people from the city of origin were surrounded by Long Yu, Li, Canli, and the 3C establishment realm demonic plants. The woman from the Yin family shouted, "Long Yu, you're actually teaming up with these natives? If it's known, your city of wanderers will definitely be punished." Long Yu waved her sickle and charged at him. "I don't know what you're talking about. We're teaming up with the natives? Are you blind? This is called seizing an opportunity." Bang! 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 Here, a great battle broke out. In the beginning, it was 5 against 4. But in less than 100 seconds, another big snake, a lobster, and a starfish came. The woman from the Yin family was shocked. How could they win this battle now? Why were there so many strong masters in this undersea forest? Was there a place here with hidden treasures? Or was this the place where the world origin dissipated? With a thought, the woman crushed a jade slip and ran away. While escaping, she shouted, "Crush the jade slip and give up this trial." In any case, she felt that Long Yu and the others had cooperated with the natives, but what she didn't know was that the entire city of wanderers had cooperated with the natives. Therefore, she didn't think this was a very important secret. She just wanted to wait for more people to come and flatten this place. However, she couldn't give up this trial. This was the only chance to go to the divine capital dynasty. As for the other 3, she could only ask them to evacuate. It would be good enough if she could escape alone. Chirp! Sword opening the heavenly gate. Pfft! Just when the woman thought that she could rush out, a pair of yin-yang sword shadows slashed twice in a row, directly destroying the woman's body and soul. The other 3 were shocked and were about to crush the jade slip and send themselves back to the exit. However, a demonic sound shook their souls and they lost their minds at the same time. In a life-and-death battle between strong masters, the end of these 3 people could be imagined. When the 3 of them died, Neza appeared. Seeing this, Long Yu waved her hand. Neza. After a while, the battle ended. In this hunt, 7 kings were killed, which was an extraordinary result. After killing these enemies, Han Fei said to the big red flower and the 5-colored snake, "Continue to ambush. If nothing goes wrong, more people will come next time. However, you should be prepared to evacuate. If too many people die in one place, it will inevitably arouse the attention of the strong. When the strong arrive, it will be difficult to fight here." The 5-colored snake said, "My master said that there will be 8 peak level C establishers ambushing in the coral plain in advance. After the next stop, we should evacuate there. Now, let's return to the depths of the forest." Neza nodded. After the demonic plants and sea beasts retreated, Long Yu asked in surprise, "How did you persuade these primitive natives to cooperate? If this kind of ambush happens a few more times, won't the city of origin and the city of scavengers vomit blood?" Neza smiled and said, "Our goal is to defeat the city of origin and the city of scavengers. If we don't kill hundreds of them, this trip will be in vain." Li Canli asked, "Boss Neza, is it really okay for us to cooperate with these primitive creatures?" "Neza, don't worry. What you need to worry about is that there must be a lot of people in the next wave. Be careful not to let them crush the jade slip and teleport back to the exit." Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations 3 months later. Buzz. On the city of Scavengers' side, 2 kings of the 10,000 scale race appeared one after another. This was the 12th time in the past 3 months that someone had abandoned the competition. A total of 17 people of the city of Scavengers had returned. The emperor who led the team this time was Qiu Shotsong, who was ranked second among the top 10 lords. Currently, among the 3 major powers, the city of Scavengers had the most people who abandoned the competition, which made him lose face. After all, the people who participated in the exploration of the number 3 revived place were all elites among elites, and almost no one was weak. Why did so? Many of them abandoned the competition? On the city of Origin's side, there were only 11 people who had given up on this competition, and there were only 5 people from the city of Wanderers. How could he accept it? He could actually understand why few people in the city of Wanderers gave up the competition. After all, those guys from the city of Wanderers were all like lunatics in combat. How could you expect lunatics to quit the competition? But on the city of Origin's side, the number of people who abandoned the competition was so much less than theirs. This made him feel terrible. Besides, Qiu Shotsong knew that in addition to those who abandoned the competition, many strong masters from the city of Scavengers had died. Those who participated in the exploration of the number 3 revived place all had life tablets left with him. N. However, in just 3 months, 46 life tablets had been broken. Qiu Shotsong knew that the exploration of the number 3 revived place this time was very difficult. Because the 3 major powers were exploring together, it was inevitable for them to fight each other, so he could understand why there was a high probability of death. However, he estimated that it was normal for about 20% of the participants to die in a year. But it had only been 3 months, and more than 20% of the people had died. What if a year later? Qiu Shotsong looked at the 2 people who were teleported back with an ugly expression and snorted. Tell me, were you ambushed too, or did you encounter a powerful enemy? One of them said, My lord, we were indeed ambushed. The 4 of us encountered 9 sea beasts. These sea beasts are mostly demonic plants and have concealment methods that we can't defend against. We knew that we would die if we stayed, so we had to. Another person hurriedly said, My lord, you might not believe it, but this is the 2nd time we've been ambushed. Qiu Shotsong frowned. It was only natural since these natives were intelligent, but this crazy ambush was infuriating. But Qiu Shotsong still said angrily, Are you all F***king idiots? They know how to ambush, but why didn't you stay together? One of them said, My lord, we discovered as early as a month ago that these primitive creatures like to stay together in a forbidden place. Therefore, we all summoned our compatriots and moved out together. However, we guessed that the others should have the same thoughts as us. They all formed teams one after another. Some people formed large teams, while others formed small teams. Now, when we summon our compatriots, we basically can't find anyone who is alone. Another person added, Besides, there are more treasures in the number 3 revived place, and most of the areas we explore are different. The 2 of us encountered each other before and explored together. However, there were 8 of us back then, but now only the 2 of us are left. On the other side, Xingyu shouted, Qiu Shotsong, there are so many people in the city of Scavengers who are afraid of death. Now that 2 more have returned, you might as well let them all abandon the competition. If you guys are not capable Don't force yourselves. Qiu Shotsong sneered. Humph. Xingyu, I don't believe that the number of casualties in the city of wanderers will be small. Xingyu smiled faintly. Which person in the city of wanderers hasn't wandered? On the edge of death? We know better about how to seize the opportunity. Which path of cultivation isn't full of bones? Humph. While Xingyu was teasing Qiu Shotsong, the strong masters in the city of origin were also disappointed. 4 members of the Yin family had died, and 37 had died. This number had greatly exceeded his expectations. They had also scanned this place with their perception, but there were indeed only see establishment realm creatures in this world. These primitive natives could only borrow the power of their life origin. Was it really so difficult to fight them? Xingyu didn't know what Qiu Shotsong and the emperor of the Yin family were thinking, but he knew that so far, only 5 people had died on the city of wanderers' side. Besides, he had asked the people who had returned from the competition and already knew about the cooperation between Neza and the primitive natives. He thought that before he came, the Master of Silence had specially instructed that no matter what happened on this trip, he should watch more and say less, and let Neza do whatever he wanted. At first, Xingyu thought that Neza would stir up a storm and cause a few big melees. However, who knew that this guy could cooperate with the natives? Judging from the looks of Qiu Shotsong and in Taiping and the number of people on their side who had abandoned the competition, many of them had probably died, at least 2 or 3 times more than on their side. Xingyu was very curious. What would Neza do in the end? Now, inside the number 3 revived place, the exploration had changed from individual exploration to team exploration. This must have been deliberately done by Neza. He wanted to force the city of origin and the city of scavengers to gather their people through the natives. Is this guy trying to kill all of them in one fell swoop? This is too outrageous. Inside the number 3 revived place, Han Fei was standing outside a dark abyss. The world origin was dissipating from here. According to the degree of dissipation of the world origin, the speed of dissipation was at least 10 times faster than ordinary primitive graveyards that had just recovered. Unfortunately, it was still too little for him. He had thought that he could go in and take a look, but when Han Fei calculated with the 9 palace luck ruler, he found that the divination result was an impasse. Han Fei didn't quite understand. After all, this was just a revived place and had once been destroyed. What danger was there here that could put him in an impasse? However, Han Fei also knew that an impasse often represented great opportunities. If it weren't for the fact that there was a hunt going on outside, he might have already gone down. At this moment, the clam girl walked over. Brother Ren, the people of the 2 major forces have basically joined forces. If we don't show up, it will be difficult for us to ambush them again. Han Fei didn't answer the question but asked, have any of you tried going down? The clam girl was briefly stunned. Yes, but all those who went down were killed. Han Fei curled his lips slightly. If he fully unleashed his strength, he was definitely on the level of the top 10 lords of the city of scavengers. Besides, now the Emperor Sparrow no longer resisted him. If they joined forces, he might have a chance of survival. Han Fei raised his head. Killing the kings of these 2 forces was not his purpose. In addition to Neza's hunting behavior, Han Fei had asked the 4 primitive sky openers to set up as many as a dozen traps in the number 3 revived place. Each trap was guarded by at least 7 or 8 sea establishment. Realm powerhouses. Those were not ordinary sea establishment realm powerhouses, but peak sea establishers. This was already all the peak sea establishers in the number 3 revived place. Han Fei said, there are many kings in this world, and we can't kill them all. Besides, there are still emperors outside, which is not something a small world can resist at all. Next, we need to sacrifice. Sacrifice? The clam girl frowned slightly. What do you mean? Han Fei said, we've been lying in ambush for 3 months, and we've killed a lot of people. However, we can't keep winning like this, or the other party will be suspicious. Once their sky openers take action, we can't play this game anymore. Therefore, we have to pay the necessary sacrifices. On my side, there will also be many sacrifices. Clam girl, fight them head on? Han Fei said, if you can, just ambush them. Anyway, when the number of strong masters on both sides is about the same, you can only fight them head on. Of course, my men will help. You won't fight alone. The clam girl was silent for a long time. How do we know that you're not using us to suppress your opponent? Han Fei chuckled. Do you think it's fun for me, a sky opener, to sneak into the sea establishers? While the clam girl was puzzled, Han Fei said, if it's just these sea establishers, I can kill them all in 2 years. But why did I cooperate with you? The clam girl asked, why? Han Fei said, I once came from a small world like yours. Therefore, I don't have any intention of destroying you. We're both in the same boat. After you leave this place, you'll probably walk the path of resisting these 2 forces. It's only natural that I help you. You have no reason not to believe me. Because you won't be of much use to me, and you won't become one of my helpers. The clam girl took a deep breath. Okay, but I still want to avoid large-scale casualties as much as possible. Han Fei smiled. Of course. After another few months, Han Fei went to see Neza. After synchronizing some of his thoughts and information, he returned to the black hole abyss. He decided to take the risk. It wasn't that he hadn't been in an impasse before. If it really didn't work out, he could turn to eldest senior brother for help. But now, he had to grab all the opportunities. Obviously, although the opportunity in front of him was extremely dangerous, the benefits would definitely not be small. Therefore, in the eyes of the clam girl and the other emperors, Han Fei jumped into the black hole abyss. The big crab sighed. Is he crazy? Did he really jump in? The squid asked, if he dies, who will do what he promised me? His avatar? Clam girl, he said that it has been arranged. The jellyfish asked, can we believe him? The clam girl said, he seems to have no need to lie to us. He even dares to jump into the abyss of death. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When he jumped into the dark abyss, Han Fei had already summoned the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei said, we will enter an extremely dangerous place. If we encounter any danger, I hope you can unleash your strongest strength. The Emperor Sparrow was lost for words. In the end, I'm not very strong now. In terms of combat power, I'm only in the sky-opening realm. Huh. Why do I feel that this place has the smell of ancient times? Han Fei thought to himself, wherever you go, there will be the smell of ancient times. Han Fei said, this is a primitive graveyard that has been dormant for a long time. Now that nearly half of it has recovered, this is the only and most dangerous place in this world. As if to confirm Han Fei's words, or maybe to confirm the Emperor Sparrow's words, a scorching and pungent smell full of sulfur instantly rushed into Han Fei's nose. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that it was no longer dark, but a dark red world. When Han Fei looked back, he found that he wanted to enter an independent small world. The Emperor Sparrow said, "This is not an independent small world, but an ancient desolate land. This place is very nutritious for me. You are really lucky." Han Fei's face changed slightly. Lucky? There must be great danger here. The Emperor Sparrow sneered. Then let's see who is fiercer. Han Fei. Han Fei released his perception. Although this so-called ancient desolate land wouldn't reject perception, maybe because of the high level of power here, Han Fei's perception was more than 10 times less than before, and his perception only reached 100,000 kilometers. Bang! Han Fei landed on the ground, which was still burning in many places. There were often some exposed barren land that emitted sizzling sounds, caused by the pale yellow flammable gas spewing out of the ground. As far as Han Fei could see, there was a huge fish bone more than 200 kilometers long. Only a small part of it was left outside. The fish bone was covered with various yellow dust and dark red plants, so it was not easy to recognize. There were many corpses of marine creatures everywhere. There were even broken clam shells and other things scattered everywhere. Standing on Han Fei's shoulder, the Emperor Sparrow held his head high and said, "I smell something bad." Han Fei's lips twitched. There must be a great danger here, but I haven't seen it yet. Han Fei thought that he should search with the vast ocean navigator first. Where was the opportunity in this damn place? As soon as Han Fei took out his fishing rod, the ground suddenly trembled. Then, sand and stones flew in the air, and the messy bones began to gather. The murderous aura in the surroundings was also gathering. Under Han Fei's watch, at least tens of thousands of bones flew into the sky and combined into a bone dragon. The bone dragon's eyes were ignited by murderous aura and then spread throughout its body, forming a feeling of being possessed by fiery murderous aura, as if its entire body was burning with raging flames. The Emperor Sparrow narrowed his eyes and said, "An evil spirit?" Han Fei was puzzled. What is an evil spirit? The Emperor Sparrow said, "In ancient times, a massive number of people died here, causing the resentment of the creatures here to persist for a long time. That's why the murderous aura here is so strong. It's because their corpses, their bones, and their souls that have dissipated in the past are all filled with resentment. When this murderous aura accumulates day by day, after a long time of gathering and precipitating, it will give birth to evil spirits. The evil spirits have already given birth to their own consciousness." Han Fei was about to take a closer look, when the Emperor Sparrow said, "For me, this is a great tonic." Han Fei said, "Whether it's a great tonic or not, let's cripple it first." Therefore, Han Fei flashed and came to the huge bone dragon. Information popped up in his eyes. Name: Blood Dragon Evil Spirit, mutated. Introduction: the blood dragon that died in the past, because of its obsession, swallowed the murderous aura on the battlefield and became an evil spirit. The evil spirit can drive the violent side of the blood dragon. The evil spirit has an incomplete consciousness, is brutal, and likes to kill. The powerful evil spirit will attract more evil spirits. Level greater than 100. Quality: Primordial Mutant. Realm: Sky Opening. Evil energy greater than 16,589 wisps. Battle technique, bloody storm, eyes of corrosion, blood fiend breath. Collectible evil bead. Absorbable. Remarks evil spirit can disturb the mind. When Han Fei saw the level of this thing, he couldn't have felt worse. Sky. Opening realm? A pile of bones could be considered AF * King Sky opening. Realm? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, are these evil spirits also going to transcend the heavenly tribulation and explore their origin seas? The Emperor Sparrow said, no need. In this world, not all creatures want to explore the origin sea. Evil spirits are essentially a kind of high-intensity spiritual body. Just like your soul, when the soul strength reaches the level of the sky-opening realm, the evil spirits formed have the strength of the sky-opening realm. After all, their strength might have reached the sky-opening realm when they were alive. Han Fei was lost for words. So, this thing can directly skip sea establishment and sky-opening? The Emperor Sparrow said, in my inherited memories, there were Emperor-level evil spirits. Special creatures like them are like the convergence of ominous energy. Most of them grow by swallowing each other. Roar. With a dragon roar, the bone dragon evil spirit rose to the sky and spewed at Han Fei in midair. The raging flames with destructive power swept across the ground and burned at Han Fei. How could Han Fei be repelled by this mere dragon flame? He sneered. I'd like to see how different the evil spirits of the sky-opening realm are. As Han Fei slashed out, invincible Dao runes burst out, and he shattered the dragon flames with a single slash. The remaining power slashed at the head of the bone dragon, producing a loud clang. The echo echoed, but the bone dragon resisted it as if nothing had happened. The Emperor Sparrow said, in this place full of murderous aura, unless you shatter it, you won't be able to kill it. Han Fei sneered. Then I'll shatter it. Han Fei stepped across the sky and slashed out with the draw technique, and billions of sword streams surged like a tide. Clang. 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 Ka ka ka. The bone dragon was instantly cut into countless pieces. It tried to resist and condensed the murderous aura into a storm, and 2 waves of fire spewed out of its eyes. When its weird eyes stared at Han Fei felt extremely angry. However, this anger was quickly suppressed by Han Fei. He knew that the murderous aura was corroding his mind. However, how could a bone dragon shake him, the human emperor? When the invincible fist wrapped the heaven enlightenment divine technique and the purification power fell on the bone dragon, the latter wailed and writhed. Han Fei stepped in front of the bone dragon, grabbed the dragon's skull with his void hand, and suddenly tore it apart, tearing the bone dragon's body apart and blowing up its head on the spot. The Emperor Sparrow said, let me tweet. A sharp cry sounded, and the infinite murderous aura was swallowed by the Emperor Sparrow. While the Emperor Sparrow was swallowing and spitting, Han Fei saw that there seemed to be a twisted thing struggling ferociously in the murderous aura. An evil bead was held in the Emperor Sparrow's mouth. He raised his head and swallowed it. Unfortunately, the bone dragon encountered an abnormal creature like the Emperor Sparrow, who was born with part of the power of a monarch. It was very difficult to deal with him. After dozens of seconds, after the Emperor Sparrow swallowed the evil spirit, he seemed to become more handsome. However, when the Emperor Sparrow swallowed the bone dragon, Han Fei was speechless. Within his perception range, one evil spirit after another was gathering again. Some gathered into a strange big bird, some turned into a one-horned ferocious beast, and some turned into a beetle. These creatures were all charging at Han Fei. It was not that Han Fei was afraid of these creatures, but why were there 5 or 6 evil spirits in a mere 100,000 kilometers? When Han Fei took a closer look, almost every one of them was as powerful as the bone dragon evil spirit just now. Bang! 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 Han Fei didn't hold back anymore. He activated his great Daos and attacked aggressively, shattering one evil spirit after another. As for the Emperor Sparrow, he didn't need to do anything but just needed to absorb the evil spirits and the evil beads along the way. However, Han Fei's killing of the evil spirits seemed to have caused anomalies. In a further area, all kinds of strange creatures, flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the void, rushed at him from all directions. Their numbers increased until there were hundreds of them. F***ck. So many? Han Fei didn't expect that there would be so many evil spirits in this place. These weren't as simple as sea establishers. These were all real sky-opening realm creatures. The Emperor Sparrow shouted, "This place has been quiet for too long. The evil spirits have grown bigger. I'm afraid there are no evil spirits under the sky opening realm." Han Fei said, "There are too many of them. If there are only these, it's fine. If there are more, we won't be able to hold on." Han Fei was powerful, but he could easily fight 100 sky openers alone. Even if he had the power comparable to the top 10 lords after activating his great Daos, he couldn't withstand such frequent high-energy explosions. Han Fei took out his fishing pole and fished in the void while fighting. This was a small world in a revived place, so he couldn't fish Futingnan from time. However, he could try fishing Xingyu, who was closest to him. At the exit of the revived place, Xingyu's heart suddenly stirred, and she looked a little absent-minded. "Who's looking for me?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Xingyu's historical body was caught by Han Fei. However, Xingyu was much stronger than Han Fei. Although Han Fei's strength might be comparable to the top 10 lords, he couldn't reach that level until he fully unleashed his strength. Besides, there were only 4 generals in the City of Wanderers. Each of them was strong enough to fight someone like Pan Lydian. For example, the City of Scavengers sent the second lord, Qiu Shotsong, over. This time, if it were someone else who wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to hold the fort. And with Xingyu's strength, he had definitely turned his origin sea into a star. Not only had he turned his origin sea into a star, but he had also greatly improved his strength after he turned his origin sea into a star. Han Fei forcibly fished Xingyu's historical body over from time. Xingyu was stunned for a moment and then looked puzzled. When Xingyu came back to himself and felt that he had been dragged out of the river of time, he was shocked to see the bunch of evil spirits and Han Fei. "Who are you?" Han Fei said, "Neza's original body. You can only exist for a moment at most. I don't know if you can last 100 seconds. Attack with all your strength. And help me destroy more evil spirits." Neza's original body? Evil spirits? Hiss. The moment he heard Han Fei's explanation, Xingyu immediately understood many things. Why did the Master of Silence value Neza so much? Why did he send the strongest kings of the City of Wanderers to the number 3 revived place? Why did he have to listen to Neza's command? So, Neza was just an avatar. Xingyu was a little confused. Neza was not weak and could be said to be very strong. Not only was he fully equipped, but his various great techniques were also ridiculously strong. In 300 years, he was ranked among the top 10 experts of the chosen team and could almost fight a sky-opening realm powerhouse head-on. This kind of figure was actually an avatar? Xingyu couldn't help but look at Han Fei up and down, but Han Fei roared and his 100,000-foot-long Dharma idol appeared in this primeval land. Han Fei slashed out, and the terrifying power directly cut the gap between this primeval land and the endless void, killing a sky-opening realm evil spirit with one slash. Xingyu couldn't help being speechless. Neza's original body was in the sky opening realm, and his strength didn't seem weak now. He seemed to almost have the strength of the top 10 lords. However, Xingyu could see that Han Fei had activated his Dharma idol, and his Dao runes burst out. It seemed that he hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet. He's comparable to the top 10 lords before he turned his origin sea into a star? Xingyu's pupils were constricted slightly. He stopped studying Han Fei but attacked directly. Ordinary people might not know the word evil spirit, but he did. He had encountered evil spirits before. After all, there were so many primitive graveyards. They had entered this kind of semi-revived place and similar places. Xingyu didn't know how Han Fei got in, because sky openers couldn't enter the origin seas of sea establishers at all. That was because sea establishers couldn't hold it at all. Only if they had died and their origin seas became ownerless seas could sky openers enter them. A thought flashed in Xingyu's heart. Neza's original body must have extraordinary disguising ability. If even he couldn't see him through, few people could. Han Fei said, "Hey. If you have any doubts, think about it when you disperse. Help me kill some enemies first." With a thought from Xingyu, he activated his great Dao, and a red hammer appeared in his hand. As Xingyu attacked, under the hammer, there seemed to be a nebula surrounding it, and the violent power actually carried an annihilation effect. With one hammer, he killed 3 sky-opening realm evil spirits. Knock, knock, knock. While attacking, Xingyu shouted, "You broke into such a dangerous place. Alone?" Before the primitive graveyard was destroyed, countless creatures had their bodies buried. After countless years of murderous aura swallowing, there are more than 1,000 evil spirits born here. If you continue to fight like this, you will eventually be defeated. In such a place, with your strength, there has to be at least 10 of you to survive. Han Fei was lost for words. How much do you despise me? 10 of me? If there are really 10 of me, the sky in the chaotic wasteland will change. Bang! As he spoke, Han Fei slashed out a yin-yang reincarnation blade. The slash was launched, the slash dissipated, 1 yin and 1 yang. On average, he could kill a sky-opening realm evil spirit in 2 rounds. With this slash, 5 evil spirits were killed. Sacrificing punch. Knock on the heavenly gate. The drawing technique. All great Daos in one sword. Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. Han Fei's combat skills were endless. His killing speed was no slower than Xingyu's. When Xingyu saw Han Fei attack, he knew where Neza got so many combat skills. It turned out that his original body had so many combat skills that every second he would use a different combat skill, which lasted for almost 100 seconds. Although Xingyu was strong, facing so many strong enemies, after only 100 seconds, he felt that there was an invisible power that was about to destroy this historical body. At this moment, Xingyu glanced at Han Fei. I'm about to dissipate. Let me help you one last time. You'd better save some energy and find a way to leave. With that, Xingyu seemed to erupt with all his strength. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to see the vast red clouds in the sky disperse, and a super war hammer spanning tens of thousands of kilometers smashed down as if it were going to destroy this world. F***ck. After this blow, Xingyu dissipated, and Han Fei couldn't help being stunned. What a terrifying blow. This might be the absolute killing blow formed by all the power of Xingyu before he dissipated. Rumble. The ground was shattered, and the impact collapsed and exploded in the void. After the terrifying impact was completely released, it rushed out of the perception range of 100,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. And where the giant hammer fell, the surrounding 13 creatures in the sky-opening realm were all annihilated. In the surroundings, more than 20 creatures were killed by the shock wave. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He rushed out crazily. And the sky was full of broken bones. In just 100 seconds, the two of them had killed as many as 96 sky opening realm evil spirits. At this moment, Han Fei released the Emperor Sparrow again. Just now, he didn't want the Emperor Sparrow to appear in Xingyu's memory, so he let the Emperor Sparrow return first. As soon as the Emperor Sparrow came out, he said in surprise, "So many evil spirits died?" Han Fei said, "Swallow them quickly. Don't wait until I can't fight anymore." The Emperor Sparrow said, "Hold on for a while." After that, the Emperor Sparrow spread his wings, and his body expanded crazily in midair, not stopping until it covered hundreds of kilometers. While Han Fei was fighting fiercely, Xingyu's mind was in chaos, and some memories appeared out of thin air in his memory. Evil spirits? Neza's original body? Xingyu's heart trembled. So that was the reason? However, what shocked him even more was that this person could actually pull his past self over from the river of time to help him fight. What kind of F***king great technique was this? Xingyu was even horrified. If Han Fei had pulled his past self over and killed him, would there still be his current self? In fact, Han Fei had already studied it, and the answer was no. This was because although Han Fei had caught Xingyu with the time fishing art, in fact, it was just a projection of the past and a figure created by the power of the great Tao. After the projection disappeared, perhaps because of karma, it would leave a memory in the other party's mind. This was more like a great technique of karma. But in any case, the power of the time-fishing technique was beyond doubt. However, what puzzled Xingyu at this moment was that this person didn't know the danger of that place? Was he crazy to kill his way over alone? In fact, Han Fei simply didn't know the danger of this place. He only thought that it was dangerous, but also accompanied by great opportunities. In fact, so far, it was the Emperor Sparrow who had obtained a great opportunity. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow, who was hundreds of kilometers large, seemed to have turned into a black hole after opening his mouth. He was crazily absorbing the primitive murderous aura here. He had swallowed more than 100 evil beads, and his body was changing at a visible speed. His wings were even more lustrous, and his temperament had become extremely handsome. This ferocious power actually contained countless things. It was slowly gathered by the evil spirits over the endless years. Now that it was absorbed, By it, the benefits were obvious. Of course, if it were someone else, even Han Fei wouldn't be able to devour this power like the Emperor Sparrow. Bang! 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 Boom boom boom. Han Fei had been fighting fiercely. As Xingyu said, there were too many sky opening realm evil spirits here. After Han Fei killed more than 80 more, because more and more sky opening realm evil spirits gathered, he was already exhausted. He was often hit by an evil spirit because he was too busy. At first, his body was hit, and in the end, his soul had to defend against the soul attacks. There were ownerless souls attached to his body at all times to resist the soul attacks. Roar! Han Fei had to activate his invincible path, and he glowed with golden light, and was surrounded by evil spirits layer by layer. In this way, under the attack of so many sky-opening realm powerhouses, Han Fei killed another 140 creatures without the help of Xingyu. It had been an hour since the Emperor Sparrow told him to wait. At this time, he had already used the time reversal 14 times. Han Fei asked, "Are you full? If you are, help me. I am exhausted." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei couldn't bear it anymore. In the past, Han Fei didn't seem to feel tired no matter how he fought. However, when he really killed more than 200 sky-opening realm evil spirits, he felt that sky-openers were really difficult to fight. These creatures couldn't be killed easily. In fact, it was thanks to the Emperor Sparrow's crazy absorption of their broken bodies. Otherwise, many of these spiritual bodies could revive, and perhaps they could reassemble their bones and continue to fight Han Fei. For the first time, Han Fei knew his current limit of combat power. Although he could continue to reverse time, mental exhaustion was the real reason why he couldn't hold on. This was because this group of creatures in the sky-opening realm launched too many soul attacks. If he wanted to block these soul attacks, the consumption would be astronomical. In addition, in this battle, Han Fei discovered that reversing time couldn't actually reverse mental weakness. He hadn't noticed this before because his soul was strong enough and he hadn't reversed time for too many times, so he couldn't feel how tired he was mentally. However, this time, he experienced it. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Under the bombardment of countless sky-opening realm evil spirits, Han Fei activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, not for the wounds on his body, but to relieve the pressure on his mind. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow shouted, "Fuse." Han Fei was shocked and immediately shouted, "Fuse." Buzz. The color of the world changed. With Han Fei as the center, a blood cloud enveloped the sky. On Han Fei, a black mist was dispersing. Han Fei's pupils turned scarlet, and behind him, a pair of black wings, more than 10 meters long, spread out. Countless silver lines appeared on his body, as if they were imprinted with divine patterns. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his spiritual power was replenished, and it was extremely strong, so strong that he felt that he could fight another 200. Of course, Han Fei's fusion with the Emperor Sparrow couldn't be so weak. The Emperor Sparrow was not an ordinary bird in the first place. It could be seen from his inherited techniques, such as the Eye of Disaster, Inner Demon Summoning, the Heavenly Fiend Battle Body, and the Frenzying Eye. After entering the Sea Establishment realm, the Emperor Sparrow also had the Fiend Eating Divine Technique. Looking at these inherited techniques, except for the Heavenly Fiend Battle Body, the others didn't seem to be proper techniques. The moment Han Fei fused with the Emperor Sparrow, he felt that the murderous Aura around him seemed to be a kind of endless energy, and he seemed to be able to swallow this energy, to fight at any time. Han Fei subconsciously took a breath and felt that his body was like a vortex, absorbing the murderous aura into his body. It felt a little sweet, as if there was a sweet mist in the air. Before Han Fei could study it further, a bunch of attacks arrived and blasted Han Fei away. Han Fei suddenly felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. You mere evil spirits dare to mess with me? When Han Fei had this idea, he was a little surprised, but he wasn't surprised when he thought that he had fused with the Emperor Sparrow. However, his fusion with the Emperor Sparrow was a bit stiff. When he was subconsciously angry, his eyes flickered with red light, and he saw that the 3 sky-opening realm evil spirits closest to him suddenly froze and then suddenly began to fight their companions beside them. The Emperor Sparrow said, "This is the frenzying eye. With your current strength, you can use the frenzying eye on about 8 or 10 evil spirits of this level. Any more won't work." Hearing that, Han Fei immediately looked around and activated the frenzying eye. Among the sky-opening realm evil spirits, 5 more went mad and began to attack their companions. When it came to the 9th one, the flood dragon evil spirit shook its head and broke free from the frenzying power. Besides, Han Fei felt his eyes hurt. Han Fei said, "No. Only 8. There are probably 800 more here. Can't your Eye of Disaster summon sky fiends?" However, the Emperor Sparrow said, "The Eye of Disaster can't be used easily. Although it can summon sky fiends, it will often cause other accidents. The Eye of Disaster means that a disaster will descend. It's fine to use it in a place that's not very dangerous, because in a relatively safe place, no matter how big the disaster is, it's not a disaster. But here, the lowest combat power is in the sky-opening realm. If I release a disaster here, I'm afraid I'll create a monarch-level evil spirit." Hiss. Han Fei was horrified. "Are you King scaring me? Isn't the Eye of Disaster supposed to only summon sky fiends? It can also summon monarchs? And you don't even know the strength of your own skill?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "It's not to summon a monarch, but to make an unexpected disaster happen in a certain place." What kind of power is needed to destroy a certain place full of sky openers? Hiss. Han Fei was dumbfounded. It turned out that the Eye of Disaster was not an ordinary technique at all, but a destructive technique that could destroy an entire area. Han Fei couldn't help being horrified. The Emperor Sparrow had used this Eye of Disaster many times before. Because the 2 parties had fused, the Emperor Sparrow knew what Han Fei was thinking. He said, "My using it is fundamentally different from you using it. I used to be in charge of disasters and can control this kind of power well." Han Fei said, "Then let's fight first." Han Fei was about to attack, when the Emperor Sparrow said, "You should be able to control the evil-eating divine technique now. Combine it with the Heavenly Fiend battle body and unleash it together." Han Fei was about to activate the Heavenly Fiend battle body, but the Emperor Sparrow reminded him to use the Fiend-eating divine technique at the same time. When these 2 great techniques were imprinted in his mind, he saw that darkness surrounded Han Fei. Han Fei's body was mutating, turning into a 100-meter-tall demon covered in darkness. At the same time, Han Fei felt an explosive power, which increased his physique by about 2 or 3 times. It must be noted that Han Fei couldn't maintain his great Dao for long. Therefore, even if his great Dao could provide him with 5 times more super combat power, what was the use if it didn't last long? Although the power brought by the heavenly fiend battle body wasn't that strong, Han Fei sensed that as long as there was murderous aura, he could keep activating this technique. Buzz. Han Fei wanted to punch out, but then he moved. Although he didn't exert his maximum speed, his instantaneous speed was not far away. Shocked by the speed, Han Fei wanted to punch out, but his fist subconsciously turned into a claw. Chi la. Ka ka ka. A ferocious beast that looked like a giant elephant was torn apart by Han Fei's claw, and the giant elephant was instantly wrapped in thick black fog. The evil spirit body in the black fog wanted to struggle, but its mind was enchanted by the black fog. Han Fei was a little surprised. Is this an ominous aura? The Emperor Sparrow said, you're right. This is the ominous aura. However, this has become my own ominous aura, not the ominous ones in the chaotic wasteland. Han Fei asked, is there a difference? The Emperor Sparrow said, the difference is that these ominous things carry the darkness in my fate. They can demonize the mind more. Try controlling this evil spirit with the ominous aura. Han Fei was shocked. Can I do this? Roar. The overwhelming dark mist spread in all directions. Some evil spirits didn't care and even tried to attack Han Fei. Some attacked Han Fei while resisting the dark mist. The difference was that the murderous aura on those who didn't resist was gradually swallowed by the dark mist, and in their eyes, the black flames replaced the murderous aura. Roar. When Han Fei saw creatures being swallowed by the ominous mist one after another, their murderous aura was absorbed into his body and turned into his power, and their skeleton bodies became his puppets. Han Fei immediately used the ominous aura unscrupulously. It was awesome to fight without doing it himself. This was like the difference between a mage and a warrior. He was only launching long-distance attacks and Dao technique control. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. When Han Fei controlled the 30-second evil spirit, the ominous aura on his body became fainter and fainter and was almost gone. The Emperor Sparrow said, after all, I haven't reached the sky-opening realm yet. I can only produce so much ominous aura. Han Fei looked at the countless remaining evil spirits. What could he do? Keep fighting. Indeed, with the Emperor Sparrow joining the battle, his combat time and combat methods had improved greatly. However, as the Emperor Sparrow said, he was only at the peak of the sea establishment realm now. It was already shocking that he could control dozens of sky-opening realm evil spirits. In addition to the frenzying eye, the Emperor Sparrow alone was comparable to more than 100 evil spirits. When Han Fei fought for a while with the heavenly fiend battle body and the fiend-eating divine technique and killed another 100 sky-opening realm evil spirits, his soul was exhausted again. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Although Han Fei couldn't fight anymore, he still didn't think that this place could be as difficult as impasse. Although it was not easy to fight, Han Fei felt that there were many ways to survive. In Han Fei's perception, there were still more than 300 sky-opening realm evil spirits in his perception range, and this was the result of him fighting while running. Otherwise, if he let these evil spirits besiege him, the number might be 2 or even 3 times more than now. The evil spirits that Han Fei killed were not very strong, but no matter how weak they were still in the sky-opening realm. Even the evil spirits could unleash their full strength. It was already a miracle that he could kill hundreds of them. Anyway, Xing Yu couldn't figure out how Han Fei could survive the siege of so many evil spirits alone. Even he couldn't penetrate where the world origin of a small world was alone. If there were too many ants, they could bite an elephant to death. But the evil spirits were not ants, and Han Fei was not an elephant. Han Fei asked, "Can you still fight?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "You'd better run. Even if I had opened the sky now, I wouldn't have been able to resist this number of evil spirits." Han Fei thought to himself, "But you're the Emperor Sparrow." The Emperor Sparrow said, "I'm the Emperor Sparrow, but I'm not invincible. Facing this number of evil spirits, all the powerhouses below the monarch level in the entire chaotic wasteland will be killed. If you don't run, you'll die too." "Fine. If you had said that earlier, I would have run away. I thought you could kill 700 or 800 of them." The Emperor Sparrow. When Han Fei was sure that he couldn't fight anymore, he directly terminated the fusion state with the Emperor Sparrow and then fused with Little Black and Little White. When the Yin-Yang Divine Eyes appeared, Little Black and Little White provided him with spiritual power, allowing Han Fei to recover, and he began to escape. Han Fei didn't know how many evil spirits there were in this place, but if he kept fighting, once his spiritual power was completely exhausted, he might be worn to death. This was not called escaping, but a strategic retreat. He needed time to quickly recover his spiritual power. The soul was the power of the soul, and the spiritual power was the time when the soul power maintained a combat state. Han Fei's origin C could accelerate time, but in this space, he had long discovered that he could only mobilize the power in his origin C but couldn't open a way to his origin C unless it was forcibly cut open. He didn't know if this was because there were two small worlds between him and the C realm. Anyway, he couldn't count on his origin C, so all Han Fei could do was to escape. While escaping, the two heavenly heritage in Han Fei's body began to activate. So did the void fishing. The advantage of a heavenly heritage was that its recovery speed was faster. However, the recovery speed mainly depended on the replenishment of spiritual energy, the healed degree of his injuries, physical fatigue, and use of energy. Although the recovery speed of spiritual power was also fast, it was still relatively slow. Swish. 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 While Han Fei was escaping, he used the twin divine technique. When all the evil spirits chased after the white mist body, the black mist body slowly attached itself to a broken skeleton crab and began to rest. Buzz. Although only half of Han Fei was resting, he was still resting. Han Fei had the time to catch his breath, but he didn't dare to take it lightly, because the divination result of the 9-palace luck ruler was impasse this time. However, the 9-palace luck ruler could be used every day. Today, the result was an impasse, which meant that a great disaster would happen today. But at present, these evil spirits couldn't bring an impasse to him. This also meant that either there were stronger evil spirits here, or there were other threats here. The evil spirits chased him for about an hour, and Han Fei, who had recovered some of his energy, instantly fused his twin bodies into a bone and attached himself to an evil spirit. This was a countermeasure he had long thought of. If he disguised himself as a part of the evil spirits, he shouldn't be discovered, right? His disguise ability was very good. Even a monarch couldn't discover him. In fact, as Han Fei thought, because the timing he seized was very good, and most of the evil spirits didn't pay attention to the rear after chasing their target, Han Fei succeeded. After these evil spirits lost their target, they went furious, but after half an hour, they began to disintegrate. Ka ka ka. As time passed, the sky-opening realm evil spirit shattered into countless bones that scattered on the ground. At this time, Han Fei seemed to be in a completely ethereal state and slept for another half an hour. Unfortunately, the time was too short for him to use the time technique, so it was impossible for him to recover quickly. Han Fei estimated that it would take him at least 2 days to restore his mind to a perfect state. However, he couldn't just wait. At this moment, these evil spirits had turned into broken bones and scattered on the ground. Han Fei had planned to rest for a while. Even if he couldn't recover to his most perfect state, he would at least recover 30% of his strength. And when the Emperor Sparrow returned to the Soul Sea, the space for him to rest was larger than his. This way, even if something happened later, he wouldn't be without combat power. However, Han Fei's imagination was too beautiful. When the bones scattered, Han Fei naturally landed on the ground too. At first, he didn't notice it, but as he lay there for dozens of seconds, he discovered, to his shock, that because the evil spirits weren't there, the ground was absorbing his vitality. At the same time, murderous aura slowly gathered towards him, as if trying to corrode him. When he attached himself to the evil spirits, perhaps because the evil spirits had formed spiritual bodies, he was temporarily free from the contamination of the murderous aura here. But now, the murderous aura took the initiative to find him. Han Fei immediately realized that he was not an evil spirit here, but an anomaly here. This space was trying to assimilate him indiscriminately. Therefore, when his vitality was drained and the murderous aura began to attach to him, Han Fei immediately felt that the surrounding bones began to stir. Bang! Many skeletons were gathering, and a big octopus-like evil spirit was slowly assembling itself together. At this moment, the evil spirits hadn't completely risen yet. However, an octopus slapped down. They just felt that there was something wrong with the space where Han Fei was. Shoot! The bone on the ground jumped out with a buzz and turned back into Han Fei. At this time, Han Fei had only recovered by less than 10% when he was seen through by the damn rules of this world. However, this was only Han Fei's first plan. He hoped that he could avoid the attention of the evil spirits and get a space to rest. But now, this plan obviously didn't work. He shouted, "Old Yuan, wake up." Because he had been undercover in the city of scavengers, the old turtle had been asleep since a long time ago. At this moment, Han Fei's rumbling voice woke him up. The old turtle, who had just been woken up, asked, in a daze, "What's wrong? Are we going to the God Fiend Sea?" Han Fei said, "The God Fiend see my ass. I'm being hunted by evil spirits. Take over my body. No matter where you run to, just run as fast as you can. I need to rest." Evil spirit. Hiss. F***ck. Having been with Han Fei for a long time, the old turtle was used to cursing. Now seeing the hundreds of evil spirits, he felt terrible. So many evil spirits? And all of them are in the sky-opening realm. Oh my God, did you run to a primeval desolate land somewhere? Han Fei thought to himself, according to the old turtle's personality, he shouldn't have been to such a place. After all, the old turtle was only in the sky-opening realm. But he was wrong. The old turtle guessed what this place was right away. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no time to chat with old Yuan now. He said, "I'm going to take a break. Call me when you can't hold on anymore." Hey! Hey, hey! Han Fei's body fell instinctively, and seeing Han Fei directly fall asleep, the old turtle couldn't have felt worse. "You trust me too much. Why do you think I can escape from so many sky openers?" Unfortunately, at this moment, the old turtle knew that Han Fei's spiritual power must be extremely weak, or he wouldn't have woken him up. In such a situation, what could the old turtle do? Run. Han Fei slept for about 6 hours. In these 6 hours, he felt extremely tired, as if he had slept for 3 centuries. Han Fei! Han Fei! Wake up! Han Fei was woken up from his sleep. The drowsy feeling made him really unwilling to wake up. However, Han Fei realized that he was fleeing for his life and had to wake up. However, as soon as he woke up, he felt a splitting headache. Obviously, he didn't have enough time to rest. This state lasted for more than 10 seconds before it slowly disappeared. Han Fei sensed that his mental state had recovered by less than 30%, but it wasn't enough. But when Han Fei looked at his current situation, he saw that his body was covered in wounds and sore all over. The old turtle said, "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I'm just a wisp of soul. This is already my limit. This time I'm really going to fall into a long sleep." Han Fei. Han Fei was helpless. Indeed, the old turtle was just a wisp of soul. It was already difficult for him to last 6 hours. At this moment, Han Fei, whose mental state had improved a lot, didn't continue to fight. He first used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique on himself and then shouted, "Fuse." After Little Black and Little White fused with him, Han Fei said to Little Black, "Son, control my body and escape quickly. Don't fight these creatures. Just run wherever you want." When he fused with Little Black and Little White, Little Black could control his own body, so Han Fei gave his body to Little Black. This was the second step. However, Han Fei couldn't give his body to the Emperor Sparrow when Little Black was exhausted. If he encountered a great danger, he still had to take action. In fact, after Little Black and Little White controlled his body, Han Fei wondered if they could last even 6 hours. This was because Little Black and Little White were not in the sky-opening realm. They were only in the sea establishment realm and not at the peak. Even if they controlled his body, they couldn't fully exert the power of this body. The only benefit was that after fusing with Little Black and Little White, he had the yin-yang divine eyes and extremely strong escaping ability, which was why Han Fei gave his body to Little Black to control. As for Han Fei, his heart did a flip. It seemed that he had to continue to devour ownerless souls. Although swallowing too many ownerless souls would make his soul and strength extremely unbalanced, this was a critical moment. If he wanted to quickly replenish his spiritual power, he had to do so. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. After 300 years of cultivation, Han Fei actually knew one thing very well, which was that the more balanced the power of the soul and the power of the body, the stronger his overall strength. And if the gap between the two was too large, it would affect his overall combat power. However, Han Fei's current combat power was not much weaker. Therefore, at this moment, he chose to devour the ownerless souls without hesitation. Although he couldn't enter his origin sea, he could still mobilize the energy. In the Origin Sea. 2 hours later. After Han Fei assimilated 200,000 points of ownerless souls, he felt that his mental state had recovered to at least 50%, nearly 60%. Another hour passed. After Han Fei swallowed another 200,000 points of ownerless souls, he felt that his soul had recovered to more than 70%. Although he knew that it would take him a long time to get rid of the side effects of this crazy swallowing, Han Fei had no choice. However, when Han Fei was about to continue to devour the ownerless souls, Little Black suddenly said, "Dad, I can't hold on anymore." Huh? Han Fei was immediately refreshed. It had only been a little more than 4 hours, but Little Black couldn't hold on anymore. But it made sense. He didn't expect Little Black and Little White to hold on for long against the hunt of hundreds of sky-openers. After all, these creatures in the sky-opening realm didn't just chase you. They could attack you. Soul attacks were impossible to defend against. It was already not bad that Little Black and Little White could block them for so long. At this moment, Han Fei's mental state had recovered to less than 80%. Even if he fought again, he could kill at least 100 evil spirits with the time reversal. However, killing more than 100 evil spirits was meaningless to Han Fei. Unless he could kill all the evil spirits here, he would eventually be besieged. At that time, once his mental state reached its lowest point, he wouldn't be able to fight this battle. No. It's meaningless to continue fighting the evil spirits. It seems that I can only go out first. Han Fei's logic was clear. This time, he could kill 300 or 400 evil spirits, so the next time he came in, he could also kill so many. Anyway, the exploration of the number 3 revived place would last for 2 years. He had plenty of time to come down. Although he was here for the world origin, what the 9 Palace Luck ruler predicted was an impasse. If he couldn't collect the world origin in his peak state, it wouldn't be fun if he fell into an impasse. He might as well return and avoid the impasse first. Therefore, Han Fei threw out his fishing hook and fished out the vast ocean navigator from time. Han Fei was very good at fishing for the vast ocean navigator because he used it too frequently, and it had been with him for a long time. Grabbing the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei glanced at the sky-opening realm, evil spirits, and sneered with a thought as the vast ocean navigator turned. Han Fei activated his speed and turned into a ray of light. Han Fei ran in the direction pointed by the vast ocean navigator for about 4 hours. In fact, it was a kind of recovery of spiritual power, but because the speed was too fast, he didn't recover much, only by less than 5%. 4 hours later, when Han Fei broke into an abnormally hot place, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He discovered that the sky-opening realm evil spirits chasing him had stopped chasing him at this moment. Huh? Seeing this, Han Fei immediately stopped. He asked the vast ocean navigator to point at the exit here. However, it seemed that something was wrong. How could a place that could make all the evil spirits stop chasing be ordinary? Thinking of the impasse divination result of the 9 Palace Luck ruler, Han Fei couldn't help but perk up. Could it be that this impasse divination result had even predicted that he would abandon the world origin and leave this place? Han Fei immediately retreated to the edge and fished out the vast ocean navigator again. However, this time, Han Fei was asking where the world origin was. However, Han Fei's pupils were constricted when he saw the direction the vast Ocean Navigator pointed to. Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath, because the direction of the exit pointed out by the vast Ocean Navigator was the same direction as the world. Origin. Impasse? Han Fei immediately summoned the Emperor Sparrow, who asked, "What's the problem?" The Emperor Sparrow hadn't recovered yet. He knew that Han Fei was in a critical situation and wouldn't summon him unless he had to. Once Han Fei summoned him, it meant that he had encountered a big problem again. After the Emperor Sparrow appeared, he scanned around with his perception and immediately felt that something was wrong. "Where is this?" Han Fei said, "It's the direction of the exit, but in this area, all the evil spirits have stopped chasing. I guess there's a great danger here." The Emperor Sparrow said, "There's no need to guess. There must be some here. The murderous aura here is almost twice as strong as before. Besides, with such scorching power here, the ferocious creatures here might have completely cultivated a demonic body. They might have achieved the same effect as the fiend-eating divine technique." Han Fei's heart trembled. The ferocious creatures here should be very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to make so many evil spirits retreat and not dare to advance. As for the fiend-eating divine technique, it could swallow murderous aura and keep fighting. If the greatly ominous here also played like this, how strong would they be? However, the exit and the world origin were both here. If he wanted to go out, he had to face this ferocious thing. However, Han Fei didn't advance rashly. Since nothing hadn't appeared yet, he might as well continue to restore his spiritual power. Therefore, Han Fei sat cross-legged at the edge of this place and began to recuperate. At the same time, Han Fei's mind was racing. After nearly a day, he might be able to fish Xingyu again. However, he had only met Xingyu once when he came to the number 3 revived place. Without many interactions, it would be difficult for him to fish Xingyu. Han Fei didn't take Xingyu as his trump card. He was calculating what methods he could use. The treasures he had included the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber, the Green Thunder Wine Gourd, and the Infinity Mirror. These 3 were all godly weapons. The Wind Rain Violent Saber was just a saber and could increase his combat power, but its effect was not abnormal. The Green Thunder Wine Gourd was more of an auxiliary godly weapon. It was good at brewing wine, wasn't weak in fighting, and its defense was strong. Unfortunately, it didn't improve his strength much, so it wasn't even as good as the Wind Rain Violent Saber. Although the Mirror of Infinity could absorb powerhouses of the same level, he knew nothing about the great danger here. Therefore, he didn't know if the Mirror of Infinity could work here. Besides, the Mirror of Infinity had once been damaged. Even if he asked the Demon Purification Pot to repair it, it was just a copy after all, and sky openers could damage it. If this greatly ominous here was much stronger than an ordinary sky opener, the Mirror of Infinity might not be able to suppress it. As for the others, the Infinity Water might be able to kill an emperor, but it was impossible to kill the greatly ominous. Fortunately, he had prepared many a mortal fiend saber. With his current strength, they shouldn't be weak. Of course, he still had some other treasures that weren't quite powerful. The most powerful one was the Void Mark, but it could only be used 3 times. The current predicament shouldn't be a big deal in the range of the East Sea Divine Realm. How could the God-Fiend Sea and the Infinite Mining Area be simple? Although the impasse was dangerous, it was better not to use his final trump cards. While Han Fei was calculating, he saw that the evil spirits began to retreat. In an instant, Han Fei opened his eyes. It had only been less than 100 seconds, but danger was already coming? Suddenly, Han Fei's figure flashed, and the place where he was standing collapsed, and 2 long knives slashed behind him. Han Fei couldn't go out. After he went out, he would be hunted by infinite evil spirits. No matter how long he persisted, there would come a time when he couldn't hold on anymore. Besides, he didn't know if the greatly ominous in this area would leave this area and attack him. If it could leave, he couldn't go out and waste its combat power on some evil spirits. When Han Fei took a closer look, he saw 2 humanoid evil spirits appear where he was just now. These 2 people were burning with murderous aura flames and holding long knives like flaming skeletons. If they hadn't been wrapped in murderous aura, Han Fei would have thought that they belonged to the undead. No information appeared in Han Fei's eyes, so he couldn't see their information clearly. Swish. Han Fei took out the phoenix feather violent saber and slashed out with the draw technique, but his attack was directly shattered by the saber beams of the 2 opponents. Good lord, they are not ordinary evil spirits. These 2 are very strong. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Fuse with me. It can suppress their murderous aura." Han Fei naturally understood this principle. The operation of the evil eating divine technique and the heavenly fiend battle body could absorb the opponent's murderous aura. In a battle, it might be able to weaken the opponent's strength by 10% to 20%. However, Han Fei looked into the depths of this place. His fusion with the Emperor Sparrow would cause his combat power to plummet. Thinking that the Emperor Sparrow might be of great use later, Han Fei immediately said, "No, continue to rest. Even if these 2 people have already turned their origin seas into stars, I can still kill them." Han Fei was not kidding. The problem was whether he was willing to erupt, not whether he could kill him or not. Han Fei made up his mind to save the power of the Emperor Sparrow for last. He took a step forward, reached out, grabbed a piece of time and grabbed a void crack with his right hand. Then he activated his great Tao and attacked with all his strength. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was good at fighting, and was even better at erupting. He wouldn't waste time on an opponent who he could kill directly. But this time was different. Fighting with brute force was the best way to save spiritual power, so Han Fei was not in a hurry. It didn't matter if he fought for an hour as long as he could kill these 2 evil spirits. Of course, he still tested if there was any great technique that could suppress this humanoid evil spirit. When he took out the great Tao of time and the great Tao of space to fight, Han Fei clearly discovered that the great Tao of time was ineffective against this evil spirit. Perhaps this thing was originally a special spiritual body, and their bones wouldn't decline because of time. As for the great Tao of space, although it was useful, it was not powerful enough. The great Tao of space was usually used to fight cleverly, mostly using the power of the void to cut the enemy or seal the enemy in a certain space. However, the humanoid evil spirit shattered his spatial blade with its murderous aura. After a round of fighting, neither of them gained anything. Han Fei activated the great Tao of heaven enlightenment and the great Tao of gravity. Then he found that these 2 great Taos could narrowly suppress his opponent. But the other party's theoretical realm was clearly higher than his. Therefore, these 2 great Taos were not very useful. The heaven enlightenment divine technique could indeed cleanse the opponent. But it depended on the opponent's level. Even if they were at the same level. It would take a lot of vitality to cleanse evil with the heaven enlightenment. Divine technique, so it wasn't worth it. Therefore, Han Fei discovered that in the end, the path of invincibility was still the best. When the invincible Tao runes were added to his body, his fist light carried the power of destruction with a trace of power that others couldn't resist. Knock, knock, knock. Clang. 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 The two humanoid evil spirits fought Han Fei for 100 seconds, trying to suppress Han Fei with their murderous aura. But Han Fei didn't flinch. He used the ancient desolate war body to forcibly swallow the evil energy. Because he didn't circulate his great Daos, Han Fei was actually weaker than these two people. Therefore, from the beginning of the battle to now, it could be said that the two sides were evenly matched because Han Fei had too many great techniques. And evil spirits were just evil spirits after all. Even if they had consciousness, they didn't have as many great techniques and combat skills as real living people. Therefore, Han Fei fought with them for about half an hour. He wanted to fight slowly and take the time to recover his spiritual power. Unfortunately, while Han Fei was fighting fiercely, the Emperor Sparrow said, "If you keep fighting like this, you won't be able to kill these two evil spirits for 3 days and 3 nights. You have to take action quickly. I feel negative power from this void. Besides, the murderous aura here is getting more and more intense. These two are definitely not really dangerous. There are stronger ones behind." Han Fei was shocked. This wasn't considered strong? They could even tie with him when he was in his normal state. Undoubtedly, Han Fei was definitely in the top 50 of the hundreds of lords in the city of scavengers. Besides, these two humanoid evil spirits could actually suppress him, which meant that their ranking might be higher. But even so, were they just lackeys? Roar. Buzz. Han Fei secretly activated his great Tao, and his aura soared crazily. Bang! A dazzling golden light burst out, and a humanoid evil spirit was blown up on the spot. Under the operation of the great Tao, Han Fei's 5 times combat power burst out, and his golden jade body couldn't bear it anymore. He could definitely fight Xingyu in real combat. How could a mere evil spirit bear it? Han Fei tried his best to crush the evil spirit. But before the skeleton was shattered, a strong convergence appeared in midair, and the overwhelming murderous aura was like threads, trying to connect the skeleton closely. Han Fei's invincible fist mark burst out, and the power of soul annihilation in the invincible Tao runes forcibly obliterated part of the murderous aura and stopped the humanoid evil spirit from gathering. Fight, fight, fight. Han Fei punched hundreds of times in a row. Even so, the invincible Tao runes failed to completely obliterate the murderous aura bursting out of the humanoid evil spirit. It was not until the Emperor Sparrow took action and swallowed this person's spiritual body that this evil spirit was killed. On the other side, there was another evil spirit who was attacking Han Fei. While Han Fei was attacking, he was also stabbed 17 or 18 times. But the evil spirit failed to injure him. Perhaps knowing that danger was coming faster, Han Fei immediately sped up and activated the great Tao of time. Almost in an instant, the golden fist mark turned into a golden stream of light. Knock, knock, knock. While Han Fei was attacking, the Emperor Sparrow was swallowing the murderous aura crazily. God knew how much murderous aura he had absorbed. They could have fought for 3 days and 3 nights, but because of what The Emperor Sparrow said, the battle was over in 10 seconds. Pa. 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 Clapping sounds were heard. Then, someone said indifferently, the path of invincibility. You are the only human who has come in over the years, and the only one who takes the path of invincibility. Who is it? Han Fei was shocked. He was about to take a rest and return to his best state, to deal with the coming great danger. However, a person had quietly appeared so close to him without being noticed by him. This was too terrifying. Han Fei immediately wrapped the void mark with his soul, ready to activate it at any time. In the depths of the murderous aura abyss, a human man was slowly walking towards him. Han Fei was sure that he was a human being. His body was not completely unscathed. This person was thin and had lost many parts of his face skin. His flesh and blood were dry, where the red murderous aura had condensed into a liquid. The Emperor Sparrow reminded him, the murderous aura turns into blood and remains indestructible. This person is extremely strong and has cultivated the blood fiend body. He might be going to reach the longevity realm. Do you have any means to fight him? Han Fei was shocked. He had only one way to deal with him, which was to turn to eldest senior brother for help. If he was about to reach the longevity realm, wouldn't he be at the level of Zhao Honghuang? Although Han Fei's combat power was not bad, at his strongest state, he was only at the level of the top 10 lords. It was hard to say what his ranking would be, but he definitely couldn't enter the top 5. Now, he had no chance to beat someone at Zhao Honghuang's level at all. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you a human?" The man's ferocious face twisted and he put on a smile with difficulty. The flesh on his face was dry, so it was difficult for him to smile. He said, "That's right. I'm a human, so I'm glad you came." Han Fei was shocked. There seemed to be only 2 possibilities for humans to appear here. One was that after this world was destroyed, someone came to explore it and died inside. This person was clearly not an evil spirit, but had swallowed infinite murderous aura and survived until now. The other was that this person had fought here when this world was destroyed. Perhaps he was one of the first batch of people who came to this world and then died in battle. Then how long had it been? Seeing that he didn't speak, the man said, "You don't have to guess. I'm a native of this world. The enemy destroyed this world and looted the world. Origin of this world. I found a trace of vitality in the core of this world. When I woke up, there was only infinite murderous aura left in this world, and there was no living creature left. Isn't it sad?" Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. "Are you from this world?" That person, surprised? Han Fei asked, "Was it originally the human race who ruled this world?" The man's voice was slightly hoarse. Of course. There were billions of human beings here, but unfortunately, they were all burned up in the end. Han Fei didn't know if he should believe this person or not, so he said, "The ancient times were too long ago. Now the human race is declining in the outside world. Since you are a former powerhouse of the human race, why don't you come out of seclusion after you revive?" "Come out of seclusion?" The man said, "I can wake up because of the recovery of the world origin. Without the world origin, do you think I'm still a human? Do you think I can leave at this time?" However, Han Fei heard the voice of the Emperor Sparrow in his heart. He lied. The murderous aura has turned into his blood. No matter how much life origin is poured into him, it can't change the fact that he has already turned into a blood fiend. This person wouldn't know the communication between Han Fei and the Emperor Sparrow because it wasn't a voice transmission. Han Fei didn't know if this person really didn't know the Emperor Sparrow or was pretending not to know him. If he really didn't know him, then this person was very likely to be a native creature here and not from the sea realm. If what he said was fake, this person had been lying to him from the beginning to the end. He must have an ulterior motive. The Emperor Sparrow was known as an inauspicious life body, so he must know these evil things better. Therefore, Han Fei believed that this person, whether or not he was a native human, must have an ulterior motive. Therefore, Han Fei said, "Senior, since you still need to recover with the world origin, I won't disturb you." Hee hee. Are you leaving in such a hurry? Han Fei said, "Senior, you're not going out, and I can't take the world origin. Do you want me to stay?" The man said, "I've been observing you for a long time. Although your current strength is still weak, whether it's physique, soul, combat, power, techniques, or treasures, you have a great potential. A person like you should be the heavenly talent of the human race, right? Even at the peak of the human race, it's rare for someone to reach your level." Han Fei said, "Senior, you flatter me." The man chuckled in a low voice. "Boy, I can spare your life. However, let's exchange our souls. What do you think?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Soul exchange, as the name suggested, was to exchange his blood fiend body with his human body. Although this person had revealed that he was a human, he didn't hide his purpose at all. He said, "Although you are not weak, even if you unleash all your strength, it's still not enough. You haven't turned your origin sea into a star yet. Right? You can't stop me. For the sake of our race, instead of destroying your soul, why don't we exchange souls? Your mission will eventually become my mission. I will complete them one by one. You can rest assured." Han Fei was silent for a long time. If this guy wanted to fight him, he didn't seem to lose. Therefore, Han Fei said, "It's impossible. Your realm may be higher, but how can we know the result without fighting?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. This ancient human looked down on him because he despised his combat power. Han Fei didn't need him to take his combat power seriously. Anyway, it was impossible for him to exchange souls with him. Since the other party wanted his body, he wouldn't destroy it. Therefore, he could fight freely. Even if he couldn't beat him. Han Fei was waiting for the moment when he was defeated. The last thing he was afraid of in this life was to be possessed. The demon purification pot had already exceeded the level of the sea realm, which was even scrambled for by the gods. It would be a joke if he couldn't even take down the soul of an ancient human. The man was not afraid of Han Fei running, because he had seen through Han Fei's limit. Running was a dead end, but if he stayed, there would still be a chance of survival, so he wouldn't run. As for Han Fei, he was very experienced in acting. He had already started acting when the ancient humans wanted to exchange souls with him. At this moment, Han Fei looked back with determination in his eyes, as if he was thinking that he would definitely die if he went back, and the exit was just ahead. Then, Han Fei suddenly roared and activated his Dharma idol. This was what he had used before. After using the Dharma idol, his combat power could be increased by 30%. Also, he had the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber. Fortunately, the Mirror of Infinity and the Green Thunder wine gourd hadn't been exposed. Otherwise, this person wouldn't have underestimated him so much. This time, Han Fei completely released his combat power. He burned his essence, blood and lifespan and used the phoenix feather violent saber to execute the saber annihilation technique. It was different from the draw technique. The former could turn all things into knives, but the draw technique focused on the limits of the knife Dao. In its final state, the void was annihilated, even the body was annihilated, the soul was annihilated, and the knife was annihilated. Han Fei didn't intend to unleash his full strength, because even now, he already felt extremely strong. Besides, knowing that this person wanted his body, Han Fei was even more unscrupulous. He wanted to see how strong this so-called powerhouse who was about to reach the longevity realm was. He wanted to know how strong he could be. Faced with Han Fei's terrifying slash, this ancient powerhouse had to take it seriously. No matter how strong he used to be, he was still in the recovery stage. Besides, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Han Fei was a rare heavenly talent. He couldn't imagine how Han Fei could unleash such terrifying power before he turned his origin sea into a star. If a star bead was born in the depths of Han Fei's soul after he turned his origin sea into a star, who could kill him in the same realm as him? This person did not lie to Han Fei on one thing, because in this person's eyes, Han Fei was dead for sure. It was meaningless to lie to him. That was that he was indeed a human and a native of this world. He had been forced to walk the blood fiend path. He had personally witnessed the destruction of the entire world and the death of billions of humans. Therefore, he went crazy. Since the invaders wanted to obtain the world origin of this world, he chose to eat it and destroy himself. His previous method was very simple, which was that even if he was annihilated, he wouldn't let the invaders obtain the world origin of this world. Back then, after he obtained world origin, he did destroy himself. However, he didn't know that the world origin could revive him because of the powerful vitality of the world origin. Unfortunately, after he was revived, he obtained infinite vitality, but he was also about to become a part of the world origin. How could he be willing to accept it? He hadn't avenged himself yet. Since he had come back to life, how could he die so easily? Therefore, he began to devour the murderous aura with his terrifying vitality. In the end, he embarked on the blood fiend path, and his strength soared and became stronger and stronger. He was indeed about to reach the longevity realm, but he couldn't achieve it before he took revenge. Therefore, he released vitality and let the outside world begin to revive. He was prepared to lure the former invaders to continue to come here. Unfortunately, the former strong master hadn't been attracted yet, but Han Fei came and his body made him drool. He discovered that if he had Han Fei's body, he could go further. Perhaps he could prove his Tao, or even further after he did. This made him see a new hope, a hope that he wouldn't be trapped in the blood fiend body, a legitimate path to become a god. At this moment, the stronger Han Fei showed, the more excited he was. Looking at the surrounding 10,000 kilometers that had almost been annihilated by Han Fei, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to a new life, a bright path. Bang! Han Fei saw that the endless murderous aura around him was surging like blood, turning into a blood-colored river, blocking his slash. No matter how much power he poured out, he could only cut open the blood-colored river inch by inch. However, it was impossible to penetrate this ancient human. Han Fei didn't stop. With a thought, an array map was unfolded, and 36 immortal fiend sabers, each with extremely terrifying power, charged at the ancient human. However, the man nodded slightly. This one is not bad. If it's just that. Just now, I'll doubt your ability. In the eyes of this ancient human, Han Fei could destroy one or two evil spirits outside with each of the 36 immortal fiend sabers. If the 36 immortal fiend sabers were combined, the power released would be something even he had to take care of with care. This person raised his hand, and endless white bones appeared in the void. The white bones turned into a huge shield, on which there was infinite murderous aura. Even if the Emperor Sparrow was absorbing crazily, he couldn't absorb much. Boom boom boom. Like a comet hitting the earth, terrifying explosion ripples sounded one after another. The white bone shield was finally shattered. However, the 36 immortal fiend sabers were also destroyed. However, Han Fei didn't stop. He extended his hand and pointed, and at least 5,000 years of lifespan and half of his essence blood gathered on his 2 fingers. All great Daos in one sword. The ancient human frowned. Young man, you don't know how precious lifespan is. How can you waste your life like this? You should know that even if this sword is very strong, it still can't stump me. With that, the ancient human also attacked. He used Blood Fiend as a sword. And the sword could destroy everything. Han Fei couldn't help but be stunned. He seemed to see the withering of a world. It was a kind of wailing in desperation and unwillingness to give up, a hysterical kind of anger and roar. Bam! Bam! Huh? This ancient human thought that he could penetrate Han Fei's all-great Daos in one sword with one slash, but when he really touched the sword, he felt that this sword contained many Dao runes. In fact, it was not much weaker than the World Annihilation sword he had comprehended. The only difference between the two of them was the difference in realm and strength. If this guy had turned his origin sea into a star and used all his strength, he might not be able to block it. No, he definitely wouldn't be able to block it. However, this also proved that Han Fei was abnormally powerful, which also made this ancient human see unprecedented hope. But at this moment, when all great Daos in one sword collided with the world Annihilation sword, this person felt that all great Daos in one sword instantly became twice as powerful. Bang! The two all great Daos in one swords pierced through the World Annihilation sword and went straight at the ancient human. The latter reached out and used his hand as a sword. Rumble. Puff. When he reappeared, the ancient human was already thousands of kilometers away. His arm was melted by Han Fei's blow. Ha ha ha, not bad. This sword is indeed powerful and impossible to defend against. It should be the power of time, right? Han Fei's face was solemn, and his chest began to heave. This person was really strong. He was the strongest opponent he had ever fought. When he collided with Pan Lydian, he might have a chance to escape, but he was completely no match for this person. The ancient human looked at his arm. Immediately, from the broken part of his body, murderous aura gathered into a river, as red as blood. In the blink of an eye, another arm grew out. Shoot! Han Fei was speechless. He had been fighting for a long time, but all he got was nothing. What a headache. However, he was risking his life now, so he couldn't give up fighting, or the show wouldn't be perfect. Fuse. Tweet. Han Fei fused with the Emperor Sparrow and also began to absorb the murderous aura. The ancient human said, "Your bird is not bad. Its ability is very powerful. And its upper limit of growth should be extremely high. Unfortunately, it hasn't opened the sky yet, so you can't beat me with it." Han Fei roared, "It's not up to you whether I can win or not." Frenzying eye. The ancient human felt that there was a power bewitching him, but the gap in strength between them was huge. He was only slightly distracted, but then he shook off the power with his spiritual power. Han Fei suffered a backlash, but he didn't retreat at all and activated the heart demon summoning. This time, the ancient human's expression changed drastically. He let out an indignant, hysterical roar, his voice shaking like demonic sounds. The evil spirits outside were all retreating, and many of them were trembling. Seeing this, Han Fei certainly ran away. Although he had a plan, at this time, escaping was the most reasonable behavior. Any abnormal behavior would cause this man's suspicion. Roar. Han Fei fled for 7 or 8 seconds. He even felt that he might really be able to escape. However, 7 or 8 seconds later, Han Fei saw that the void was somewhat distorted. When he looked again, this ancient human had already caught up. Han Fei was really shocked. "How can you be so fast?" The man was burning with murderous aura, and his voice was full of anger. "Ultimate speed is just the starting point of speed. You don't know anything. And want to escape from me. It seems that I've given you too much face." Puff. Han Fei felt a burst of mental bombardment. He immediately vomited blood. The moment he lost consciousness, the ancient human had already placed a hand on his head. The ancient human revealed a cold, creepy smile. "I will live for you." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. At this moment, Han Fei was already in his hands, but as a very good actor, he certainly couldn't let his guard down. A large amount of soul power condensed between Han Fei's eyebrows, and an ownerless soul covered his body. He tried to attack this person while trying to resist. However, blood fiends condensed between this person's eyebrows, and a strange spiritual power erupted. Rumble. In place, a terrifying explosion occurred, and the airwaves spread out for 100,000 kilometers. Han Fei and the ancient human didn't move. Most importantly, the ancient human didn't move. He said, "What a pity. If you have turned your origin sea into a star, the consequences would be unpredictable. But now, you're still too inexperienced." With that, the ancient human gathered the power of his soul and tried to break through Han Fei's resistance and enter his sea of consciousness. Although the ownerless souls on the surface of Han Fei's body were endless, they were constantly shattering. In the end, Han Fei couldn't resist anymore. And his mind was suddenly attacked by an extremely powerful soul. "Ha ha ha. I will carry your past and walk towards your future. If I take revenge, I can prove my Tao with a snap of my fingers. Perhaps I will even become a god with your body." Han Fei's soul was suppressed, but he didn't panic at all. He said, "Hey. Have you had enough fun? Huh?" In Han Fei's sea of consciousness, the ancient human felt something strange. He found that this person was not afraid at all, but extremely relaxed, like a winner. "Humph. No matter how powerful you are, how can you resist me in this state?" Buzz. Just as the huge soul pressure of the ancient human race was trying to crush and occupy Han Fei's sea of consciousness to suppress his soul, suddenly, a Small calabash appeared in Han Fei's sea of consciousness. Swish. 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 As the demon purification pot revolved, 6 small vines slowly extended out, not giving the ancient powerhouse any chance to escape. What is this? I'm going to be a monarch. How can I be suppressed by you? Roar. The soul of the ancient human began to resist violently, but no matter how he resisted, he couldn't break free from the restraints of the vine. Han Fei said with a smile, "Do you really think I dare to play with you? Without any trump cards? If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of waste, I would have beaten you to death before you could even enter my sea of consciousness. TSK, TSK. Now, do you still covet my body?" Han Fei was relieved. He had laid so many foundations and wasted 5,000 years of vitality to lure this person into his sea of consciousness just for this moment. If this person didn't want to possess him, then Han Fei could only ask his eldest senior brother to help. However, he had been possessed more than once. These people always coveted his body. Under the suppression of the demon purification pot, Han Fei was confident that even if the soul of a monarch came in person, it would still be suppressed, not to mention that this person was not a monarch yet. Roar. We're of the same race after all. I don't want to kill you. Let me go. I'll let you go. Han Fei sneered. Do you think I'm an idiot? Let you go, and then let you continue to kill me? With that, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, demon purification pot. Destroy him, crush his soul, and obliterate his consciousness. After all, Han Fei had been growing and his compatibility with the demon purification pot was getting higher and higher. At this moment, he could already partially control the demon purification pot. And this ancient human was indeed powerful. If the demon purification pot didn't take action, Han Fei would be doomed. Therefore, the demon purification pot obeyed his order. As it spun, the soul and consciousness of this ancient human being were slowly obliterated amidst his crazy roars and howls. However, because the soul of this ancient human was too powerful, even if his consciousness dissipated, Han Fei could see countless memories of him in his sea of consciousness. Among them, the most prominent memory was the memory of the destruction of this place. From that memory, Han Fei saw the figures of the heavenly cicada family, and the heavenly cicada wings were flapping. The mountains, rivers, and the earth were collapsing, and billions of creatures were being killed. A strong master forcibly took the world origin and deprived this world of its great Tao. Han Fei even saw someone swallowing the luck of the world and absorbing the qi of living beings. When Han Fei saw these big means, he was shocked. Wouldn't these guys be burnt with karmic fire after he cruelly killed so many creatures? Or did these people not care at all? Or was the so-called negative karma actually a lie? Han Fei wasn't sure about this, but he did see a world being destroyed. If it were the raging sea, Han Fei would probably be driven even crazier than this. Ancient human. Don't worry. Your enemy is also my enemy. The heavenly cicada family, and that special race that swallows human energy. One day, I will trample on them one by one and obliterate them. Because I am the human emperor. At this moment, the soul of the ancient powerhouse was finally completely obliterated and he couldn't struggle anymore. It seemed that he had heard Han Fei's words and gave up struggling. In any case, this person had been obliterated, and his soul had turned into endless ownerless souls. However, Han Fei felt that his soul had been seriously contaminated, so he didn't take any of them. If he needed ownerless souls, there were plenty of ownerless souls in the energy crystals. However, when the terrifying soul was ground into a milky pearl by Han Fei, it attracted Han Fei's attention. At this moment, all 6 small vines were inserted into the pearl, as if they were extracting the energy in the milky pearl. Information popped up in Han Fei's mind. Name: Primordial Star Bead. Introduction: a star left behind after a powerhouse whose origin C had been turned into a star dies. It's usually difficult to preserve. This star bead contains the power of the soul at a higher level. Consuming it can greatly increase the power of the soul. You can gain experience on how to turn the origin C into a star and have a chance to comprehend the profound meaning of the origin C. And you can also obtain the inheritance of the dead level, sky opening realm. Quality: ultra quality. Soul power, greater than 10,021,301. Effect: it can help you understand the origin mark, the star transformation process, and even the entire sky opening realm. When Han Fei saw the information, he couldn't help being shocked. Good Lord! More than 10 million points of soul power. No wonder this guy could crush him in strength. This was more than twice what he had. If it weren't for the previous major improvement OG Han Fei's soul power, this guy's soul power would be 3 times his. Besides, this might be what was left after this person's soul was obliterated. However, Han Fei was a little puzzled. Could he eat so much soul power now? Would his combat power be greatly reduced because of the huge gap between his soul power and his physique, like hundreds of years ago? However, such a good thing was placed in front of him, and how could he not eat it? Even the demon purification pot said that it was extremely difficult to keep this thing. Others might not even have a chance to see this primordial star bead. Therefore, when Han Fei slowly opened his eyes and the primordial star bead floated out between his eyebrows, he reached out, took out his fishing pole, and immediately fished out the 9 palace luck ruler. Combined with the 9 palace luck ruler, Han Fei divinated and found that the divination result was flat. This meant no great danger or great fortune. First of all, he was sure that the divination result of impasse had been broken. The real impasse was this ancient human being. Secondly, if he took this primordial star bead, although it didn't seem to be dangerous, it didn't seem to be beneficial. He didn't know how the divination result became like this. But in short, this primordial star bead was edible. With a thought, Han Fei ignored the blood fiend's body that was standing there like a statue. With his soul gone, the threat of this body was 0. Han Fei looked back at the evil spirits and found that they still didn't dare to come in. Perhaps they were used to it. After all, Blood Fiend's body was still there. Han Fei ignored it, sat cross-legged, and swallowed the primordial star bead. Buzz. The star bead turned into nothingness. A large amount of information instantly appeared in Han Fei's mind. The information began as if he were turning his origin C into a star. After the origin C was open to more than 400,000 kilometers, it began to transform into a star. It must be because this ancient human didn't have good resources, so he could only borrow endless murderous aura to transform his origin C into a star. His origin C was filled with blood. The entire origin C began to bend like a piece of paper, from face to arc, from arc to ball. When a ball was formed, Han Fei seemed to be standing on a star, but the star he saw was full of magma, flames, and broken walls. Han Fei sensed anger and hatred from the endless flames. The broken walls that covered the ground seemed to be the source of the power on this star. Han Fei saw that on the star, there was an evil great Tao nourishing the demons in the flames. Countless ferocious faces seemed to be crawling out of the ground. The entire planet was full of this evil. The scene changed, and Han Fei suddenly felt that he was standing in the distant starry sky, looking at this star, which was suddenly covered by the flowing fire in the starry sky. When the flowing fire surrounded it, this star formed its own star belt. However, this was not the end. It seemed that all the evil in the starry sky was gathering here. Broken stars floated over and surrounded the star. A strange red demonic sun illuminated the hellish stars. Han Fei was a little frightened. He seemed to understand the path after turning his origin sea into a star. He turned his origin sea into a star and then gathered the same great Tao in the sea of stars with the power of his own star. Han Fei also understood one thing at the same time, which was that the absorption of the same great Tao existed. Because of the absorption of the same great Tao, stars could gather. In reality, if one killed someone with the same great Tao, he might be able to keep his origin sea and attract it to his natal star, gradually making it his own. This was the fundamental reason why the same great Tao would absorb each other. I see. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had learned a lot from this star bead. He even felt that this so-called star transformation was nothing more than this. Of course, this primordial star bead could not only allow Han Fei to comprehend the star transformation path, but also contained a large amount of soul power. However, as far as Han Fei knew, wasn't the power of soul only determined by number? Why did the star bead say that it had a higher level of soul power? Could it be that even people like Gu Tingnan didn't know the difference in soul power? Unfortunately, before Han Fei found the answer to this question, the star bead had almost been digested by him. And Han Fei felt that his soul power was soaring. It could increase part of his soul power, but Han Fei felt that something was wrong. It felt like his soul power was copying itself. In a short period of time, Han Fei felt that his soul power soared by 1,000,000 points. Han Fei tried to suppress it and even summoned the demon purification pot to absorb it. However, there was no response from the demon purification pot, so Han Fei quickly woke up the Emperor Sparrow, Little Black, and Little White, as well as Old Yuan, who had just fallen asleep, asking them to share the pressure. In the end, Han Fei felt that his soul power might have increased by nearly 2,000,000 points. After the star bead was completely digested, Han Fei looked at his information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 101, Sky Opener. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Chaotic Chi, 1,830,000. Spiritual Power, 6,486,012. Perception Range, 6.5 million kilometers. Strength, 3,092,625 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 95. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 99. Main Art, Time Fishing Technique, the 8th level of the Void Fishing Technique, Emperor Level, Divine Quality. When Han Fei saw the message, he couldn't have felt worse. wasn't the result of the 9-palace luck ruler flat? God knew how his soul power had soared so much. Therefore, Hanfei wanted to stand up, only to find that he couldn't control his body at all. His soul was ridiculously strong. Hanfei tried to mobilize his body with his soul, but the power of his soul condensed into a green jade bridge mark in his mind. Huh? Is this the origin mark? When Hanfei saw the green jade bridge mark, he knew what it was. This should be the origin mark that Mochi had told him about. Through Nez's memory, Gu Tingnan said that if the soul power exceeded 5 million, it was possible to see through the origin mark of a powerhouse of the same level. Now, he didn't know if he could see the origin mark of the strong cultivators of the same level, but his origin mark appeared first. However, this mark was just a mark and couldn't take much effect. Hanfei thought to himself, this thing is very precious. I have to use part of my soul power to protect this mark from being invaded. And now, Hanfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had underestimated the power of this primordial star bead. Now it had formed a huge gap between his soul and his body. The two could no longer maintain a good balance. Hanfei got up slightly, feeling lightheaded as if he could fall while walking. He tried to control this imbalance, but when he raised his hand, an energy storm was set off. It was not easy to control. Hanfei quickly began to suppress his strength from the sky-opening realm to the sea establishment realm before he narrowly got adapted to it. Son of AB****, I made a loss this time. Hanfei dared to break into the impasse because he had a trump card. And he was in urgent need of growth, so he broke in with the mentality of seeking wealth through risk. Now, he had obtained the opportunity, but the opportunity was too much, causing his strength to plummet due to the imbalance of his soul and physique. This won't do. If I encounter a sky-opening realm expert again, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat him. Hanfei thought to himself, if the sky-opening realm evil spirits rush over at this moment, I'm afraid I won't even have the strength to fight back and will be beaten up like a sandbag. At this moment, Hanfei saw the body of the ancient human powerhouse and his heart did a flip. It seems that I can still use the Tao of puppets, right? Immediately, he sat cross-legged again and began to refine the corpse. This refinement cost Hanfei 300,000 points of soul power. It must be noted that Hanfei only spent less than 10,000 points of soul power to refine Shuefei. But this person consumed 300,000 points of soul power at once, which showed how strong he was. However, because of this, he had a powerful puppet at least comparable to Pan Lydian. This was because Hanfei wasn't sure how strong this person was. Zhao Hongwang's strength was unknown, so he could only compare him to the strongest emperor he had ever fought. Hanfei felt that this ancient human should have the strength of Pan Lydian. After all, even if he used all his means, he couldn't shake the sky. However, this puppet was not a living dead puppet. It was just a puppet that needed his soul to drive it. The only special thing was that this puppet had a blood fiend body. Its murderous aura was too strong. Hanfei tried to control it to attack the evil spirits. However, none of the evil spirits dared to resist and chose to surrender. Hiss! Hanfei gasped. Good lord, this blood fiend body is too powerful. Immediately, Hanfei thought of something. There are still battles outside. I can't stay here for long. I have to find a way to get the world origin of this world first before going to my origin sea. Then, with a thought from Han Fei, the ancient human puppet carried him on its shoulders. Because his soul power was too strong now, Han Fei didn't intend to move his body. With a thought, he took out his fishing pole and fished out the vast ocean navigator to find the world origin. Because there were no strong masters like the ancient human beings blocking him, Han Fei's speed was not slow. Besides, when the ancient strong master chased Han Fei, he erupted with a speed beyond the ultimate speed. Han Fei didn't understand what kind of speed it was. Why could it exceed the ultimate speed? The first thing he thought of was the three powers he saw when his speed reached its limit. One was a void under the ultimate speed, with starlight spots inside, like a sea of stars. In addition to the sea of stars, there was a white hole, leading to somewhere unknown. In addition to the white hole, there was a staircase leading to somewhere unknown. Han Fei planned to ask his senior brothers and sisters in the Void Temple about this question at the next 10-year meeting. If Han Fei hadn't come into contact with speed beyond the ultimate speed, it would be fine, but now that he couldn't pretend that he hadn't. However, because he needed the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei couldn't let the puppet erupt with the speed beyond the ultimate speed. Or rather, he couldn't unleash it. Han Fei could let the puppet fight, but this battle was instinctive. And if he wanted the puppet to unleash a speed beyond the ultimate speed, he had to understand it first. 4 hours passed. When the ancient puppet carried Han Fei to an underground lake, Han Fei felt infinite vitality. Is this the world origin? Han Fei looked at the clear lake, which was emitting a faint green mist. Around the river, some creatures seemed to be sleeping. Among these creatures, there were ferocious beasts, birds, fish, and carapace. However, some of them were still in their embryonic forms, some were about to take shape, and some couldn't be recognized for what they were. However, there seemed to be a tube on every creature, as if they were absorbing the power of the world origin of this world. Han Fei looked at a demonic plant casually, and information popped up in his eyes. Name: purple vine thorn grass, pregnant. Introduction: in the world origin of a world, a spiritual plant creature. Randomly born from the world origin and the heavenly Tao here. This kind of creature is born from the world origin of a natural world. Once it's born, it will eventually become one of the dominant creatures of this world. The current incubation time is 64,201 years. It's currently incubating and is unconscious. Level greater than 76. Quality legend. Spiritual energy greater than 153,664. Realm Tao seeking. Battle technique incubating. Absorbable. Remarks: a creature that is being nurtured in the world origin. After reading this information, Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath. This was just like giving birth to gods in the primordial chaos when the world was born. A world could give birth to the creatures in this world. Compared to the other creatures in this world, the creatures born by this world were equivalent to gods. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. If the world gave birth to creatures, then the so-called heavenly spiritual treasures, chaotic spiritual treasure, and so on, or even the myriad of races in the sea also born in this way? Han Fei looked around. There were only about 8 creatures that had almost taken shape, and about a dozen others that hadn't taken shape yet. And these were surrounding the small lake of the world origin of this world. In the air nearby, Han Fei could also see some creatures in some floating bubbles. However, the strength and quality of those creatures were much lower. Han Fei saw a small bubble break, and then a light disappeared. It must be a fresh life that was created and went directly to the outside world. Han Fei couldn't help but think of the sky-opening powerhouses outside. How were they born? Were they born in this way? Han Fei was shocked. He wondered if the Origin Sea would become like this in the end. No, what Han Fei suspected more was that these so-called non-primitive graveyards were the origin seas of the former strong masters after they died. Although they had died, their origin seas were still operating and giving birth to new creatures. In a sense, perhaps those who had died might not have really died. Would they be reborn in their origin seas after a long time? Return to origin again. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. This was the first time Han Fei had seen the world creating life. If it were anyone else, they would have a lot of guesses in addition to being amazed by the magic of the world. Han Fei even wondered if this was the path that the Origin Sea had to take. His Origin Sea would also produce the so-called World Origin, which could leave its master and create creatures at random, giving them life, great Tao, etc. Han Fei guessed that if the origin ground was really the Origin Sea of the strong as he guessed, then theoretically speaking, the owners of all the origin grounds that could be broken into should have probably died. Of course, Han Fei actually felt that his guess might be wrong, because these primitive graveyards were too big, spanning hundreds of millions, billions, or tens of billions of kilometers. Whose Origin Sea could be so big? If it was really so big, how strong would the person have to be? How many opportunities would he have to obtain? Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath and letting the puppet put him down. Although his current state was very poor, it wasn't a problem for him to walk. It was just that the rhythm of his soul and body wasn't right. Han Fei slowly walked to the edge of the lake and looked at it. He knew that this was the world origin, but maybe because the world origin didn't appear in the form of a fruit, he didn't see any information. Han Fei took a deep breath. World origin could accelerate the transformation of soul power and physical strength. He urgently needed to strengthen this transformation process. He didn't have hundreds of years to slowly transform. What he needed to do now was to quickly fuse his soul with his body. No matter how long it would take to consolidate it, he had to do it first. Han Fei was about to approach, when he slipped and fell into the origin lake. F***CK. Han Fei didn't care. He was going to absorb the world origin anyway. Immediately, Han Fei led the origin lake here into his Origin Sea. Buzz. The moment this power entered his Origin Sea, Han Fei felt that the entire Origin Sea began to radiate vitality, and his Origin Sea was changing at a visible speed. In the past, a world origin fruit could make the land fertile, make the Origin Sea more solid, and make the Origin Sea produce more power of the great Tao. However, this time, Han Fei felt that the effect was much better. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days passed. 1 month. It wasn't until a month and 3 days later that Han Fei felt that he had completely swallowed and digested the world origin of this world. And Han Fei's most intuitive experience was that his potential had been dug out by more than 60%. However, Han Fei didn't wake up. His Origin Sea was different from others. This time, he had really obtained too many benefits. The vitality in the entire Origin Sea was too rich, and it had almost turned into a world of spiritual plants. Han Fei knew that if he guessed right, all the vitality and lifespan he had lost before might have been replenished this time. He even felt that his lifespan might have increased. At this moment, Han Fei felt that in his origin sea, the speed at which the great Tao was nurtured doubled. This place began to naturally nurture spiritual energy. Many great Tao opportunities were inexplicably injected here, and this place seemed to be connected to the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, this was not what Han Fei pursued. What Han Fei pursued was to make his great Tao return to the origin and make everything in his origin sea return to the origin. In this state, he crazily increased the capacity of his origin sea, transforming all resources and energy into the original power of his origin sea. If Han Fei had pursued this effect, he wouldn't have chosen the Tao of origin returning back then. Therefore, with a thought from Han Fei, the spiritual plants in the origin sea began to collapse, the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas began to collapse. And everything here began to melt. 3 months later, Han Fei's origin sea had been reconstructed again, spontaneously reorganized by the origin world. 5 months later, Han Fei's origin sea produced a small number of demonic plants, mineral veins, ground veins, mountains, rivers, and seas again. Huff. On this day, Han Fei suddenly sat up from the origin lake of that world. At this moment, the lake had dried up, and the surrounding creatures around the lake were still the same as before, but they probably couldn't continue to grow. If they wanted to be born, they might have to wait for this world to revive again. As for Han Fei, he quickly got up and felt that his strength seemed to have returned. At least, he no longer needed to control it in the sea establishment realm. He couldn't help but look at his information again. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 101, Sky Opener. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Chaotic Chi, 1,870,000. Spiritual Power, 5,720,165. Perception Range, 6.5 million kilometers. Strength, 3,476,459 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 95. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 99. Main Art, Time Fishing Technique, the 8th level of the Void Fishing Technique, Emperor Level, Divine Quality. Huff. Han Fei was relieved to see this information. It seemed that after his origin sea returning to the origin, his soul and physical strength was somewhat balanced. However, the difference between the two was still too great. He sensed that his current combat power was equivalent to that when he had just opened the sky. His combat power was still greatly reduced and he couldn't exert his true strength at all. But in any case, it was already good enough that he could still use the power of the sky-opening realm. Han Fei calculated. It had been half a year since he entered this place. Originally, the exploration of the number 3 revived place would only take about 2 years, but now it seemed that almost a year had passed. Although he had obtained benefits, he needed time to digest this benefit, so Han Fei had to get out quickly. And the way out didn't seem to be difficult. This time, Han Fei didn't even need to use the vast ocean navigator. He found a turtle creature that was floating in midair and had almost completely nurtured. He drilled into the creature's bubble and activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. When the creature's fetus matured, Han Fei felt a flash and he appeared directly outside. Under his butt was a turtle in the Tao-seeking realm. After leaving the primeval land, the first thing Han Fei did was not to find Neza and the others, but to enter his origin sea. In his origin sea, Han Fei tested the transformation speed of his soul power and strength. He soon learned that with his current transformation speed, if he transformed with all his strength, he could transform about 6 points of soul power a day. This number was less than Han Fei expected. He guessed that the potential of his origin sea had been dug to 60%, which was at least equivalent to a dozen world origin fruits. However, the power conversion between the two only doubled. Didn't this mean that the difficulty of transformation was incrementally increasing? But in any case, he had to restore his strength to a certain extent first. Therefore, ignoring the battle outside, Han Fei cultivated in seclusion for half a year. Half a year later, Han Fei estimated that the battle outside should be over. After all, more than a year had passed since he came in. The number 3 revived place was only this big in the first place. With the strength of Sea Establishment Realm, he had been to almost all the places he should have been. Although Han Fei didn't want to come out of seclusion now, he had to. When Han Fei came out of seclusion and looked at his information again, it appeared. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 101, Sky Opener. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Chaotic Chi, 1,870,000. Spiritual Power, 5,144,195. Perception Range, 6.5 million kilometers. Strength, 4,052,429 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 95. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 99. Main Art, Time Fishing Technique, the 8th level of the Void Fishing Technique, Emperor Level, Divine Quality. Nothing else had changed, but the gap between the soul power and the original body's strength had shrunk to only 1 million. It had to be known that his soul power before could be said to be more than twice as much as the original body's strength. However, Han Fei wasn't excited. Last time, he spent 300 years digesting this rapid growth. This time, although he had used the origin returning law to completely stabilize his cultivation, in the half-year of seclusion after he came out, he had forcibly and quickly balanced his soul and body. The drawback was the same as last time. And to completely stabilize his strength, although it might not take 300 years, it was probably not much less. Of course, if there was a continuous stream of battles to temper himself, this time might be shortened. Alas! Sure enough, the stronger I am, the harder it is for me to take a shortcut. I have to temper myself for hundreds of years at every turn. This is really not something a human should do. At the entrance of the death abyss, the 4 native sky openers couldn't sit still. The squid said to the jellyfish, Water Star, that person has been in there for almost a year, right? Although his avatar has indeed helped us a lot, we still sacrificed a lot of strong masters. Now the world origin in the death abyss is no longer overflowing. Is it possible that he is going to give up on us after taking the world origin? The big starfish said, I don't think he will give up on his avatar. That avatar is quite strong, very strong. The squid said, so what? The world origin is gone. What we want is not to stay here, but to leave. In the past year, everyone should have known that a recovered world like ours will be destroyed as soon as it appears. Therefore, we can't stay here. The clam girl said, okay. Didn't they say that this trial will take 2 years? There's still time. We can wait a little longer. The starfish sighed. Why don't I ask his clone? After all, if this goes on, we'll probably run out of kings. Buzz. At this moment, Hanfei suddenly appeared. None of the 4 of them noticed him in advance. Hiss. The clam girl asked, Brother Ren, are you out? Hanfei said casually, it's too dangerous down below, so it took some time. You don't have to doubt me. I said I would take you away. I won't go back on. My word. What's the situation outside? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. As Hanfei expected, once there was no ambush, the terrifying combat power of the city of Scavenger and the city of Origin would be reflected. In the year he entered the primordial ancient land, according to the emperors, less than 50 enemies on each side had died, and this was with the help of the city of wanderers. After all, although there were nearly 100 peak-level sea establishers in the number 3 revived place, there were still too few of them compared to the city of Scavenger and the city of Origin. If it weren't for the help of the city of wanderers, most of them might have been killed by now. The 4 emperors complained to Hanfei that more than half of their top sea establishment realm powerhouses had died. If this went on, they would have no kings left. Hanfei confirmed that in the year he was away, all the major camps had suffered damage. Since entering this place, more than 40% of the people of the city of Scavengers had died. The city of Origin was slightly better, but not much better. This was mainly because of the ambush in the first 3 months, which killed a group of strong masters in advance. As for the city of wanderers, although under the leadership of Neza, they mainly ambushed the other 2 major forces, they had lost the right to hunt resources. In fact, many people were very uncomfortable about this. After all, they were not only here to fight this time. This was a revived place. These creatures had a large amount of life origin and world origin in their bodies. But now, they couldn't get any benefits, which was equivalent to them becoming pure thugs. How could they be happy? Near a certain cave, someone said, Boss Neza, how long do we have to cooperate? Although we don't mind cooperating with the native creatures, they can't just give us nothing. Can they at least give us some world origin? Yes. Boss Neza, we've been fighting here for more than a year, but we haven't seen anything. Others are constantly getting stronger, but we just keep fighting. Boss Neza, should we ask the natives for some resources? Hanfei had always been a domineering person. He said indifferently, you don't have to gain anything from this trip to the number 3 revived place. When you return to the city of wanderers, the Master of Silence will give you enough compensation. Hiss. Boss Neza, was this matter arranged by the Master of Silence? Boss Neza, this can't be a joke. Will the Master of Silence personally give us rewards? Beside Neza, Long Yu roared, don't you trust Boss Neza? We've been cooperating with the natives for so long. How can we suddenly turn to attack them now? Suddenly, Neza stood up. Okay, it's time. Let's play big. Everyone? The corners of Neza's mouth curled up slightly. His original body had finally returned. 3 days later. In the depths of an undersea jungle, by Ranran said, the primitive natives seem to have given up resisting and even abandoned the ground veins here. It seems that the native powerhouses are indeed short-handed. Ghostblade asked, could it be an ambush? By Ranran said, the probability is very high, but it's just right. We can finish the battle in one fell swoop. On the other side, Butcher and cut open a mountain range and looted the ultra-quality spiritual stones and earth vein spring water hidden here. He sneered. They are retreating in an orderly manner. Now they don't even want to fight an ambush. It seems that they don't have many people left. Butcher, should we chase them? Bang. The person who spoke was slapped away, and Butcher and cursed, chase my ass. This is clearly bait. When the enemy gives up all the battlefields, the only possibility is that they want to fight an unprecedented ambush. Am I so stupid? Yes, yes. Boss Butcher, I'm overthinking. Butcher and snorted and said, there must be a strategist behind these natives. From the moment we entered the number 3 revived place, we were ambushed and then were forced to fight head-on. If it weren't for a top powerhouse like me, most people might still be fighting head-on on the battlefield. Boss Butcher, do you mean to let the city of scavengers go first? Butcher and smiled and said, not only let the city of scavengers go first, but also let the guys from the city of wanderers go first. Since we came in, we rarely see the people from the city of wanderers fighting. Instead, we often meet the guys from the city of scavengers. It seems that they are watching us. And the people from the city of scavengers make a joke of ourselves. As Butcherin spoke, his eyes were cold. In fact, he had a vague guess, but he felt that it was unlikely. In the death abyss, at this moment, 46 ferocious beasts at the peak of the sea establishment realm and 103 sea demons in the sea establishment realm had gathered. This was already the last power of the number 3 revived place. In front of the 4 emperors, Hanfei's body began to twist and finally turned into a big crab. Huh? Seeing Hanfei's actions, the 4 emperors were speechless. How can he change so easily? You are not even of the same bloodline as ours. The crab that Hanfei transformed into was at the peak of the sea establishment realm. If it became too strong, no one would dare to fight it. When it reached the sky-opening realm, Hanfei felt that as long as by Ranran and Butcher and weren't fools, they should be able to sense that someone was directing the natives of the number 3 revived place. However, with the pride of these people, they wouldn't be afraid. This was because they must have discovered that the strong masters in the revived place were not enough. Another 8 days passed. In the city of wanderers, Neza led 100 people and encountered the people from the city of scavengers on the way. However, this time, the 2 parties didn't show any signs of fighting. When By Ranran saw Neza, she asked, fight? Hanfei replied, I'm not free. Just these simple words explained the state of the 2 parties. This trip to the revived place took a total of 2 years. They didn't gain much, but they had lost nearly 50% of their people. How could they still want to fight the other 2 major forces? Even if they wanted to fight, it wasn't the time. They should settle the natives of this revived place first before settling the grudges among the 3 major powers. The 2 parties met not because of a coincidence, but because their destination was the same. However, the only ones who hadn't shown up yet were the guys from the city of origin. When Neza, by Ranran, and the others arrived at the death abyss with more Then 170 people, they saw that the battle had already been set up. A crabman was guarding a big pit with a group of ferocious beasts at the peak of the sea establishment realm. Immediately, Neza said indifferently, 50 against 200. I don't know where you get your confidence from. The leading crab shouted, why did you break into our world? Neza said, hand over the world origin of the world. I won't be your enemy. Seeing that Neza spoke without hesitation, Ran thought to herself. This guy is quite bold. If you ask for the world origin of the world, it's equivalent to breaking their foundation. How can they give it to you? This kind of thing still needs to be solved by fighting. However, the problem now was who would fight first. Neza looked at Ran and said, shall we each send 50 people? Ran replied quickly, okay. Neza was the first to stand out, followed by 49 people. He said, everyone else, pay attention to the rear. The city of origin may set an ambush. We have to be on guard. On Ran's side, he glanced at Tian Hong, who immediately took a few steps back. He stayed behind to guard. Ghost Blade and another group of people followed her. It seemed that this was just a final battle. Ran didn't have any special thoughts. The only thing she found strange was that these people were really here to die. Ran didn't think so. She was thinking about whether the cave behind these creatures was an ambush or an opportunity. However, no one thought too much now. They felt that no matter what, they should kill these natives first. At this moment, Neza, Long Yu, Ran, and Ghost Blade attacked at the same time. As for the other party, the big crab held 2 giant hammers and charged at them, looking like it was risking its life. Kill. Han Fei held the sledgehammers, and lightning marks appeared in the void. 2. By Ran's surprise, the leading crab turned into a ray of light, even faster than Ghost Blade. Boom. Boom. With 2 strikes, 2 strong masters from the city of scavengers were directly hammered into powder, and their souls were obliterated by Han Fei. With a flip of his hand, lightning exploded, and another person from the city of wanderers was also shattered, but he didn't really die. This scene shocked Ran. She looked at Neza, who looked also very surprised. Neza shouted, everyone, avoid this crab. Ran and Neza made the same command. She found that this crab was very strong, so strong that she couldn't react in time. It had to be known that even a sky-opening realm powerhouse couldn't instantly kill 2 sea establishers in front of her, but this crab did it. Ran had reason to suspect that this crab was the powerhouse behind the scenes in the number 3 revived place. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Ran, Ghost Blade, and Neza charged at the crab who was actually Han Fei at the same time. However, the combat power Han Fei showed far exceeded their imagination. They felt the terrifying vitality in Han Fei's body, and at the same time, they could feel that Han Fei borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, Ran thought that Han Fei could unleash such strong combat power because he borrowed the power of the world origin of the world. This was because she discovered that this guy's strength far exceeded Tian Hong's. His speed was completely erupting at the ultimate speed, and his Tao runes secretly conformed to the heavenly Tao. All of this told her that this crab was a powerhouse of the same level as her. Furthermore, after borrowing the power of the world's origin, its strength surpassed hers. In an instant, Ran activated the great Tao in her body, and the airwaves around her shook. Her speed reached the ultimate speed and caught up with Han Fei's. This was the first time Han Fei had seen Bai Ranran really attack. It turned out that this woman also used knives. Her knife light was attached with the power of soul swallowing, which could disturb the soul. Roar. When Bai Ranran collided with Han Fei's hammer, the terrifying force had sent her flying thousands of kilometers away. Puff. Bai Ranran wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She couldn't believe that she was injured after just a head-on blow. However, when Bai Ranran saw that Nez's universe ring was sent flying and his chaotic heavenly silk array was broken by the two hammers, she immediately felt much better. She thought to herself, sure enough, Neza is no match for this crab either. After Bai Ranran and Neza were repelled, Han Fei sneered in his heart and immediately targeted Ghostblade. He could actually hunt the kings of the city of scavengers crazily, but it would arouse suspicion if he only hunted them. But Ghostblade was extremely strong. Everyone could understand why he wanted to hunt him, because he might want to solve the strongest first. On Han Fei's giant hammer, there was golden light and thunderous sounds in the void. It was Han Fei chasing Ghostblade. In an instant, the two had already crossed tens of thousands of kilometers and fought 3 times. Crack. On the 3rd time, there was a cracking sound, and Ghostblade's double knives were pierced through. The double knives, which were Ghostblade's hands, were broken by Han Fei. A terrifying blood chi immediately erupted from Bai Ranran's body. She held a long blue knife in her hand, and a white light appeared between her eyebrows. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a sea pen-type creature with very ethereal white feathers. When Bai Ranran fused with her companion spirit, Han Fei vaguely saw the void distort, and the other party attacked him. Huh? In terms of speed, I feel that it's even beyond the ultimate speed. Apart from her speed becoming faster, Bai Ranran's companion spirit actually created an afterimage for her. And this afterimage actually had 100% of Bai Ranran's combat power. No wonder Han Fei's heart did a flip. No wonder Bai Ranran could be the strongest in the law enforcement camp. It was because her companion spirit was very powerful. In terms of combat power, it might be even stronger than his twin divine technique. However, the function of her companion spirit was far inferior to the twin divine technique. Seeing that Han Fei had withstood the attacks of 4 top powerhouses alone, the onlookers were shocked. Could the natives be so strong? On Han Fei's side, the battle speed was too fast and the combat efficiency was too high. Even if it was 4 against 1, they couldn't suppress him. Han Fei even killed Ghostblade under the siege of the 4 of them. Ghostblade's characteristics were high speed and strong attack power. However, his shortcomings were also obvious. His physique was not strong enough and his methods were limited. Unfortunately, Ghostblade had mastered a death replacement art. The moment he was cut, he seemed to have shed a layer of shell and appeared thousands of kilometers away. Interesting. Han Fei could feel that even if he killed Ghostblade again, it was useless. He should be able to continue to shed his shell. However, he knew that this kind of molting technique couldn't last forever. He thought that as long as he killed him a few more times, he should be able to kill him until he couldn't shed his shell. At this time, in addition to the battle on Han Fei's side, the native powerhouses he led were already powerless. After all, the 2 cities' teams had twice as many people as them. At this time, it was already good enough that they didn't die. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, retreat into the ancient land." The ancient land that Han Fei was talking about was naturally the primordial ancient land. There were evil spirits everywhere there. It could be said that if these people went in, no one could survive. As for the primitive creatures in the number 3 revived place, they felt that they were going to die. Although they didn't know Han Fei, the emperor here had already ordered them to listen to Han Fei. Therefore, although many creatures knew how terrifying the death abyss was, they might as well die instead of watching these invaders seize their life origin and world origin and then kill them. Therefore, under Han Fei's command, these creatures retreated without hesitation and swarmed into the death abyss. As for the crab that Han Fei turned into, because it was too strong, Bai Ran and the others wanted to stop it, but they couldn't, so they could only let Han Fei lead his people into the death abyss. However, in the eyes of Bai Ran and the others, the death abyss was clearly a trap. They felt that this was the last place for the strong masters to fight. How could they not have any trump cards? However, they only felt that there would be a trump card here, but they didn't think this was a dangerous place. After all, they saw Han Fei lead a large group of peak-level C establishment realm powerhouses into it. Bai Ran looked at Neza. Although we obtained a lot of resources this time, we obtained very little world origin. This place has all kinds of creatures growing within 100,000 kilometers. Especially near this abyss, it's a place where earth veins gather, and heaven and earth spiritual energy and Tao laws abound. If I've guessed right, this is probably the place where world origin was born. Neza asked, so? Bai Ran said, this is an origin ground. There must be a lot of world origins here. Neza said, the world origin is shared by all creatures, and the world origin here is not infinite. At most, it's the amount of a dozen world origin fruits. Why should I take the risk? Long Yu said, that's right. This is clearly a trap. Neza looked into the distance. Butcherin, since you're here, why hide? I'm afraid it's impossible for you to wait and reap the benefits. Butcherin was also good at arrays and was a master of arrays. Besides, this person was not as weak as he seemed on the surface. He had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. After being exposed by Neza, the latter didn't hide anymore. After all, the city of wanderers and the city of scavengers didn't fight, so it was meaningless for him to hide. Butcherin laughed. Why? You didn't think of me until you didn't dare to chase them in? Now you want to invite me to join you? When you killed my people in the number 9 revived place, did you ever expect today? Neza shrugged. I didn't kill your men. She did. Han Fei pointed at Bai Ran as if it had nothing to do with him. Butcher and sneered. Bai Ran is not a good person, and neither are you. Neza. I know you called me out because you want me to join you, but why? Should I? I don't care about those world origin fruits. If you really want me to join you, then take out real benefits such as life origin, world origin, crystals, earth vein spring water, energy crystals, and ultra-quality spirit stone mines. Han Fei and Bai Ran asked at the same time, how much do you want? At this moment, no one would run into the death abyss at will. Everything inside was unknown. But the Yin family was different. If they cheated with the God's arrival technique, it could completely allow many powerhouses in the city of origin to have the power of the sky opening realm for a short period of time. If the strong masters of the In family joined in, they could even fight Sky Opening Realm powerhouses. Therefore, if the In family didn't participate in the exploration of the Death Abyss, no matter how many people from the two factions entered it, it wouldn't be appropriate. If not enough people entered and they couldn't beat these natives, the crab alone could kill many people. If too many people went in, the city of origin would become the biggest winner, if anything happened. Furthermore, once too many people from the city of scavengers and city of wanderers died, with Butcher Ant's personality, he would definitely cause trouble outside. Of course, they could completely give up on the Death Abyss, but if they did, there would be nothing to explore in the number 3 revived place. If they didn't go to the biggest secret place, how could they gain much benefit? And if they didn't enter the Death Abyss, it meant that they had lost so many people for nothing this time, but they hadn't even killed the natives. At that time, who could stand it? Besides, the last thing they could be sure of was whether the teleportation Jade Slip could work in such a secret place. It would be fine if it could work, but if it couldn't, they would have to face the ambush of the natives. Without enough manpower, there wouldn't be enough people to fight. Therefore, Neza and Byranran asked Butcher and how much he wanted. Although Butcherin said that he didn't care about the world origin of the world, in fact, how could he really not care? This was not a revived place, but a semi-origin ground. There must be a lot of resources here. Therefore, Butcherin said casually, energy crystals, 100 million per city. Ultra-quality spiritual stones, 10 billion per city. Earth vein, spring water. 100,000 caddies per city. Life origin, 100 per city. World origin crystals, 30 per city. Buzz. Immediately, the city of wanderers and the city of scavengers were in an uproar. Byranran said, "Are you sure there are so many resources down below?" Long Yu asked, "So as long as you send someone out, you can become the biggest winner?" Butcherin said, "Ha ha ha, I can take a step back. I can spare the world origin crystals, but I want all the rest. Otherwise, I'll go back and you guys continue to dawdle here. Anyway, I can wait. When the time comes, I can ask the Emperor to take action and barge in. Neza, half, or else it's not worth it." Byranran said, "I agree. Butcherin, it's up to you whether you want the free resources or not. To me, this is just a mission. Butcherin, 80%, no less, or I'll suffer a loss." Neza said, 60%. 1 more percent, the city of wanderers will leave. The 3 parties bargained and in the end, the 2 parties decided to give Butcher and 60% of the resources he demanded. Butcherin said, "The city of origin will send out 30 people. You know how powerful the god's arrival technique of the city of origin is. I'll also send out a member of the In family. Similarly, you need to send out some capable people." Byranran, Ghost Blade, go. Ghost Blade nodded. Okay. Neza looked at Long Yu. Long Yu, Li Canli, you two go together. Long Yu, no problem. Li Canli, okay. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Long Yu and Li Canli had no psychological burden at all. They had thought that Neza had already formed an alliance with these natives, so they wouldn't hurt them. However, the city of origin and the city of scavenger were doomed. Besides, this time more than 1 or 2 people were tricked. The city of origin sent out 30 people, and the city of scavengers sent at least 40 people. Coupled with the previous ambushes, the city of origin and the city of scavengers would suffer heavy losses this time. Because Neza and by Ran compromised, Butcherin ordered and Jia, pick 30 people and lead them in. If you encounter an ambush, you can go all out. A man from the Yin family walked out and accepted the mission. He certainly knew what Butcherin meant. The strong masters of the Yin family all had trump cards. Even if they encountered a sky-opening realm powerhouse, they could still fight him. Besides, this time, the three parties had more than 100 peak-level C establishers this time. As for Butcherin and the others, as leaders, they certainly wouldn't take the risk. Besides, most people were still outside. If anything went wrong outside, the losses would be even greater than in the Death Abyss. A moment later, Long Yu, and Jia, and Ghost Blade, as well as some of the strong masters, rushed into the Death Abyss. Long Yu secretly said to Li Canli, play it by ear later. Don't expose yourself before you're absolutely sure to kill them. On the other side, and Jia from the city of origin also secretly said to the powerhouses from the city of origin, if someone really ambushes us later, let the city of wanderers and the city of scavengers take the lead. Our goal is world origin. In fact, Ghost Blade's eyes also revealed a cold gleam, and he also had an unknown thought. However, when the three teams rushed into the primordial ancient land, they were all stunned. Someone shouted, "There's such a strong murderous aura here. Where are those natives?" Someone's face changed drastically. Not good. My perception range here is more than 10 times smaller than in the outside world. Someone was horrified. There seems to be no way to enter my origin sea here. Long Yu and the others were also surprised. This place is so weird. I don't sense any living creatures here. There is an ancient aura everywhere. I feel that something is wrong. Where are our native allies? Just as everyone was about to send a few people out to search, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Immediately afterward, they saw the bones that were scattered everywhere begin to gather. Buzz. When huge evil spirits appeared in front of everyone panicked. Not good, they're sky-opening realm undead creatures. Not good, they are all skeleton creatures in the sky-opening realm. Where have we come? Find a way out quickly. Roar. However, after flying less than 10 million kilometers, they found that dozens of evil spirits had already surrounded them. Those were all creatures in the sky-opening realm. Even if their combat power wasn't very strong, they were still in the sky-opening realm. Han Fei could kill hundreds of them, but ordinary sea establishers couldn't even deal with one. Even Long Yu panicked. Many people frantically asked Long Yu via voice transmission, "Long Yu, have we been tricked? Long Yu, do these natives want to kill us too? Sister Yu, what should we do now? These are all monsters in the sky-opening realm. Are they still our allies?" Long Yu's face changed drastically. Prepare to face the enemy. Swish. 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 At that moment, the people from the city of origin ran the fastest. However, continuous explosions were heard from afar. Everyone saw that the few strong masters from the city of origin who escaped first were all blown up at this moment. Some of them were directly whipped to death by a big tail, although they had used the god's arrival technique. Their souls were instantly corroded by the murderous aura and torn apart by the evil spirits. It was impossible for them to survive. On the city of scavengers' side, Ghost Blade shouted, crush the jade slip and quit this exploration. In fact, even without Ghost Blade's words, when everyone saw the miserable situation in the city of origin, many people began to crush their jade slips. However, what happened next horrified them. Not good, the teleportation jade slip has failed. We have no way out. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Most of them took out their life-saving teleportation jade slips and began to crush them. It was precisely because of this life-saving teleportation jade slip that they dared to follow the team down to this strange abyss. But now it seemed that they were clearly courting death. At this time, Njia roared, "All of you, use the god's arrival technique. These are evil spirits. Legend has it that they only appear in ancient and decaying places. Once this kind of evil spirit appears, there will be more of them than us. Before the evil spirits gather around, follow me." Chirp. Njia flapped his heavenly cicada wings and turned into a ray of light, trying to escape. But suddenly, a blood-colored blade cut through the light. With a puff, Njia's body exploded. In the next moment, a phantom of the sky-opening realm appeared where Njia was. This phantom enveloped Njia's body, allowing the latter to quickly repair his body. Just as the phantom was about to attack, another blood-colored knife mark cut through the sky. The phantom roared, "How dare you!" Boom. Boom. In everyone's vision, the guardian phantom of the sky-opening realm was killed on the spot without any strength to resist. As for Njia's body that had just recovered, it was grabbed by a blood-colored hand. The big hand gently clenched, and everyone discovered, to their horror, that Njia, who was leading the team from the city of origin, had been crushed. Run. At this moment, everyone realized how terrifying this place was and began to run in panic. However, the surrounding evil spirits had already surrounded them. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for a group of sky-opening realm cultivators to slaughter a group of sea establishers? With continuous explosions, sea establishers died one after another. While Long Yu and the others were huddled together, Long Yu said, "It's useless to escape now. Besides, these skeleton creatures didn't attack us. They should be our allies." Everyone rolled their eyes. Why didn't we know that Boss Neza could make such powerful allies? How many sky-opening realm allies did he have? They thought to themselves, if the three major powers had known that there was such a place in the number 3 revived place, they would probably send a monarch over. At this moment, in the city of Scavenger and the city of origin, while countless strong masters were fleeing and being killed, they saw two figures walking over from afar. One of them seemed to only be in the sea establishment realm, but he was wearing a mask, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. As for the person beside him, his murderous aura was surging like blood. It was obvious that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Wherever the two of them passed, the strong masters from the city of origin and the city of Scavenger nearby were all crushed by the evil spirits. However, many people also discovered the difference. No evil spirits attacked the team from the city of wanderers. In just a short moment, more than half of the people from the city of scavengers and the city of origin had died. However, the people from the city of wanderers were still standing where they were, and no evil spirits attacked them. At this moment, of course, many people were fleeing towards Long Yu and her teammates. However, halfway through, a row of sky-opening realm evil spirits separated them. Whoever dared to approach them would be killed. At this moment, they would be fools if they didn't know the reason. Someone from the city of origin roared, "It's the scheme of the city of wanderers. They have allied with the natives." Someone from the city of scavenger roared, "Long you join forces with the native creatures to kill us. Once this matter is exposed, you will definitely be besieged by the city of scavenger and the city of origin." Someone was furious. "Ah. By Ran and the others will definitely find out. You won't have a good ending either." However, these people could only roar. After a few roars, they were slapped to death and swallowed by a group of sky-opening realm evil spirits. They were like ants without any room for resistance. Gulp. Gulp, gulp. Long Yu and the others swallowed nervously. They were shocked. Was a sea establisher really a strong master? It seemed that in this world, there would always be a group of terrifying existences. Even sea establishers were like ants to them. Among this group of people, the only difference might be Ghost Blade. Although he was ranked in the top 10 of the law enforcement camp, he couldn't fight against a large group of sky-opening realm evil spirits. Han Fei's strength could enter the level of the top 10 lords, but he could only kill hundreds of evil spirits. If it were Han Fei who had just entered the sky-opening realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill even a dozen. As for Ghost Blade, who hadn't been able to open the sky yet, under such circumstances, he couldn't even kill a single evil spirit. Bang! This was the 5th time Ghost Blade had been shattered. He shed his shell again and again and was slapped to death again and again. No matter if he tried to tear the void or burn his blood to escape, it was useless. This place seemed to be sealed. The masked powerhouse watched Ghost Blade struggle as if he were watching a clown. Bang! 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 The 6th, the 7th. Seeing that he was about to be killed for the 9th time, Ghost Blade turned around and charged at Han Fei. He didn't know who he was facing, but he knew that he couldn't survive this time. Instead of struggling in vain, he wanted to use his last bit of strength to see who was behind all this. Swish. Seeing Ghost Blades coming at him, Han Fei didn't stop them, and the evil spirits along the way stopped attacking. At this moment, everyone except Long Yu and the others had died except for Ghost Blade. Long Yu and the others felt that Ghost Blade was courting death. Clank. Ghost Blade's double knives stopped 3 inches in front of Han Fei, unable to move forward. At the last moment, Ghost Blade roared, "Who are you?" A murderous aura enveloped Ghost Blade. At the last moment, Ghost Blade saw the man take off his mask in front of him. However, when he saw this person's face, his eyes widened. Han Fei shrugged. "You're not bad. You should be able to make a good puppet." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Although Han Fei could turn all the people from the city of origin and the city of scavenger who came in this time into living dead puppets, it was unnecessary. Once the living dead puppets were seen through, the 2 major powers would definitely pay special attention to them. They might even investigate all the powerhouses under their jurisdiction. Besides, sea establishers were useless in taking down the city of scavengers. He had never expected that he could destroy the city of scavengers by controlling a few sea establishment realm and sky-opening realm powerhouses. He kept Ghost Blade because he was indeed not weak, mainly because he had a lot of lives. If Han Fei guessed right, this guy could shed his shell 9 times. It wouldn't be bad for him to be his thug. When the murderous aura mist dissipated, Ghost Blade was nowhere to be seen. Only at this moment did Long Yu and the others realize how strong the natives who cooperated with Neza were. They were also glad that they didn't kill the creatures in the number 3 revived place. Otherwise, wouldn't they have ended up like the people from the city of scavengers and the city of origin? Han Fei walked to Long Yu and the others, casually. Long Yu and the others were actually a little scared of him. Long Yu said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior." Han Fei grunted and said, "From now on, in others' eyes, you are already dead. You won't appear again for a long time. Open your mind for now and enter my origin sea. I will take you to the city of wanderers." Long Yu and the others' hearts did a flip. Something didn't seem right. Was this person really a native of the number 3 revived place? It didn't seem so. Because from his tone, he seemed to know the outside world very well. But no matter what Long Yu and the others thought, they completely believed Han Fei's words. Han Fei could crush them with one hand. Why did he have to lie to them? When Long Yu and the others were taken into Han Fei's origin sea by him, he looked at the evil spirit army and smiled. He murmured, "This hunt should have a different protagonist now." Outside the death abyss, Neza, Bai Ran, and Butcher and were all waiting. At the same time, they were paying attention to the life tablets of the people who entered the death abyss. However, the moment these people entered the death abyss, Butcher and suddenly said, "Neza, now we should take action, right?" Huh? Bai Ran suddenly frowned and had a bad feeling. Just now, she had sent 40 people to the death abyss, and there were only 30 sea establishers left. The city of wanderers only had 2 or 3 more people. As for the city of origin, because they had only sent 30 people into the death abyss, nearly 42 people of them were still here. Although there were still people who hadn't appeared, they knew that it was impossible for everyone to gather in one place in such a large world. Therefore, if the 3 parties remained hostile to each other, then she would be safe. Otherwise. In fact, Bai Ran had never thought that Neza would cooperate with Butcher. And because it didn't make sense. The hatred between the city of wanderers and the city of origin seemed to be greater than the hatred between the city of wanderers and the city of scavengers. In the past, there was more than one battle between the city of wanderers and the city of origin. It was said that even the Master of Silence was seriously injured. It could be imagined how fierce the battles were. Therefore, Bai Ran felt that even if Neza wanted to join forces with others, he should cooperate with her to attack Butcherin. But now, Butcherin's words made Bai Ran feel that something was wrong. Neza waved his hand. "Surround them." In fact, people of the city of wanderers were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was Boss Neza teaming up with Butcherin? But even if everyone knew this, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong at all. This was because from the moment they were asked to ally with the natives to kill their opponents, they knew that the most important thing they had to do this time was to kill the powerhouses of the other 2 major forces. Now, after a year of fighting, many strong masters from the city of scavengers and the city of origin had died in their hands. And Long Yu entering the death abyss was also a trap. Now, Neza and Butcherin had joined forces. They simply wanted to wipe out the team of the city of scavengers. Just thinking about it made them excited. If these 2 forces could suffer heavy losses this time, it would be a great contribution. Neza stopped Bai Ran without hesitation. He said, "Butcherin, Bai Ran. has been stopped. If you can't kill the others, we won't have a chance to cooperate in the future. Butcherin laughed. Ha ha ha. Watch me kill. Extreme soul hunting array. Swish. 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 The three strong masters of the Inn family, including Butcherin, opened their heavenly cicada wings at the same time, and the triangular divine seal appeared between their eyebrows. For a moment, their strength soared, comparable to sky openers. Ranran's eyes were cold. Get out of the way. However, Neza immediately showed his 3 heads and 6 arms, and held all his weapons in his hands, saying indifferently, "You want to save your men? Defeat me first." Ranran snorted. "Do you really think I can't kill you? Try it." With a flash between Ranran's eyebrows, 6 wings appeared on her back, and a long blue knife appeared in her hand. In addition, Ranran seemed to have used some secret technique, and the scales on her body glowed. Han Fei could feel that Ranran's strength was crazily increasing. Clang! The knife was like a bolt of lightning, and the mark was like a white dragon. The knife fused with the heavenly Tao and led the great Tao into the momentum. This blow was completely comparable to the combat power of the sky opening realm. However, a light curtain appeared around Han Fei, and the 9-dragon divine fire cover had already shielded him inside. The 9 fire dragons rushed at Ranran, who formed more than 100 seals in the air in the blink of an eye. With a roar, she directly extinguished the 9 fire dragons. The remaining divine seals intended to trap Han Fei in the 9-dragon divine fire cover. However, Neza sneered. He stepped out of the 9-dragon divine fire cover and opened the heavenly gate with the yin-yang dual swords in his hand. The sword intent hung in the sky and slashed 100 seals, forcing Ranran to retreat. Ranran's glabella trembled, and a white dragon phantom ignored the sword chi and attacked Neza. The latter said indifferently, "Show your trump card. If you don't show your trump card, you won't have a chance to attack." Ranran gritted her teeth. There were already many strong masters from the city of scavengers who died. If this batch was killed, they would lose everything. Therefore, Ranran had no time to hide. With a dragon roar, a white dragon appeared. When the white dragon and Ranran fused, she seemed to be covered in a white armor. The second companion spirit? Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He didn't expect Ranran to have a second companion spirit. No wonder she could become the strongest in the law enforcement camp. Buzz. In an instant, Ranran's speed reached its peak. Han Fei blocked with the chaotic sky silk, but was pushed back thousands of kilometers by a punch. While flying back, Neza shook his hand and threw out the fire-pointed spear, which collided with Ranran's fist again. Bang! Neza retreated another 100 kilometers. He stomped and held the fire-pointed spear in his hand. He spun into a top and attacked with all his strength. Rumble. This time, Ranran didn't repel Neza but retreated dozens of kilometers. Neza grinned, and the void chains rose. 9 tails flew out, and the chains locked the sky. Within 10,000 kilometers, the soul power couldn't be unleashed, so he could only fight in close combat. This was 9 Tails Sea Establishment Realm inherited technique, Soul Lock. Neza said indifferently, "Number 1 in the law enforcement camp, Ranran. Is that all you've got?" Roar. The dragon roar exploded, and 2 figures collided in the void, producing a dense glow. During this period, on other battlefields, Butcherin laughed wantonly. Bang! By Ran, you be *tch, how dare you kill my man? Those from the city of origin, kill. Ha ha ha. Neza, stop her for a little longer. Tian Hong, you can't even catch up with me. What can you do to me? Butcherin laughed wildly. 8C establishment powerhouses had died at his hands. Under the joint attack of the city of origin and the city of wanderers. Except for Tian Hong, who protected 7 or 8 people, the others were dragged into the independent battlefield. This also meant that those who were dragged into the independent battlefield would be dead if they didn't leave the battlefield. Boom boom boom. In the sky, great Dao lightning marks appeared one after another. In a short moment, 16 people had died, and Butcher and killed 8 of them. Unfortunately, good things didn't last long. Butcherin, who was laughing crazily, suddenly stopped. F***ck? Neza's heart stirred. A large number of people must have died in the death abyss. Neza retreated and pretended to take out several jade slips. With cracks, they shattered one after another. However, this didn't affect the battle. Although Han Fei's expression changed drastically, he still rushed at Bai Ran immediately. Bai Ran naturally noticed that many people who entered the death abyss had died. As for Butcherin, he was getting angrier and angrier. He tried to vent his anger on the city of scavengers. Another 50 seconds passed. Bai Ran suddenly shouted, "Stop! Those who went down are all dead. What's the point of you hunting us?" Neza said, "The point is that I don't like you." Bai Ran's heart turned cold. Neza and Butcherin were both lunatics. Bai Ran shouted, "Everyone, quit." Unfortunately, even though they used the teleportation jade slip to quit the exploration of the number 3 revived place, there were still people they knew who failed to make it in time. Or rather, the teleportation process was interrupted and they couldn't leave. At this point, the city of wanderers had won a complete victory. But Han Fei looked indifferent. This battle record was not enough. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. At the exit of the number 3 revived place, Xiao Shotsong and An Taiping's aura suddenly changed slightly. Xingyu, who was paying attention to the two of them at all times, immediately imitated them and changed his aura slightly. Anyway, he didn't know what had happened. So far, a total of 6 people of the city of wanderers had died. This number was too unreasonable. Even if they had a life-saving teleportation jade slip, they might not be able to use it in time. Now, there were a total of 17 people around him who had quit the exploration. This probability of death was much lower than Xingyu imagined. In fact, he didn't know what Neza's original body had done, but in the past 2 years, Qiao Shotsong and An Taiping often looked unhappy. Therefore, Xingyu pretended to be unhappy too, so that Qiao Shotsong and An Taiping couldn't see anything wrong with him. Xingyu kept a dark face for about half an hour. Suddenly, the void trembled. Swish! 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 On the city of scavengers' side, sea establishers appeared one after another. More than 20 people quit the exploration at once. Among them, Xingyu even saw Tian Hong. What's going on? Xingyu was dumbfounded. He could understand if others quit the exploration. But if Tian Hong quit, there must be a problem. This person could be considered one of the strongest people this time in the number 3 revived place. To be able to force Tian Hong to quit the battle, something big must have happened. Xiao Shouzong's eyes widened. Tianhong, why are you out? Tianhong glanced at the teams of the City of Wanderers and the City of Origin, and said in a low voice, Neza and Butcher joined forces to kill us. Hearing this, Xingyu understood. If they could kill their opponents, what did it matter who they joined forces with? However, what Xingyu didn't understand was why Taiping's expression was so dark just now. Neza and Butcher killed people from the City of Scavengers. Shouldn't you be King happy? Xiao Shouzong asked. Besides this, why did nearly 40 people die in a row? At this moment, Xiao Shouzong didn't hide it anymore. The others would find out about this sooner or later anyway. The reason why he said it now was that he wanted to hear Tianhong say that this death was unreasonable. He wanted an excuse to enter. When Xingyu heard that, he thought, wait, why do I feel that something is wrong? F***ck, 40 people died at once? So many? Why aren't any of my men dead? Tianhong said, the three major forces hunted the natives to an abyss, which should be where world origin is. Each of the three cities sent out some strong masters to explore it. But I'm afraid they are all killed. Xingyu immediately pretended to be furious and shouted ahead of Taiping. Is there a seal in that place? Otherwise, how could the teleportation jade slips fail? Tianhong felt that since so many people had died on his side, it should be about the same on the other two sides. Therefore, Tianhong said, there is no seal. A native heavenly talent escaped. There with more than 50 native peak-level sea establishers. If there was a seal, we would have noticed it long ago. In fact, Xingyu already knew what that place was, although he didn't know how Neza's original body survived and how he could use the primordial ancient land to lure a large number of strong masters from these two cities and kill them. It seemed that that guy had actually conquered that place. Otherwise, with the bloodthirsty nature of the evil spirits, how could they not attack the people of the City of Wanderers? But in any case, it seemed that the City of Wanderers was the final winner. This time, compared to the other two parties who had suffered heavy casualties, only 6 people from his side had died. If these two parties knew, they would definitely explode. Xingyu snorted. Idiot, how can you easily take such a risk to enter that dangerous place? Xingyu snorted. Although Taiping had learned part of the answer, Butcher and seemed to have done a good job this time, so he didn't say anything. This was because Xiao Shouzong said that 40 of his men had died, but only 30 had died on the City of Origin's side. It was probably about the same for the City of Wanderers. It seemed that Butcher didn't do so badly this time. However, Xiao Shouzong couldn't take this blow. In the first 3 months, 46 people died. Although things were better after that, in a year, 40 people died, and now another 40 people were gone. A total of 201 people went in, but now 126 were gone. In addition, many people had already quit the exploration. There were less than 40 people left. He was afraid that if he didn't take action now, these 40 people would be gone too. Xiao Shouzong said, Xingyu and Taiping, that secret place in the abyss is clearly beyond the scope of this trial. I suggest that the 3 of us go there together and destroy it. Xingyu said, even if we want to take action, we'll have to wait for the 2-year period to expire. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, or there are strong masters there, you don't have many people left there, but we still have some people there who haven't evacuated. And Taiping thought for a moment. In fact, 101 people of the city of origin had died, which meant that more than half of their people had died, but their situation should be better than the city of scavengers. Therefore, and Taiping said, I think we can recall them in advance. After all, that secret place is already beyond their ability. It's very likely that there are sky-opening realm powerhouses in it. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to kill so many people in a row. After the people return, we'll take action and sweep across that place. Xiao Shouzong nodded slightly. That's fine. Xingyu, what do you think? Xingyu was thinking about how to continue the trial when a memory suddenly appeared in his heart. While Xingyu and the others were discussing recalling everyone, Han Fei had already caught Xingyu's historical body. Han Fei said, think of a way to end the trial early and recall 100 people. I'll take the others out. By the way, think of a way to lure in Taiping and Xiao Shouzong to an abyss here. Many people know the location. At the exit. Xingyu immediately nodded slightly. I think it's fine. We can recall them in advance. That place is indeed strange. The trial is indeed not suitable to continue. Xiao Shouzong stared at Xingyu. Although he felt that Xingyu agreed too readily, he thought that the abyss was entered by the people of the three parties. If the people from the city of scavengers were gone, it must be the same for the city of wanderers. Summoning everyone to leave the field was relatively simple. The teleportation jade slip had the ability to gather allies, which was the main way for Bai Ranran and the others to gather allies. In addition to summoning allies, a sky opener could attach his power to the jade slip and summon all the trial takers back. After the message was sent out. In just half an hour, a large number of strong masters from each party returned. No, to be precise, a large number of the strong masters of the city of wanderers had returned. A total of 83 people returned in front of Xingyu, including the 17 people who had already quit the competition. 100 people had returned. As for the city of scavengers side, a total of 34 people returned. Including those who had left the competition, there were a total of 69 people. A total of 70 people of the city of origin had returned. Including the 28 people who had quit before, there were 98 people in total. To everyone's surprise, Neza, Bai Ranran, and Butcher and hadn't returned. In fact, Neza's idea was that if he went back now, his original body would have to go back too. He still needed to create time for his original body. Therefore, when most of the others retreated, Neza chased after Bai Ranran. And even called the usually crazy Butcher in to fight her together. Seeing that Neza was determined, Butcherin thought that he might have a chance to kill Bai Ranran. As for the remaining people of the city of wanderers, they had been taken into Han Fei's origin sea as early as when Han Fei found Neza, just to create the illusion that the city of wanderers suffered a loss this time too. Now, Xiao Shouzong and the others could roughly sense that the reason why Bai Ranran and Neza didn't come back was probably because they were fighting each other. After all, a moment ago, these parties were fighting fiercely, and Neza and Butcher and attacked Bai Ranran together. Now, they must be besieging Bai Ranran, so they had no time to come back. However, Xiao Shouzong wasn't worried about Bai Ranran's safety, because Bai Ranran's true strength was comparable to a sky opener's. As the strongest in the law enforcement camp, even Zhao Honghuang had given her some trump cards. How could she be killed by two guys in the same realm as her? Qiu Shouzong said, there's no time to lose. Since most of the people have been summoned back, let's attack. And Taiping, what's the rush? Send them out first. This time, the losses were too great. Seeing that only 69 people of the city of scavengers returned, it was obvious how heavy the losses were. Therefore, if the city of scavengers had any ill intentions, or decided to attack the other two parties' sea establishers, no one could afford it. In fact, Xingyu didn't care. He thought to himself, since the master of silence values this trial so much, he must be waiting outside to flip the table at any time. How could he not know his boss? Therefore, Xingyu was not worried at all that something would happen to his people. Half a day later, when the people from the three major forces all came, the powerhouse in charge of the graveyard battlefield of the city of scavengers, Zi Xiao, asked in surprise, it ended in advance? Why are there so few people? Qiu Shouzong said, there's something wrong with the natives in the number 3 revived place. I can't explain it now. Let's talk when I come back.